Bon matin, good morning everyone, and welcome to Take Our Kids to Work Career Live. S'il y a des francophones dans la pièce, vous pouvez avoir accès à l'interprétation en sélectionnant la langue de préférence avec la petite planète au bas de l'écran. We will have live interpretation all day long. You can choose your preferred language using the little globe at the bottom of your screen. So if you want to hear a specific language, you can use the little globe to make sure you hear the language of your choice. And good morning, Sharief.
Good morning. How are you, Flo? It's great to be here. Great to see everybody.
It's great to see you too. I'm great. This is going to be such an amazing day. We have a huge program planned for today. Can you tell us a bit more about your own experience, Sharif, with Take Our Kids to Work? I know you did it like maybe a couple years ago.
I don't think it was a couple years ago, but yes, absolutely. So, hello, everyone. My name is Sharief, and I'm really privileged to serve as the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the Students' Commission of Canada, which means that every day I get the opportunity to kind of work with young people from coast to coast to coast all over Canada to hear what they have to say and try to make sure that what they have to say is heard in every single space in the country. And even just last week, I had the opportunity to present to the House of Commons in Ottawa about what young people are saying about youth employment. So really well connected to what we're talking about today. My journey with Take Our Kids to Work began in the late 1900s, as I've been told that that era has to be referred to. So I was a Take Our Kids to Work participant in 1998, if you can believe it. 1998 was when I was in Take Our Kids to Work. And I had the opportunity to go to a workplace with my father, who at the time was working in a nonprofit setting. And look at where we are 27 years later. Here I am working in a nonprofit setting myself. So you never know what a day like today can lead to. It might be the start of your journey in figuring out where you'd like where you're going to end up and what career you're going to have. Or it might introduce you to all sorts of different jobs and give you, an opportunity to see what those are all about as well. So it's never the same journey for any particular young person. It really depends on what you take out of today.
That's so nice to hear. Full circle, basically. This is super exciting. Um, I personally didn't get a chance to do Take Our Kids to Work just because it wasn't something my school was up to, but I wish I had. I think exploring careers at an early age is so important, even if you're not sure what you want to do. Like this is just the moment to start asking questions, to be a bit curious, to explore, to see what is out there, just so that you can have a better idea of all the possibilities that exist for a future career. Speaking of which, I'm gonna put in the chat the agenda for today, the schedule, so that if you didn't get a chance to see the list of great session we will have today, you can see it like with the little picture I put in the chat. But we will have guests coming in all day long here today, starting at 8:30 or the hour 30, depending on where you are in the country. So this morning, before we get our first guest, we have a quick video to show. So I'm gonna be showing the video, and if you want to see the French video, you can do so using this link. Oh, just gonna remove this. So I'm just gonna put the video for us. Okay.
Take Our Kids to Work Day 2025. Lift up the future. Students, families, educators, and workplaces across Canada come together for a national day of career exploration, discovery, and inspiration. Take Our Kids to Work Day isn't just about jobs. It's about imagination. It's about learning what excites you, what challenges you, and what might come next. Every conversation you have, every question you ask, and every moment you spend exploring today helps you uncover something new about yourself. Because your future isn't something far away. It's being built right now. One way to experience the day is by stepping into a workplace. Maybe you're shadowing someone in healthcare, design, construction, or tech. Or maybe you're seeing a job you never even knew existed. Ask questions, take notes, and picture yourself in their shoes. This is your chance to see how what you learn in school connects to real life. Can't be there in person? No problem. Join the Career Live webinar, a national online event where professionals from all kinds of fields share their stories, answer your questions, and talk about how they found their path. It's your front row seat to inspiration from anywhere in the country. Many schools are bringing Take Our Kids to Work Day right into the classroom. Your teacher might guide you through career-building games, teamwork challenges, or creative activities that help you imagine what your own path could be. Use this time to explore your strengths. What makes you excited to get up in the morning? That's the spark that lifts your future. Even at home, you can join in. Talk to your family about what they do. Ask them how they chose their careers, or what they would do differently. Explore the Take Our Kids to Work website with them and learn about jobs that match your interests. Sometimes the most inspiring career advice happens right at the kitchen table. Take Our Kids to Work Day is proudly led by the Students' Commission of Canada. We're here to make it easy for everyone, students, families, educators, and workplaces, to take part. We believe in giving every student across Canada the chance to see their potential and to be part of something bigger. This year's theme, Lift Up the Future, is all about what happens when we support one another. Think of your future like a kite. It rises when it's lifted by curiosity, creativity, and community. When your school, your family, and your mentors come together to support you, your future takes flight. Every question you ask, every connection you make, every new skill you try, it all helps lift you higher. So here's your challenge. Say yes to trying something new. Say yes to learning about yourself. Say yes to lifting up your future. If you're a student, be curious, explore, and ask every question that comes to mind. If you're a family member, encourage and guide. If you're an educator, use our resources to spark discovery. If you're a workplace, open your doors and share your story. Because when we all lift together, we lift up the future. Take Our Kids to Work Day, 2025, November 5th. Your story begins here. Let's lift up the future.
Awesome. So as you saw, the theme of this year is lift up the future. Sharief, can you tell us a bit more what it means for you to lift up the future?
Yeah, Flo, thanks for that question. It's for us, what it really means is that we want to make sure that young people like yourselves who are here today from every part of the country get a chance to be part of the future that's emerging every single day. It means that our job is to make sure that your voices are amplified, that your voices are heard, and that folks who are looking to maybe one day work with you in schools or hire you in a job really, really are grounded in what your experiences are. So today is the launch pad for your future, for making sure that you have exposure and connection to all sorts of different types of job opportunities and career opportunities. And you see all of the different ways in which you might be able to be part of a really exciting future and how you can help us hear from you on what you're looking for so that employers and schools and educators are all aware of what you're needing and what you're looking for as we go into the future. So that's what it means to me. But yeah, Flo, I don't know if you have any more questions on that.
No, that's great. That's great. I want to add that theme, Lift Up the Future, came from a group of youth that we work with. So they were the one to suggest that working together and taking the time together now can really help them to lift up their future to really achieve bigger things in the future. So it's super exciting to see it come to life.
And I think Flo, I'm seeing, sorry to interrupt you, but
No.
I'm seeing some really good questions in the Q&A, and I know our team is answering some of those questions, but I think, sometimes when one person has a question, usually a lot of people have the same question. There's a lot of questions about how today works, and I know we've put the agenda in the chat, but what is Career Live all about? What does it look like? What does it mean to be here for the day today to hear from all of our speakers?
Yeah. So Career Live is a live event. So it's a broadcast from 8 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon Eastern time. So that will be 9 to 5 for Eastern time zone, Atlantic time zones, or later for the West. And we will have guest speakers coming on all day long to discuss their career journey. So, what did they do? What kind of study did they do? Did they do only one job or did they do different job? They will also talk about their companies and the different careers that can exist in their company and their field of work. So you will really get a chance to learn about a large array of careers and path. So there will be guests coming in all day long. I'm seeing also in the Q&A a lot of question about, am I supposed to stay here until 6 p.m. tonight? No, you can stay here until your usual school day. So for some people it's around 2:30, for some folks it's around 3 or 4. So you just stay the amount of time that you would usually stay for a school day, and you can step out at any time if you need a little break or if you need to, eat lunch. We will be live the whole time. We will have guests coming in and out because we are also thinking about all time zones. So not everyone is starting the day at the same time. So we are going through it all, but you can definitely take some time to step away if you need to.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm not sure everyone maybe realizes that this broadcast is going to every part of the country, which means that, the folks in British Columbia, Yukon Territory, they're still sleeping because it's 5 in the morning for them. And then folks who are on in the maritime provinces in Newfoundland and Labrador, they'd actually they're well into their day already. So we're going to be live for everybody's school day today, which means that everybody in the country will get a chance to be part of some of the sessions and content as well. So even right now, the folks who are here, you're part of like, it's not just folks from your school, it's not just folks from your neighborhood or your community. There's folks from every corner of the country who are tuning in. Maybe just not the West Coast quite yet. I think we'll see some of those folks in about 2 to 3 hours. So all of you are part of something that a number of different young people and students from other parts of the country are in. It's not just your school, it's not just your neighborhood, it's not just your community. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's really truly going to be a national event. Although, like you said, it might be a bit early for our West folks right now, but they will be joining us later tonight, today. Um, so I think like most of you have found the Q&A function, which is amazing. The Q&A will be open all day long. So if you have questions for our guest speakers or general logistical questions, you can put it there, and we will answer either live like we're doing right now or by typing a response if it's something that we can type down. So please make sure that you bring all your great questions to our guests as they will be coming and sharing more about the work they do. In terms of guidelines, otherwise, at the Students' Commission of Canada, we have 4 pillars that are at the root of all the work we do. So we just want to chat about that very quickly because they will be rooting this event as well. So our 4 pillars are respect, listen, understand, and communicate. I will start with respect and then I will pass it to you, Sharief, for talking a bit more about listen and what it means in this space. So, respect at the Students' Commission is granted. You don't need to earn it. So, right away, we respect you. We respect you with your great question. We respect your time and all the great ideas that you have. And so, we are expecting to have the same respect back. Our guest speakers are taking some times of their day to come and talk with you. So they are super happy to be there. So we're just asking everyone to stay respectful of what they're saying, their time, and to be respectful in the way you ask questions or the way you're curious. We are so happy you're here, and we will try to answer all the questions in the best of our ability, and we ask that same respect back. Um, be mindful that there are some diverse background, opinions, and experience, and each career and perspective shared today contributes to a broader understanding of opportunities of the world. Sharief, what would you say listen looks like during career life?
Well, for me, listening right now looks like looking at this really great Q&A that's happening, and it's happening in such a respectful way. So thank you everyone for doing that. And I'm answering the questions because I love the questions that are coming through. So listening for us is really focused on making sure that we're listening not just to kind of have a response, that we're also listening to kind of hear all of the ways in which people share what they're thinking about an issue. And listening really allows us to demonstrate respect. So what that looks like is making sure we're taking the time to listen to what people are saying as they're presenting, being curious about what they're thinking, being aware of the different ways in which people might share their voice with us. Sometimes they don't share it out loud with talking. Sometimes they share it with their body language, or they share it by, by sharing what they have to say through art or other ways of participating. So there's all sorts of ways in which listening can show up. And on this kind of virtual engagement, we're all kind of connected on this virtual Zoom to listen to what some of the speakers have to say. And there was a really great question about, what career journey um, will I have, like, what careers options are there that I can engage with? And today, the way that we've designed it based on some of your feedback from the past is we've designed it so that you can listen to a lot of different types of people who have different experiences with their jobs. So you can kind of get the experience and the introduction to starting a career journey can happen in so many different ways. So that to me is how listening shows up in our session. And I think respect shows up by asking really good questions in a very polite and respectful way.
That's awesome. Thank you. Um, our next pillar is understand. So understanding is kind of the next step after listening. You listen, you're kind of taking it in, reading, listening with your ears. But understanding kind of goes further. That's where you are curious. That's where you go into in depth in what people are saying. That's why your questions are so important. So really having that curiosity will be key to understanding better the different careers that are presented, the different fields that are presented. So, seek understanding and just don't be shy to ask your questions. There is no stupid questions. There are no simple questions. It's normal if you don't know something, just ask them, and if we will try to answer it in the best of our ability. Our guest speakers will try in the best of our ability. And if we don't have an answer, then we'll try to find resources for you to get that answer. And so this leaves us with the last pillar, which is communicate. Sharief, do you want to speak to communicate a bit?
Yeah, so communicate for us really is like the first action. So when you respect, listen, and understand, you put yourselves in the shoes of others, you're curious about what they have to say, you think about how you're going to ask the questions in a really a good way. And again, there's just so many really good questions in the Q&A. It keeps like I keep going to it because I'm really excited by how many folks are engaged so far. Um, the communicate is really about, okay, once you've kind of taken in everything that you've heard today, and there was a really good question in the chat about when does like my career journey like start? How does that work? The purpose of today is for you to get connected to like different topics. And then after today, you can start to communicate, where you want to go. If you're interested, for example, then the next session will be the art of international work, and you're going to get connected to folks who know about how you might be able to start working outside of Canada potentially, then you will get that information today and you can start to communicate to folks in your world. I want to go down that path. I want to get more international work experience. I now know who to go to talk to about that. That is the whole point of today. And there are so many career options. We only have 10 hours, so we won't be able to do every single career out there, but we have a really good mix. We have international work, we have workplace inspection, we have the financial industry, we have advanced manufacturing, and I know someone asked about engineering in the chat, and there will be some talk about engineering in there. You'll learn a little bit about how to work potentially in the nonprofit sector as well. There's just a wide range of different kind of job options. And sometimes you think a company doesn't have a job option, but it actually has so many different career and job options. That's really what it's all about. So that's what communicate looks like in a day like today. And I'll pass it back to you, Flo.
Thank you so much, Sharief. So that goes over all of our four pillars: respect, listen, understand, and communicate. So that's what we will be using for our meeting today. Um, I think that's pretty much it for kind of housekeeping items. So you have the agenda in the chat. I can keep posting it if you come in later and you don't see it. We'll be posting it multiple times throughout the day. I'll remind you that there is interpretation available at the bottom of your screen. There's also closed captioning. So if you are someone a bit more visual, or if you need some support in understanding what is being said today, you can use the closed caption or the transcript option so that you can also read what is being said. So just know that you have access to that. Um, we will have the Q&A so that we can answer your questions. This is also available on our YouTube channel live. So obviously you cannot comment on the YouTube channel. We will not be able to answer questions coming from the YouTube channel, but you can also access it there if you want to go back maybe to something that was being said. If you stepped out and you missed a session, then you can use the YouTube live to go back to it. So I think that's it for our housekeeping items, but if you have questions, please let us know in the chat. We are about 7 minutes away from our first guest, and we already have 250 people on our career live. So this is very exciting to see everyone there. So, since we have a few minutes left, I'm curious, Sharief, do you want to speak a bit about your own work and your career path? You mentioned
Sure.
doing Career Live, doing Take Our Kids to Work a few years back. But how did you get to this job?
Yeah, so for me, what happened was I trying to it's a very long time ago. I'm trying to remember it all, but my very first job was actually in a summer job leading canoe trips at an overnight camp that I had the opportunity to go to. And what was really great about that job is it connected me to a lot of different people. So it helped me build a network that got me connected to a lot of different people. Because when you work at like a summer camp just for a summer, everybody who goes to that summer camp in the summer, they tend to use that job to kind of help pay for school or pay for their life, but they're all coming for different reasons. Like some folks are coming because they love canoe tripping, others are coming because they're using it to pay for school. And so I was at a place that had engineers, people who wanted to be doctors, people who wanted to be journalists, people who wanted to work as paramedics. We had such a wide range of different people when I went in this position. So it connected me to a really big network. And then I continued there for a number of different years and ended up kind of working there when I graduated from school. I actually had a health sciences degree when I graduated from university, but I stayed working at the camp for a few years because I really liked working on canoe tripping and working with youth directly. And it just shows you that your degree doesn't necessarily have to align with your career necessarily. Your degree can help prepare you to kind of think differently and to be, connected to all sorts of different types of knowledge. For me, what the degree taught was how to work hard, how to study, how to think. But I'm not necessarily doing something in the health sciences now. So that's a really important kind of message for you all is like your education journey might not lead exactly to where you think, but sometimes it leads to places that are even better. And then through the network, I got connected to a committee focused on youth engagement and trying to address tobacco issues in the province of Ontario, which got me connected to the Students' Commission of Canada, and I was in a place where I needed to find a job. My camp journey had ended, and I took a few steps and just kind of asked folks in the network that were part of this committee, "Can I work for you?" And they said yes. And 15 years later, here I am now with the Students' Commission of Canada for 15 years. So there's all sorts of ways in which your career journey can kind of happen. I did not, when I started my career journey 23 years ago, would not have predicted that I would be here with all of you today talking about take our kids to work. That was not on my, as they say, mood board. That wasn't on my plan. But what's really important to know is that, if you study what you're interested in, you get experience in areas, you build a network, you connect with other people, that can help build the conditions to connect you to work opportunities that you might not have even thought existed, right? So our hope for today is that you start to build your network, you start to get connected to the folks from different jobs who went about it in all sorts of different ways, and you start to see that there's all sorts of possibilities for you in your career journey. So that is our hope for today.
Thank you so much, Sharif, for sharing a bit more. That's so interesting. Um, yeah, I feel like you don't, there are so many jobs that we don't know about. Like still today, there's definitely like multiple careers that I have no idea exist. So when we go in conferences or out in the world and I speak to other people, I learn every day about new careers. So it's okay if you don't know today what you want to do for the rest of your life, and it's okay if you change throughout your life, career path or profession, or it's not a fixed things and a fixed thing, and I think that your story just shows that very well. I myself have a bachelor degree in psychology. I thought I wanted to be a therapist. I thought I wanted to really listen to people all day and help them walk through their mental health journey. And at some point throughout my bachelor degree, I kind of realized that wasn't for me. So I had an amazing teacher that supported me and made me do different things. One thing being knowledge mobilization, which is really about using the knowledge that we have and making sure that it reached the right people. And this is how I got connected to the Students' Commission and got this job. When I graduated, I asked them if they had something for me, and it worked out. So the career, like your what you study in school is not necessarily gonna tell what you will be doing later in life. Okay, well, we're almost at 8:30, which will be our first session, our first guest. So thank you so much, Sharif, for coming in this morning. And I think we'll see you later, but have a great day. And yeah, Awesome. So, our first session of the day will be with International Experience Canada. It will be a session in French, so I will be switching in French in a second. If French is not your first language and you're still interested in hearing what we have to say, don't forget that you can use the globe button at the bottom of your screen to use live interpretation. So you can select your preferred language at the bottom of your screen. Excellent. Donc, j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter Expérience internationale Canada ou EIC, un programme qui incarne véritablement ce que signifie propulser l'avenir. Grâce à des partenariats avec plus de 35 pays au monde, Expérience internationale Canada offre aux jeunes la possibilité de travailler, de voyager et de s'épanouir à l'étranger, tout en attirant des jeunes du monde entier au Canada, donc un échange. Donc, il s'agit vraiment de sortir de sa zone de confort, de découvrir ses points forts, de ramener des nouvelles perspectives aussi dans notre communauté. Et c'est là qu'on peut découvrir le monde et rentrer prêt à le changer. Avec moi ici aujourd'hui, j'ai Mélanie. Ça me fait plaisir de l'accueillir. C'est une analyste politique qui travaille dans le programme international, Expérience internationale Canada. Puis elle va pouvoir nous parler un petit peu plus en détail du programme, des différentes opportunités et peut-être même de son propre parcours. Bonjour Mélanie.
Bonjour, est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
Oui, moi j'entends très bien.
Excellent.
Ça me
Ça
fait
va
vraiment
bien?
plaisir de t'avoir avec nous ce matin.
Un grand plaisir d'être ici.
Est-ce que tu peux juste peut-être te présenter un petit peu?
Oui, alors, comme tu l'as vraiment bien résumé, honnêtement, mais moi, c'est Mélanie Gratton. Je suis analyste des politiques ici à IRCC et je fais partie du programme de EIC, alors Expérience internationale Canada. Je ne sais pas si on va aller un peu plus en détail de ça ou de moi.
Oui, oui, on peut rentrer directement dans les détails du programme.
Excellent, excellent. Alors, encore comme tu l'as bien résumé, c'est un programme du gouvernement du Canada qui facilite l'obtention d'un permis pour pouvoir être à l'étranger pour une plus longue durée de temps. Alors, avec ce permis-là, tu as le droit d'aller travailler au-dessus de 35 pays partenaires et dépendant du type de permis que vous choisissez, ça peut être vraiment visé vers aller à la prochaine étape de votre carrière ou bien de prendre le temps de voyager, voir qu'est-ce qui nous intéresse et avoir l'occasion de voyage si ça nous intéresse exactement.
Puis, est-ce que ça s'adresse à partir de quel âge, en fait, on peut faire ce programme-là?
Oui, alors c'est de 18 à 35 ans et certains pays, c'est 18 à 30. Alors nous, on fait les négociations avec les pays directement et on s'arrange à trouver un endroit où on soit confortable en 18 à 35 ans pour que les jeunes puissent y participer au programme. Évidemment, on essaie de pousser jusqu'à 35 de plus qu'on peut, mais pour la grande majorité, c'est 18 à 35 et certains pays, 18 à 30 inclusivement. Alors, ça veut dire, disons que tu as eu déjà tes 35 ans et quelques mois c'est passé sans souci. C'est vraiment, on dit 36 moins un jour. Évidemment, on veut que vous vous donniez un peu d'espace alors que vous avez le temps de tout remplir les formulaires. Alors, un peu moins que 36 moins un jour, mais même à ça, même si tu as tes 35, tu peux quand même participer.
C'est vraiment, vraiment chouette. Un beau programme pour quand même 18 à 35, c'est quand même une belle braquette d'âge, donc ça donne
Oui.
l'opportunité à beaucoup de personnes. Là, on a dit qu'il y avait 35 pays partenaires. Est-ce que tu peux nous nommer quelques exemples de pays où on peut aller travailler dans ce programme-là?
Oui. Absolument. Alors, il y a plusieurs pays en Europe. Alors, tu sais, par exemple, des pays qu'on peut-être on n'a pas considérés tels que l'Andorre ou bien Lettonie ou Estonie, Slovénie, mais on a aussi évidemment comme l'Italie, la France, l'Angleterre, les pays que peut-être on est un peu plus familier. Également, on a le Japon, la Corée, Taïwan, Hong Kong. Australie, Nouvelle-Zélande, Chili, Costa Rica. Alors, il y en a vraiment une bonne panoplie. Et évidemment, lorsqu'on a des nouvelles ententes, on essaie de garder les négociations ouvertes au plus qu'on peut. Et lorsqu'on a des nouvelles ententes, on les met sur notre site web. Alors ça, c'est pas une liste exhaustive, mais c'est la liste qu'on a en ce moment. Et allez sur notre site web canada.ca/EIC. On a l'occasion de voir vraiment la liste au complète.
Ben, c'est vraiment, j'aurais jamais pensé effectivement à Andorre. C'est vraiment intéressant. 35 pays, ça donne aussi beaucoup de choix, bien entendu. Est-ce qu'on doit être dans des études spécifiques ou faire un diplôme en particulier pour pouvoir accéder à ce programme-là?
C'est une excellente question. Alors, pour faire partie du programme général, non. Alors que les jeunes décident d'aller à l'école jusqu'à leur doctorat ou de jamais aller à l'école, c'est tellement pas ce qui est spécifié dans les accords ou les arrangements avec les pays et territoires partenaires. C'est vraiment de pouvoir obtenir le permis de travail comme qu'on ferait ici euh, au Canada. Alors, évidemment, si vous choisissez un permis qui est visé avec coop, faire un stage à l'étranger, ou bien qui est spécifique à votre carrière, il y a peut-être des études que l'employeur va mettre en place que vous avez besoin d'accomplir. Évidemment, le stage coop, ça serait lié à l'école. Alors, de cette façon-là, il peut y avoir des liens, mais pour la grande majorité, si vous faites un séjour de vacances-travail, un permis ouvert, on entend ça comme des PVTistes ou bien a working holiday. On entend souvent ça aussi. Ça, c'est un permis ouvert qui fait en sorte que ça ne dérange pas si tu as un employeur ou un emploi déjà décidé avant d'aller à l'étranger ou si tu n'as jamais fait de l'école.
Excellent. Ben, c'est rassurant quand même de savoir que c'est ça, c'est pas dépendant nécessairement du programme d'études. Tu sais, on parle français en ce moment. On sait qu'on a beaucoup de jeunes qui parlent anglais également en ce moment. Est-ce qu'il y a une langue en particulier qu'il faut absolument parler? Est-ce que ça se passe juste dans une langue en particulier ou...
Excellente question. Alors, il n'y a pas de prérequis de rentrer dans un pays à connaître leur langue. Alors, disons que vous choisissez le Japon, évidemment, ça serait peut-être une bonne idée d'avoir une compréhension de base, mais ce n'est pas prérequis. Alors, il ne faut pas nécessairement savoir la langue. J'utilise le Japon, mais évidemment, avec 35 pays partenaires, que ce soit l'italien, l'espagnol, le cantonais, quoi que ce soit. Euh, c'est pas une nécessité, mais c'est toujours une bonne pratique. Et spécialement si vous êtes intéressé d'améliorer une nouvelle langue ou bien d'améliorer votre deuxième langue, votre première langue, quoi que ce soit, vivre dans votre langue. Euh, c'est une façon, une belle occasion de pouvoir s'améliorer. Et dépendant du type de travail, ça serait peut-être encore amplifier une bonne idée, mais c'est pas un prérequis. Il y a plusieurs personnes avec qui on a pu discuter, qui ont déjà participé au programme, qui ont dit, ben, tu sais, j'étais vraiment inconfortable dans ma deuxième langue. J'ai décidé, tu sais, je vais me mettre vraiment à fond, je vais plonger et me mettre encore plus inconfortable. Mais là, je me sens tellement à l'aise de parler, que ce soit en français ou en anglais. Et maintenant, je décide que je vais apprendre une troisième langue. Alors, c'est vraiment une belle pratique de y considérer, spécialement si tu veux te familiariser avec quelque chose de nouveau.
Ben, ça fait vraiment du sens. En fait, ça permet de s'immerser hein, dans la culture et dans la langue. Donc, ça doit effectivement beaucoup aider à développer cette capacité-là. Combien de temps à peu près est-ce que les stages ou les placements se durent?
Ouais, alors c'est jusqu'à 2 ans. Alors, c'est très important de dire jusqu'à, à cause il n'y a pas de temps minimum. Ça veut dire que si vous arrivez au pays, vous dites, hey, c'est vraiment pas pour moi. Il y a personne qui vous force à rester, évidemment, mais que on veut s'assurer que vous sachiez c'est quoi la longue durée que vous pouvez en profiter. Il y a une exception qui est l'Angleterre, où qu'on peut faire une troisième participation que ça fait 3 ans. Mais pour la grande majorité, c'est jusqu'à 2 ans ou deux participations d'obtenir un permis de travail. Et il y a certains pays que c'est 12 mois, alors une année.
Ah ben c'est quand même, c'est plus long que ce que je pensais, donc c'est le fun parce que tu peux vraiment comme avoir une expérience complète, là, très chouette.
Oui.
Est-ce que tu peux me dire quelque chose peut-être de surprenant à propos du programme qu'on pourrait ne pas savoir?
Oui, alors la majorité des gens de n'importe quel âge, ils ne réalisent pas que vous avez besoin d'un permis de travail pour pouvoir y aller dans un différent pays et pouvoir rester pour une durée plus prolongée. Alors, la majorité des gens, ils savent pas qu'ils peuvent rester jusqu'à 2 ans et ils croient qu'ils ont besoin d'un parrainage pour pouvoir rester et c'est pas le cas pour les visas spécifiques à ce programme ici. Alors, spécialement si vous faites vacances-travail, c'est un moyen de pas avoir besoin de trouver votre emploi avant d'y aller. Alors, je dirais vraiment que c'est disponible, que ça existe. Une des raisons pourquoi que je fais ce que je fais, c'est que j'ai été à trop de reprises et moi, j'en fais partie de ce groupe ici où ce que je parle aux gens, aux parents, à n'importe qui dit, ah, si seulement que ça existait quand j'étais jeune, mais le programme existe depuis 1950. Alors, évidemment, c'est pas une question que si seulement ça existait, ça existe. Alors, que ça existe, c'est disponible aux jeunes jusqu'à 35 et que vous avez effectivement besoin d'un permis de travail pour rester pour une plus longue durée.
Ben, c'est effectivement un programme, je pense, qui est pas assez connu. Donc, merci beaucoup d'être ici aujourd'hui pour en parler. Puis c'est ça, de partager ça. Euh, Fait que là, tu as parlé du permis de travail. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres défis auxquels les jeunes sont parfois confrontés quand ils vont vivre dans un autre pays ou quand ils vont travailler dans un autre pays?
Absolument. Alors, chaque défi, évidemment, peut être très individuel à la personne qui décide de prendre cette aventure. Mais d'après toutes les conversations qu'on a eues avec des jeunes qui ont déjà participé au programme, alors on aime ça, avoir leur feedback, de pouvoir prendre leurs notes, leurs trucs, leurs astuces, puis les partager avec les gens, alors que eux ont le temps, l'occasion de se faire un plan. Mais celui qui ressort le plus souvent, c'est l'isolation, la santé mentale. Une fois qu'on est rendu dans un nouveau pays, évidemment, on arrive, on débarque de l'avion, on est excité. On dit, hey, je l'ai fait finalement. J'ai surmonté un gros défi de moi-même de vraiment décider de partir. Et c'est très excitant pour comme le premier mois, 2 mois, je crois que les jeunes m'ont dit. Et après ça, ils disent, tu sais, là, si j'ai pas pris les étapes pour pouvoir m'intégrer dans la société, me faire des amis, me trouver des activités qui m'excitent, ça peut être assez isolant.
Hmm.
Spécialement si vous parlez pas la langue. Alors, ça serait le plus gros feedback que je me suis fait donner, c'est lorsque vous arrivez à un nouveau pays, trouvez que ça soit un sport, de l'art, une activité, un groupe sur les réseaux sociaux où ce que vous pouvez peut-être vous rencontrer, évidemment, utiliser des mesures de sécurité pour s'assurer qu'on fait ça de bonne façon, mais que faire ces étapes-là leur ont non seulement amélioré leur séjour à l'étranger, mais a tellement augmenté leur santé mentale, leur sens de sécurité, leur sens d'intégration dans la société et de pouvoir partager des informations avec quelqu'un qui a le même vécu que toi en même temps. Alors, ça serait vraiment de s'assurer que lorsque vous arrivez à l'étranger, vous prenez soin de vous et que vous trouvez quelque chose qui vous passionne comme ce que ça vous passionnait ici au Canada.
C'est un très bon point. Encore une fois, pas nécessairement quelque chose auquel on pense à l'avance. On est très excité, on s'en va dans un nouveau pays, nouvelles aventures. Tu arrives là-bas, puis finalement, c'est ça, c'est confronté peut-être à cette réalité-là. Donc, c'est des très bons trucs. Merci beaucoup. Euh,
Oui.
Justement, tu sais, parlant de penser à l'avance puis d'être surpris rendu là-bas, à quel point est-ce que c'est important de planifier à l'avance? Est-ce qu'on peut partir avec d'autres personnes? Est-ce que, tu sais, c'est quoi la planification qui est nécessaire?
Oui, alors tant qu'à moi, c'est essentiel. Par contre, j'en connais des gens qui disent, hey, j'ai mis de quoi dans mon sac à dos et je suis parti. Évidemment, c'est ta propre aventure, c'est à toi à déterminer qu'est-ce que tu veux en ressortir. Par contre, c'est toujours les meilleures pratiques d'avoir un plan avant d'y aller. Si c'est, par exemple, des médicaments ou que ça soit s'il y a quelque chose qui passe au pays, dépendant de où ce que vous décidez d'y aller. Est-ce que c'est une question de parler à un employeur au Canada pour dire que vous êtes parti pour un certain montant de temps? Alors, le plus de planification, le plus idéal et le plus que vous pouvez en profiter lorsque vous êtes à l'étranger à cause, tu sais, s'il y a quelque chose qui se passe, vous vous sentez à l'aise. Vous savez déjà, hey, j'ai déjà pensé que ça pourrait m'arriver. Par exemple, je suis en Italie, je parle pas l'italien et j'ai manqué mon autobus. Ça semble simple. Mais si tu es là puis tu essaies d'arriver de Largo di Garda puis vous allez à Rome et soudainement vous n'êtes pas capable de prendre un bus, comment est-ce que je vais me prendre? Avoir un plan puis dire, OK, bon, ben, je sais déjà que je vais planifier pour faire en sorte que j'ai un eSIM. Alors, j'ai les moyens d'utiliser mes réseaux électroniques pour pouvoir dire, OK, bon, quand le prochain bus, comment est-ce que je peux faire une traduction italienne pour pouvoir peut-être demander pour de l'aide ou est-ce qu'il y a d'autres moyens pour m'arriver à ma prochaine destination? Alors, dans les mois, lorsqu'on arrive au point où on est vraiment incertain de quoi faire, on a déjà une certitude de plan à considérer. Alors, on fait un à Z et ensuite, si ça fonctionne pas, évidemment, on peut se débrouiller un peu plus facilement, mais ça vous donne une sécurité pour commencer. Mais pour partir avec quelqu'un, absolument, sans question. La seule chose, c'est que eux aussi, il faudrait qu'ils appliquent pour leur propre visa. Alors, on dit permis de travail, visa, on utilise ça interchangeable. Mais si c'est quelqu'un de plus jeune, par exemple notre enfant, ça serait peut-être un permis de voyage pour eux. Mais s'ils font partie de l'âge de 18 à 35, eux aussi appliquent pour le même visa et vous pouvez aller ensemble, qui est aussi une bonne façon, une belle occasion de combattre l'isolation lorsque vous êtes arrivé à l'étranger. Alors, c'est définitivement deux petits trucs là, on partage souvent.
Ouais, ben c'est bien de savoir qu'on peut partir entre amis, s'organiser entre amis. Puis ouais, je pense que c'est tous des bons trucs que tu as nommés. Est-ce qu'il y a une liste de rappels, tu sais, une checklist, comme on dit, parfois pour juste être sûr qu'on pense à toutes ces choses-là?
Absolument. Alors, sur notre site web, puis on peut partager les liens après, on essaie de faire une liste. Et encore, il y a plusieurs choses qui manquent de la liste. On essaie de continuer à en ajouter. Alors, si vous avez du feedback, on est oreilles ouvertes, mais il y a une liste sur notre site web pour genre nous aider à commencer à avoir ces conversations-là. C'est une conversation qu'on veut continuer à avoir pour la faire un peu plus complète. Et aussi, ne pas oublier que on peut toujours regarder sur les réseaux de Affaires mondiales. Alors, les consulats sont là pour nous aider et eux aussi ont un checklist pour tous ceux qui font du voyage et aussi l'enregistrement de les Canadiens aller à l'étranger. Alors, on s'enregistre avec eux, s'il y a de quoi qui se passe au pays, le consulat est là, il sait, OK, tu sais, Florence est à Rome, puis on le sait que quelque chose passe, on pourrait y aider pour revenir au Canada. Alors, c'est définitivement une belle ressource de garder en tête.
Merveilleux. Puis je viens de mettre le site web en fait dans le chat, donc tout le monde peut cliquer dessus s'ils veulent avoir un petit peu plus
Merci.
d'informations.
Excellent.
Euh, Écoute, on a déjà une question dans le Q&A que je trouve quand même pertinente vu que tu as nommé à quelques reprises là, l'histoire du permis ou du visa de travail. Donc, j'ai quelqu'un qui demande si l'employeur peut aider à avoir le permis. Donc, tu sais, c'est comment que ça fonctionne? Est-ce que c'est l'employeur? Est-ce que c'est eux?
Oui, une très belle question, puis c'est quelque chose qu'on reçoit souvent. Alors, une des réponses qu'on dit le plus souvent, c'est ça dépend. Alors, ça dépend vraiment du type de permis qu'on choisit. Si c'est un permis vacances-travail, vous n'avez même pas eu besoin d'avoir un employeur avant d'y aller. Alors, c'est à vous de juste faire les démarches. Si vous travaillez avec un employeur, ça va aussi, c'est bien correct. Mais si vous utilisez un permis fermé, alors le permis fermé, ça veut dire que vous êtes genre attaché à un type d'employeur. Alors, c'est là où ce que oui, il faudra avoir un employeur avant de postuler notre demande et de travailler avec cet employeur-là pour pouvoir obtenir un permis de travail. La raison pourquoi on met emphase sur les deux, c'est que certains jeunes, ils savent exactement qu'est-ce qu'ils veulent faire. J'ai un ami qui sait et il savait, je vais aller travailler pour Google. C'est là où ce que je veux être. C'est ma passion, c'est ça que je veux faire. Alors, il a travaillé avec Google puis il s'est rendu en Angleterre. Et pour lui, ça, c'était parfait. Une fois qu'il a décidé qu'il voulait plus travailler là, il était prêt à, c'est photographe et il était prêt à vraiment améliorer ses capacités artistiques. Il a décidé de partir de Google, ça va. Mais une fois que vous terminez l'emploi, vous avez besoin de que ça soit choisir un nouveau visa, alors être là comme visiteur ou bien euh, appliquer pour un permis vacances-travail, par exemple, alors que vous pouvez rester au pays. Alors, vous n'avez plus le droit de continuer comme travailleur si vous êtes dans un permis fermé et vous êtes plus employé par l'employeur qui vous a aidé à rentrer au pays, tandis que le permis vacances-travail vous donne la flexibilité de changer les employeurs comme qu'on ferait ici. Alors, c'est une considération, il n'y en a pas un qui est meilleur que l'autre. C'est vraiment dépendant de comment qu'on veut s'approcher à notre aventure, mais c'est une considération.
Ben, c'est effectivement quand même beaucoup de détails. Puis ça, j'imagine que vous supportez un peu, vous aidez à naviguer tout ça avec le programme.
Ben, sur notre site web, il y a beaucoup d'informations. Par contre, c'est un programme qui est vraiment pris en main par les jeunes même. Il y a malheureusement des limitations à ce que nous, on peut faire. Nous, on fait les négociations alors que les permis existent. Par contre, il y a aussi des organisations reconnues qui existent. Ce n'est pas nécessaire que les gens utilisent les organisations reconnues. Par contre, ils sont disponibles pour ceux qui sont intéressés. Alors, ces organismes-là sont des organisations qui sont indépendants. Ils ont des frais. Par contre, ils peuvent aider à trouver un emploi, un logement ou bien se familiariser avec un environnement, ouvrir un compte de banque ou quoi que ce soit. Alors, il y a beaucoup de services qui existent et c'est certifié que les services qu'ils notent sont les services qu'ils donnent, qui est une des raisons pourquoi ils sont considérés des organisations reconnues. Par contre, c'est vraiment à la volonté des jeunes qui sont intéressés, pas une nécessité au programme.
Très bien, ben c'est quand même bien de savoir, d'être au courant de ces organismes-là qui existent. Je regarde juste, ah, il y a beaucoup de questions dans le Q&A, mais c'est un mix de questions. D'accord, je vais continuer avec une prochaine question qui est quel type de travail est-ce qu'on peut faire quand on est quand on part à l'étranger? Tu as nommé quelques exemples, mais ouais, on est curieux de savoir est-ce que c'est limité à certains types de travail ou ouvert à tout?
Oui, alors c'est une très belle question. Euh, c'est euh, c'est vraiment ouvert. Alors, ça dépend encore du pays. C'est la meilleure réponse qu'on peut toujours dire, c'est ça dépend. Mais on peut utiliser le permis pour avancer notre carrière, alors que ce soit les études que vous avez faites, disons, en communication ou bien en génie ou en physio. Si vous vous trouvez un employeur qui est prêt à vous prendre, vous pouvez prendre ces démarches-là. Évidemment, il y a certaines considérations où ce que les paramètres d'enregistrement feraient en sorte qu'il y a peut-être des défis à surmonter, par exemple être infirmière ou docteur dans un différent pays. Des fois, ils vont dire, ah, c'est bel et bien que vous avez peut-être fait votre formation au Canada, mais on n'est pas prêt à vous embaucher. Il y a peut-être des limitations de ce genre, mais pour la grande majorité, c'est vraiment ouvert à n'importe quel type de travail que vous voulez faire. Ou bien, disons que vous décidez, non, non, c'est mon année sabbatique, je vais tellement pas y penser à tout ce que j'ai fait aux études, je veux changer le palais, je veux vraiment trouver quelque chose de différent. Vous pouvez faire des emplois qui requiert peut-être moins d'études. Alors, je connais des gens qui ont décidé de travailler, que ça soit encore d'études à pas études, ça pourrait être genre comme en journalisme ou bien en construction ou bien à un café ou peut-être faire des leçons de surf ou des leçons de snowboard. Alors, il y en a qui ont vraiment besoin des grosses études, il y en a d'autres que vous avez besoin quand même faire des formations et des fois, une fois que vous arrivez là, ils sont prêts à vous donner des formations dépendant de l'employeur. Alors, j'ai une amie, par exemple, elle a décidé, tu sais, j'aimerais vraiment montrer aux gens comment faire de la planche. Alors, elle s'est trouvée en Suisse, sur les Alpes, puis est devenue instructrice de snowboard. Puis pour elle, ça l'a vraiment fait son affaire. Et je connais un autre qui est allé en Nouvelle-Zélande, puis elle a fait du kitesurfing. C'est définitivement des rôles qui ont besoin des formations, mais puis ils leur ont aidé dans leur truc aujourd'hui, qui est drôle, à cause c'est pas nécessairement le sujet qu'ils font aujourd'hui, mais quand même, toutes ces activités-là, toutes ces occasions-là peuvent mener à le rôle que, comme Sharief a dit, comme Florence a dit, euh, juste à cause où on a fait nos études dans une chose, ça veut pas dire c'est là où est-ce qu'on va travailler. Alors, de garder vraiment l'esprit ouvert avec toutes les belles occasions qu'on peut faire dans des différents pays, que ça soit avancer notre carrière ou quelque chose de complètement différent, ça peut nous mener à un sentier qu'on n'a jamais considéré avant.
Ben, c'est parfait que tu parles de ça parce que justement, une des questions dans le Q&A qu'on a ici, c'est est-ce que tu peux continuer ton éducation dans le pays où est-ce que tu t'en vas travailler? Est-ce que ça prend un visa différent à ce moment-là ou comment ça fonctionne?
Oui, alors, la belle réponse, ça dépend. Alors, dépendant du type d'études que tu veux faire, si c'est, par exemple, rentrer à temps plein à l'université, oui, la grande majorité des pays vont faire une demande que vous postulez pour un permis d'études. Par contre, disons que vous décidez que vous voulez commencer avec vos études, vous complétez vos études fantastiques et vous dites, hey, j'aimerais rester. Vous pouvez d'abord continuer avec EIC, avoir un moyen de rester et continuer ce que vous faites comme travail, ou bien de trouver un moyen de plus rester dans le même endroit. Par exemple, vous êtes allé à l'école à Paris, vous avez fini, vous dites, hey, j'aimerais aller à Bourgogne, ou bien j'aimerais, tu sais, voyager en France, ou peut-être même partir de France, j'aimerais aller au Luxembourg ou bien n'importe quel ou d'autre. C'est une belle occasion de continuer le rester, alors que ça soit EIC ensuite les études ou un après l'autre. Euh, il y a définitivement des moyens de faire ça. Et si c'est des petites études, et je dis pas petites dans le sens que c'est pas difficile, facile, quoi que ce soit, mais par exemple, à cause c'est un programme réciproque, pour les gens qui rentrent au Canada, s'ils font des études qui prennent moins de telle heure et que ce n'est pas une institution désignée, ils n'ont pas besoin d'avoir un permis de travail. Alors, ça dépend du type d'études que vous voulez faire. Alors, il faudrait vérifier avec le pays même et le type d'études que vous aimeriez faire. Alors, ça se peut que oui, mais ça se peut que non.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. On va prendre une dernière question avant de terminer la séance et c'est une question sur les assurances. Est-ce que le visa vient avec les assurances ou est-ce qu'il faut trouver d'autres choses et est-ce que c'est obligatoire?
Alors, certains pays vont mettre une obligation d'avoir une assurance, mais c'est définitivement, peu importe, une bonne pratique. Ça ne vient pas avec le visa. Alors, le permis même, c'est vraiment juste l'obtention d'avoir le droit de travailler dans ce pays-là et de rester pour cette durée. C'est à vous de déterminer les types d'assurance qu'il vous faut. Mais certains pays vont avoir des différents prérequis et, dépendant du type de travail que vous voulez faire, il y a peut-être une considération de mettre pour votre séjour. Par exemple, ma cousine est allée en Australie et elle a fait du adventure tourism. Alors, elle escaladait, elle faisait du radeau à eau vive. C'était vraiment les sports extrêmes. Alors, son assurance avait besoin de découvrir pour ces types d'activités-là. Tandis que mon ami de Berlin qui est venu au Canada, son assurance n'a pas couvert toutes ces activités-là. Alors, lorsqu'on les faisait, il faudrait faire très attention ou bien peut-être pas les faire du tout. Alors, c'est juste quelque chose de mettre en considération quels sont vos besoins et comment est-ce que vous pouvez vous assurer que lorsque vous êtes dans ce pays-là, vous êtes encore saine, sauf et en sécurité.
Excellent. Ben, merci beaucoup, Mélanie. C'était vraiment plaisant de te parler ce matin. Je vais remettre le lien du site web dans le chat. Puis, merci d'être venu nous parler de ce programme-là ce matin.
C'est tellement un grand plaisir de vous parler à chaque fois qu'on se parle. Et évidemment, s'il y a d'autres questions, n'hésitez pas. Je suis trop ravie de votre prochaine démarche, votre aventure et toutes les belles occasions que vous allez à entendre aujourd'hui. Un gros merci de m'avoir et à bientôt.
À bientôt. Okay, I will switch back in English now. Okay, thank you so much, Melanie, for coming here this morning. And thank you everyone for your great questions in the Q&A. We may not have been able to answer all of them because it was a bit of a short session, but we'll try to keep answering some of them typed down instead. I will start a little poll where you can because we wanna know your opinion about the sessions you just did. So you should be seeing a poll appearing on your screen. It can take just a minute to answer the quick questions, and then I will pass it to my colleagues, Kidane and Hayden, to introduce our next guest. Hi, Kidane. Hi, Hayden.
Morning. All right, so if you're still finishing up the poll, you can go ahead. Good morning, everybody. I feel like it's still morning, but maybe good afternoon too. So I am joining you from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Treaty 6, territory and homeland of the Métis, and Hayden and I will be facilitating this morning. Do you want to say hi, Hayden?
Hi, I'm Hayden. I'm joining from Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Awesome. So we just want to welcome everybody again. Thank you for those who's very, very early in the morning for being here. We're here to help with the virtual session for Take Our Kids to Work, and our theme this year is Lift Up the Future. I'm just going to remind everybody of a few housekeeping elements that we have to help the day go smoothly. So the first thing is that interpretation is available throughout the day. You just have to click on the closed caption transcript option on your Zoom screen to be able to get access to that. For the day, we have guests coming and they'll be chatting about different careers. There is a schedule that's posted, and hoping, or maybe if it hasn't been shared, we can share that again in the chat. So that's available. If you're wanting to ask questions throughout the session, you can put questions in the Q&A box so that we don't lose them, and then we'll have a time at the end of the session to get to them. We're live streaming on YouTube, and then I'll just quickly go over our 4 pillars as well. So our first pillar is respect for everyone and the knowledge that they bring and the gifts that they have to share. Listen, we're going to be mindful, and some of our Zoom is set up to be mindful to practice our listening skills and to be less disruptive while we have presenters and speakers going. So some of the chat functions are purposely set up the way they are to help facilitate that. Understand everyone's coming from different places, different experiences, and some of these things maybe you know, some not, but when we are respectful and we listen, we get to learn a lot about others, and that brings us all to communication. So there'll be points throughout the day where you can communicate in the chat. You can use the polls to communicate about your experience, but those are our 4 pillars at the Students Commission, and we kind of apply them to everything that we do. So I am happy to introduce to you from WorkSafe New Brunswick, which is an organization responsible for occupational health and safety in the province of New Brunswick. And its primary mission is to promote workplace safety and prevent workplace injuries, illnesses, and fatalities. So WorkSafe New Brunswick plays a crucial role in achieving this mission through several key functions. And Hayden is going to introduce our speaker for us.
Yeah, so our next guest speaker we're going to have today is Andy. And Andy is an occupational therapist who works with WorkSafe New Brunswick. Andy's work focuses on helping people recover from workplace injuries and supporting employers to create safe places, healthy work environments. To create safe places and healthy work environments. He'll be sharing his insights into his career path and what inspired him to pursue this field, and some advice for students who might be interested in healthcare or safety-related careers. So now I'm just going to welcome Andy.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, maybe I'll start with just a little bit about myself and a little bit about occupational therapy. Does that sound good? Awesome. So I live in New Brunswick, and I was thinking back, maybe some like relatable content. So when I was in grade 9, the year was 2006, and my favorite song was "Move Along" by the All American Rejects, which still holds up, still a good song. And my hobbies that year were hockey, biking, badminton, soccer, and guitar. And so yeah, I'm an occupational therapist. I'm married to a physiotherapist. We have young twins and a cat and a dog. So what is occupational therapy? At its core, occupational therapy helps people do the things that they want to do. So we work in a ton of different environments. Some occupational therapists work in hospitals or schools or in the community, long-term care facilities, going to people's homes, in the mental health field. And we work with people who are kids all the way up to seniors and everybody in between. So in my case, like you just heard, I work with folks who have been injured at work in New Brunswick and help them get back to their lives and their pre-accident function, we call it.
Awesome, thank you. And so we have a few questions that Hayden is going to ask, and then we'll just kind of go through, have a little conversation that way. Awesome.
Yeah, what does like a typical workday look like for you?
So, if I was getting someone who was recently injured and I was meeting them for the first time, I would, introduce myself. I would make sure they felt comfortable, ask if they had any questions, and then I would start with a verbal interview. So I would ask them about their injury. I would ask them about their symptoms. I would ask them how they were feeling that day. And then I would get into details about their job. So, what does their day-to-day look like in their job, which is one of the most interesting things about my job is I learn about everyone else's jobs, like the physical demands, how often they're doing things, how much things weigh. And then I would do a functional assessment. So I would look at how much they can lift, carry, push, pull, stand, walk, reach, all those things. And I would tie it together into a treatment program that would help them get back to that pre-accident function. We also do things called gradual return to work. So I would start someone at work doing what they can do. You focus on what folks can do in their current abilities, and then gradually build things up to what they would have to do for their full job demand. So that's kind of in a nutshell what my day-to-day job looks like.
Oh, very interesting. So what kind of like schooling and studies did you have to do to get into this position? Like, what was your journey to get here?
Yeah, great question. So I guess I'll start backwards. So for me, I did a kinesiology degree at Acadia University in Nova Scotia. So that's a 4-year degree typically. And then you apply for occupational therapy school, which is a Master of Science degree, which I did at Dalhousie University in Halifax. And it's a 2-year Master of Science in occupational therapy degree. And then after that, there's a final exam to be licensed to practice occupational therapy in Canada. And it's a governing body that oversees that. So it is a bit of a long journey to get here, but it's a very rewarding career. It's worth it in the end, right? Short-term pain for long-term gain.
Um, what are like some key skills that you need for your job?
I would say like creative problem solving, because even if you have someone with the same injury and the same job, what they may be limited with may not always be the same. So it is an interesting aspect of the job that no 2 days are the same, no two clients are the same. So you have to be able to discern what's the main barrier preventing this person from getting better. Sometimes it's discussing education about their injury. Sometimes it's finding strategies like through different things like pieces of equipment that could make someone's life easier. We call it adaptive equipment. So maybe if someone is a custodian and they have a shoulder injury, we can use different types of mops or brooms that make their life a lot easier. And then they're able to do those functions without having to do the same motions that they would have done before their injury. I would say it's also important to be able just to talk to anybody because you want to make sure that your clients are comfortable. You don't want them to be uncomfortable. It's kind of a situation that can be awkward for folks when they're injured and they don't know what to expect. So if you can help put people at ease, set clear expectations, and then help them get back to whatever they need to do in their everyday life and for their work, it's a perk being able to talk to folks for sure.
All right, I'll go to a question in the Q&A box that's kind of related, but it says, so say you wanted to be an occupational therapist, would you have to work in the physical parts of this job, or could you work in a different part, like the mental part of this job, or is that something totally different? And you've touched a little bit on that crossover. So if you could talk some more to that.
It's such a good question. And it's one of the reasons why occupational therapy is hard to explain to people because really, occupational therapists can work in any field that helps people do the things that they want to do. So I actually did work in the mental health field when I was working in Nova Scotia. And it's the same education, same degree. It's just that you can get into different fields and specialties once you're working. So it's no extra special schooling. A lot of times, I should say, after you graduate, people will take courses on their own to get more specialties. But no, it's the same background. And yeah, I actually have worked in the mental health field, and it was really rewarding, really rewarding.
Just another question from the chat is how could you use occupational therapy in critical thinking and problem solving?
So how could you tie it all together, right? So let's say that someone is having barriers to get back to their job as maybe an education assistant in school. Maybe they've had a concussion and they're having issues with being able to tolerate being in a noisy classroom. So you could look at either you could use, the creative problem solving to say, okay, like how long can this person tolerate being in this classroom before their symptoms start to elevate? And you could start with, let's say it's 5 minutes. You could start with 5 minutes, and then you could see how their symptoms are. Okay, are they manageable, or did their symptoms really start to flare up during that 5 minutes? If they started to flare up, okay, well, let's look at some other strategies. Maybe we could use some earplugs so you could still be in that environment, but with kind of an adaptive strategy. Or maybe the child that they're working with, maybe they could take to a different space and still do the same type of work one-on-one in a less noisy environment. Or maybe things were going well during that 5 minutes and you could look at increasing that time load. So it's all just based on the person. There's a kind of the cheesy answer from occupational therapists that it depends, because really everything depends. There's no black and white approach in this field. You always have to be using creative problem solving, and it all depends on the environment that the person you're trying to help is in, and also the individual themselves. So you're trying to really tailor your approach to that person, to their environment, and to whatever's bothering them, right? Whether it's mental health, whether it's physical health, or a combination of the two, and then trying to get them back to whatever they want to do. So that's why I say it's a rewarding field, because you're always trying to help that person get back doing the things that they want to do. So usually folks are pretty happy for your help and assistance.
Thank you so much. Another person asked, what courses did you need to go through to get in this field?
So in my case, I'm sure some of the people tuning in today would be familiar with the International Baccalaureate program in high school. So I did do the IB program. It's not necessary at all, but I did think I found personally it set me up well for university. So a kinesiology degree is the study of human movement. That's what I did my first degree in. So that set me up really nicely for occupational therapy as well, but it's not necessary at all. I had people in my occupational therapy class who did business degrees. I think one person even had an English degree, but you do need to have prerequisite courses. So those are courses that are necessary to get into occupational therapy. They're anatomy and physiology. So anatomy is the study of the human body as well. So the physical human body, and then physiology is basically the chemistry of the human body. You need to have those courses to apply for occupational therapy school. So really, you can have any degree to apply to occupational therapy school with two prerequisite courses. So two courses that needs to demonstrate your knowledge about the human body. So yeah, hopefully that answers that question.
Thanks. There's another one that asks, would an occupational therapist help people to get back to their job while they're still doing that job, or do they have to pause before they can go back, or does it look different for everybody?
Yeah. So very intuitive question because it depends, right? It depends. So if somebody is able to stay, we call it job attached. If someone is able to stay attached to their job and complete some rehabilitation, whether it's in conjunction with a physiotherapist or with the help of an occupational therapist, that's kind of your ideal situation. If you can maybe do modified duties at work. So for example, maybe you have to lift 50 pounds at work, and after your injury, you can only lift 20 pounds. Well, maybe we can find ways for you to only lift 20 pounds while you're at work, stay job attached, still completing rehabilitation. Or maybe someone's had a really significant injury and they're not able to continue working, even doing modified duties. Well, that's okay too. We would help you rehabilitate. We could simulate some things. A lot of what OTs do in my field for WorkSafe New Brunswick is simulate what job demands you might do, lifting, carrying, pushing, pulling, things like that in a clinic setting, like in a physiotherapy clinic, and then prepare you for when you do eventually get back in the workplace. So, and then the final part of the question was like, or a combination of the two, right? So absolutely. And it really depends on the person, their injury, their job, what their job demands are, what their injury is, and what they can tolerate. So good question. And it's really all three of them are correct.
I think we're just now like, oh, who's gonna unmute first? Okay. I have another question. What's a challenge that you've faced in your career, or maybe there's multiple ones at different points, but if you want to speak to some of the challenges that maybe you've faced in your journey, and then how have you overcome them or coped or managed through? Yeah.
Sure, yeah. I think there's tons of like little challenges. Like you're always trying to find the barrier as to the main barrier as to why this person isn't at work this afternoon, you know? So is it a physical issue that you can help them rehabilitate? Is it a piece of equipment that could really help them get back in the workplace? Is it sometimes better understanding their injury? I know for me personally, if I know the why behind something, it can really make the process easier. So if someone really isn't grasping their injury, because oftentimes these injuries are complex, right? So if someone isn't understanding why they're in pain, it can make them really hesitant to try and progress and try and work through their rehabilitation because they're in pain, they're fearful. But if you can help them understand what's actually happening to their body, how to pace themselves, how to manage their symptoms, how to provide them with independent symptom management strategies, then that can really help them kind of turn that corner. So day in, day out, there's tons of little challenges that folks encounter. A more, I guess, a bigger challenge that I've encountered is the pandemic. So usually, occupational therapists would work face to face with our clients. The pandemic kind of change that, and we had to get really creative and use technology to our advantage. So I had people doing job simulation at home, using soup cans, using laundry baskets. So that was another kind of fun time to use your creative problem solving to help break down these barriers, which were more so limitations of a person's environment and me not being able to be with them with the proper equipment. But that was definitely a huge barrier, but also a good opportunity to solve those problems.
Um, how how could occupational therapy affect clients later on in life?
Really good question. So I also did do work in the community early on in my career, and I saw this all the time. So sometimes folks, as they get older, they're just not able to do what they used to do. So sometimes it's as simple as not being able to get out of bed. So in that case, I would provide adaptive equipment for them. So sometimes it's like a bed rail to help them pull up on. Sometimes it's education on strategies on how to go about their daily activities. Sometimes it's also being proactive and removing hazards. So rugs are something that a lot of seniors have in their homes, but they're also a big falls risk. So you can provide education and say, hey, would you be okay with removing these rugs from your house? Like, we definitely don't want you to fall. Sometimes it's providing mobility aids, so things like walkers to help people get around. Sometimes it can be wheelchairs. Occupational therapists are heavily involved in wheelchair prescriptions. I'm not sure if everyone in this call would be familiar with how complex wheelchairs are, but folks are spending most of their waking hours in them. They have to be very, very customized. So they have to be fitted appropriately for the size of someone's femur, right? Like their legs. They have to have the right amount of cushion for them. If someone's had a spinal cord injury, they may not have sensation in when they're sitting. So you have to make sure that they don't have any skin integrity issues and that their wheelchair or whatever they're sitting on is appropriate for them, their weight, and to make sure that they don't get in a worse condition. So as people age, they can also get conditions like dementia. So occupational therapists would do testing with these people and make sure that they have the supports in place to keep them as safe and independent in their environment as possible. Same goes for any type of health condition like Parkinson's or ALS or MS. Occupational therapists could do an assessment and help them live their daily life to the fullest that they can.
Thank you. Another workplace related question. Does the workplace decide whether or not a person sees the occupational therapist, or would it be an option like if you don't want to do OT, then you have to quit your job?
Good question. So it's a bit of a complex question too, because WorkSafe New Brunswick has partnerships with all of the employers in the province, and I believe all the other provinces in Canada have similar partnerships with the workplaces. The workplaces pay into the system, they fund the whole system, and then WorkSafe supports injured workers within the system. So generally, it's a collaboration. So usually, if someone's hurt at the workplace, then they fill out paperwork to become involved with WorkSafe New Brunswick. This happens 100% of the time, or it should. So we become aware of this injured worker, and we will contact the injured worker. We will also contact the employer, and we will see if this person is still at work, if they need modified duties, if they need the involvement of an OT. So it's not always required that an occupational therapist is involved when someone's injured at work. It's typically if they need the support of an occupational therapist. Sometimes an injured worker and an employer can come up with modified duties on their own, or maybe the person doesn't even require modified duties and the employer is able to get them back to work without any issues. But usually an OT will become involved for more of a complex type of injury, just to help that process along. So I think the final part of the question was like, would someone lose their job if they don't want to become involved with an OT? Well, the injured worker has a duty to participate in their rehabilitation. So it's in their best interest to work with WorkSafe New Brunswick in our case, and if an OT is involved in that injured worker's care, generally they're happy to be supported by an occupational therapist. So they wouldn't lose their job unless they didn't want to participate in their rehabilitation, wanted to quit their job altogether. That would be their choice, but no, they wouldn't lose their job if they didn't want to participate with me.
How would you help somebody who has like psychological barriers stopping them from going back to work?
I was really lucky. I was part of an interdisciplinary team. So that means a group of clinicians working together. And so in my case, we had a physiotherapist and a mental health clinician that was a social worker and myself. So we would all work with this individual to help break down those psychological barriers. So sometimes it's a fear of re-injury, right? So you'd help them understand their injury. You'd also really focus on being proactive. So what can you do to prevent a future injury or prevent a flare up of your current symptoms? The mental health clinician would play a role there as well to kind of bridge the gap between the physical and the psychological component. The occupational therapy kind of sits in the middle ground there, right? Between purely physiotherapy, physical, mental health. We would kind of help fill that gap and kind of address both sides of it. So once again, it's that cheesy OT answer of it depends. But yeah, you'd really want to see what the reason was behind the person's psychological barrier, right? Sometimes it's a workplace disagreement. So okay, what can we help smooth out if there's a disagreement between perhaps a manager and an employee, or maybe someone feels that the workplace is unsafe? Okay, how can we help bridge that gap? Sometimes I mentioned earlier, folks just not understanding their injury. The human body is really complex. So if you can help somebody understand physically what's going on with them, psychologically, it can take a huge load off if they go, oh, cool, I'm expected to have a full recovery. I understand I have symptoms right now, but the symptoms are expected to improve a lot if I gradually progress things over the next 6 weeks. Great. Just kind of giving someone that information can give them that hope, and then they can confidently progress through their rehabilitation. So yeah, the psychological component is a huge part of what we do. And it's really just identifying what's the main psychological barrier here, and then helping the person better understand it and work through it.
Another question from the chat, I'll put two. What would OT look like in a school setting? And then do you have to travel a lot to be an occupational therapist?
I'll answer the second part first. So it depends on your setting. So when I was a community OT, I went to everyone's house. So it was very pure OT in my opinion, because I saw people in their environments. So yeah, you did have to travel a lot. It would depend on what area you would encompass that you'd work in, but you'd go to anyone's house in that area. Same thing in a return to work setting. You may have to go to any of the workplaces in your area. So it does depend on what your job is and what your setting is. If you work in a hospital, you wouldn't travel at all. My current job, actually, I haven't even gotten into is I'm in an advisor position. So I advise clinics on how to treat these folks, and I actually work from home. So I do occasionally go to clinics, but mostly I work from home. Um, so maybe I'll go back to the first part of the question, and I got on such a tangent here with the travel bit. Can you refresh my memory on what the first
What
question
would,
was?
yeah, sure. What would OT look like in a school setting?
Absolutely. So I personally haven't worked as a professional in a school setting, but when I was a student, we actually have 8-week clinical placements. We have 3 clinical placements, and one of those partial time I was working with children in a school, and it would depend on what the child needed help with. So a lot of times OTs are involved in helping with writing. So sometimes there's a physical barrier that's preventing a child from being able to write properly. So we do have strategies as well as adaptive tools. Sometimes it's as simple as different grips on a pencil that can help a child that may have a physical disability be able to write properly. Sometimes it's providing the education to either an EA or a teacher on how to progress with this child. Sometimes it's also if you're working with a child who may be on the autism spectrum, you may provide strategies on how they can get through their day. Sometimes it's about time tolerances. Sometimes it's about having rooms where they have outlets and things that they can do to help their symptoms. So I guess I'm a broken record with the it depends answer, but it depends on what the child needs help with as to what the OT would do. And I'll say again, that's kind of what makes it a really rewarding career, is that you're always problem solving. It's not like this one size fits all approach. Oh, this is what we do with this person with this injury. It depends on the person. It depends on their environment, depends on what they're having issues with. And then how can we help them maximize their life and get in a child's situation? How can we help them get through their school day? How can we help them just do the things that they want to do as best as they can?
Thank you. If someone joins an occupational therapy workforce and then they decide that it's not for them and they don't enjoy it, are they able to become another type of therapist without doing other courses?
It's a good question. I wouldn't say another type of therapist, but lots of occupational therapists are able to do other types of work in relevant fields. So at WorkSafe New Brunswick, a lot of occupational therapists are what are called case managers. So an injured worker is usually under the care of a case manager. So they would manage what rehabilitation the person was getting. They would make sure that that person was getting their work benefits and whatnot. So it's not like you could just go be a physiotherapist or something like that, or a social worker. Those are completely separate, unfortunately, but there are other areas you can get into. In my case, right, I'm doing clinical advising work. So I'm not a boots on the ground OT day in, day out like I was. Now I'm more in an advisor position. So the short answer is no, you can't go be another therapist very easily, but there are lots of other career opportunities if you do get into OT land and don't like it, that you can go do other things.
Awesome. Another question from the question box is, what 3 values do you find most useful in occupational therapy? For example, kindness, making a difference, perseverance. So what are values that you find are important to you in your role?
It's such a deep question. I wish I had more time to think about it. The first thing that kind of came to mind is empathy. So being able to really understand what the person's going through, who you're talking to. Just say, okay, like that, whatever I'm hearing from this person, I get, and how can I help them through this? So empathy would be a big value. I think too, like the ability to like persevere through things. So you encounter a barrier. Okay, how can I help this person get through that to get what they need to do? Because there's always an answer. There's always an answer on how to help someone. You need to persevere and figure it out. Sometimes that barrier can be as simple as funding. I found that a lot in the community. This person needs a $15,000 wheelchair. How do I help them get this $15,000 wheelchair? And there's you just have to persevere and figure it out. What would be like a third characteristic? I'm sure there's 20 good ones, 100 good ones maybe, but empathy, perseverance, and maybe just like maybe just positivity, right? If a person you're working with can see that there is hope and can see that you can help them through that, then that's contagious in a lot of cases. Okay, this person I'm working with thinks I'm going to get better. I'm going to get through this. That positivity, I think, is really big.
Someone asked, what made you want to be an occupational therapist?
I distinctly remember I was at university for kinesiology, and I went to a seminar that wasn't a part of like required school, and it was an occupational therapist who was speaking, and I've stolen their line and used it a few times here today. I remember he said occupational therapists help people do the things that they want to do. And I was like, It sounds pretty cool, being able to help people do the things they want to do. And it's such a broad term, but occupational therapy is a really broad career. So it was as simple as that. I applied. The process to apply, at least for Dalhousie, was fairly complex. So you had to get your ducks in a row many months in advance. You had to have high marks. You had to have at least two letters from, in my case, two professors who would write about you and vouch for you. And you had to have some volunteer experience in relevant fields and whatnot to kind of boost your resume to get in as well. So kind of a tangent as to how the application process works. But yeah, that's why I got into OT.
Awesome. So we're coming near the end of our time in a few minutes, but I just want, is there anything that one more question and then we will get to that. But would you say it's more important as an occupational therapist to give clients hope or give them the pros and cons of the things they may or may not work out, like as far as transparency?
Oh yeah, great question and great clarification. So realistic expectations may be one of the best tools we have. So I don't think there's anything wrong with hope, but it has to be realistic, right? So setting those realistic expectations, say, hey, here's prognosis is a word as to what is your recovery going to look like? What's your prognosis? What's like your pie in the sky situation? So you can say, hey, this is where you should be able to get to. Here's what I'm expecting based on your injury, based on your pre-accident job. Here is what should be able to happen. So setting those realistic expectations, setting timelines, setting plans is definitely the priority here, but being positive about those timelines, creating that hope as long as it's realistic is good as well.
There's also another one that says, what subjects in high school courses would you recommend to work towards becoming an occupational therapist?
So I think like a variety of subjects is beneficial. I was thinking about this before the session today, and I don't want to say it doesn't matter because if you do your science courses, it's going to help you a bit in university. So, doing your chemistry, your physics, your biology, it's certainly not going to hurt. I would recommend those, but really it doesn't matter as much as maybe you'd think when you're in grade 9. And hopefully that I mean that with positivity too, right? Take a variety of courses, learn about what you like. Don't set a career path for yourself in grade 9. Keep your options open, because you may discover when you're in your third year of university what you actually want to do, which was my case. So I would recommend taking a variety of courses. And if you really think you're interested in occupational therapy, do your big 3 sciences in high school. It's certainly not going to hurt.
Also, what is the difference between occupational therapists and other therapists?
So a physiotherapist is the easiest one to describe, and it's also the one that folks are most familiar with. And so they deal with the physical human body. So you have a muscle strain or a torn ligament, a torn tendon, a multitude of physical issues. A physical therapist, a physiotherapist would help you with those things. An occupational therapist focuses on your function. So we look at the person, we look at the place, like their environment, and we look at what they're trying to do. So we have to know that anatomy and that physical body component, but we also have to know what the goal is here. So I mentioned, maybe an elderly person who's simply having trouble getting in and out of bed. Well, maybe a piece of equipment can really help them with that. If you have a really complex spinal cord injury, maybe they need a power wheelchair where they can only use their finger to control it. So you have to know the physical body, but you also have to know what their goals are and what they're capable of from a physical perspective, but also what they have to do in their environment, their everyday life. In my case, with WorkSafe New Brunswick, I need to know all about their pre-accident job. So what do they have to be able to do at work, and how can I help them do those things at work and gradually progress them physically and functionally so that they can then do those things. So occupational therapy is really hard to describe because we do so much, and whatever field you're working in is tailored, your approach is tailored to that field. So we are unique. We are distinctly different from other therapists, but it does really depend on what field you're working in as to how those things kind of differ.
What's the growth opportunity like in occupational therapy? Like, where is there room to evolve?
I think you can evolve different specialties. So there's some occupational therapists who only work with hands. So hands are really complex. They have lots of bones, lots of muscles, lots of tendons, lots of ligaments. And some OTs specialize so hard that they just work with hand therapy. They make splints, they do rehabilitation, they know the exercises, they know the muscles, they know the nerves inside and out. So once you become an OT, you have this huge amount of information that you have that you can help with. But then once you kind of get into your niche area of what you like to do and what you like to work in, you can really specialize. You can take more courses, just like courses that are put on by different agencies to really specialize in certain areas. So the growth as far as what you can do is huge. And I would say though that like if I'm reading between the lines, if there's like pay band growth, there is different pay bands based on like experience and whatnot as well that grows throughout your career.
So then, maybe right after that, there's one more question. It'll probably the last one we have time to answer before we start wrapping up and getting ready for the poll. But there's a few in this one. It says, how much does an OT earn? Also, in different areas, do they earn more? And what are the requirements for being an OT, which you touched on a little bit. And then somebody asked if it's something you could do after grade 12, but you spoke to the post-secondary connected. So maybe if you just give the overview of the journey of becoming an OT and what that looks like to wrap us up.
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely. So there's scales, right, of how much you can make. So it depends on your province too. Like I'm guessing if you worked in BC, you'd probably make more than someone in PEI, just because that's how kind of things work in Canada. But generally, you can make anywhere from about $60,000 a year to over $100,000 a year. And as far as the different areas, it wouldn't be like you'd make a lot more working in a hospital as you would working for WorkSafe New Brunswick. You'd make very similar money working in any one of these fields. So the career journey is you have to do a degree before you apply for occupational therapy school. So you have to do a 4-year university degree, and then you have to apply to get into your Master of Science in Occupational Therapy. And then it's a 2-year Master of Science university degree after your first 4-year degree. So it's basically 6 years after high school minimum.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andy. This has been super helpful to share your experiences and some of the things that you look forward to in your role as an occupational therapist and how other people could explore that route if that's something they're interested in. Yeah, and just all the different parts of it. So thank you everyone for participating in this session. We're gonna see the polls popping up soon on the screen. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity if there's any just last notes or things that you wanted to share or say. And then, yeah.
I'm super thrilled to be here, and it was a fun time to kind of reflect on when I was in grade 9 and what I thought I may be interested in. So no, I would encourage folks to try a variety or think about a variety of options, and don't close any doors too early. Occupational therapy is certainly a great career. It's really a career that makes you feel good about helping people. If you're interested in the human body and creative problem solving, then occupational therapy may be a good career for you. But yeah, thanks so much for having me. And it was really a thrill for me too.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks, Hayden.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. And Hayden and I will pass it over to Nadia and Suvan, who will be leading the next session. All right. 6 questions on the poll, so make sure you scroll all the way down so you're answering all 6.
Our next session will actually start at 9, so we have a bit of a buffer time that we can just use to answer some general questions that you may have in the chat. And I think Andy may be able to answer some question, typing some answers in the Q&A, maybe as well. So if there were some questions left unanswered, you can definitely add them, and then you have the poll here happening. So we would love your opinion. The poll is not mandatory, although we really appreciate your insights. So obviously, you can skip questions that you don't want to answer, but we really appreciate you giving us some feedback on how the session went. Thank you so much for everyone sharing. Awesome. This was such an insightful session. It was so great to have Andy with us. Like we mentioned, there are some various careers as well happening at WorkSafe. So ND is one of the occupational therapists, but there are multiple other careers in that for that workplace specifically. So last year we had someone who was an inspector and was really focused in evaluating any place, any injury, and so why did that injury happen and where did that came from. That person had a background in as a police officer and then transferred to WorkSafe to investigate the situation and some injuries that may happen in the workplace like that. There are obviously all the admin pieces that you can think of, so communication, accounting, human resources. So always remember that there are jobs in the background that you may not be seeing right away, but that also exist in most of workplaces. I'm seeing in the Q&A a lot of questions about law, if we will have guests today in the law field. Unfortunately, we don't have any guests in that field today, but it's very nice to know that this is something that you're interested in and is often something, there are a lot of lawyers in other organizations that are not necessarily law firms, right? So places that are dealing with intellectual property, for example, or that are pretty big corporation usually have a law department just to make sure that they are protecting the company, they're protecting the employees as well. So it's a good thing to always keep in mind that a specific career profession can end up in different companies that are not necessarily related to that field in the first on the first when you look at it in the first place. We're seeing some questions as well about like engineering. We will have an engineer coming in later today during the I want to use the right name of this session, but I believe it's at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Mountain Time. I'm just gonna open the agenda for myself so I can say the right thing. But lift up careers in energy, we actually have an engineer that will be coming in and talking a bit about his work. Anyone in finance? I'm seeing things in the Q&A. In finance, yes, we have a full session on finance today. Lift up careers in financial services. They will be joining at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, so that's 12 p.m. Atlantic Time, or 10 p.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. sorry, Central Time. I will put the agenda back in the chat so that you can go see the list of sessions that we have today. And thank you everyone for participating in the poll. We will end it now. Really appreciate it. Great. I'm also seeing a lot of questions in the Q&A that are about like, oh, what classes should I do for this? What classes should I do for that? There are definitely, I just want to remind you that there are definitely like university that have offer like courses and degrees for specific professions, specific careers. But remember that there's always a lot of other training opportunities that exists. So I'm thinking especially for those who are talking about, creative writing or songwriter or things like that. Remember that there are always other opportunities for that as well. Um, and it can be hard to find that specifically the to find where you can have these courses, but yeah, keep an eye on things, or even use Google, do some search. There are some online courses, there are some local courses as well that we don't think of sometimes. So I just want to remind you all that it's not just university is not the only path, although it's a great path, and that offers a lot of great time as well. In terms of like what university specialize the best in this field or that field, I will say like obviously some university have some are very strong in specific departments. That can also varies from a province or territory to another, right? So there are a lot of things that can vary from one province and territory to the other. Ultimately, I would say yes, like obviously going to a university with a good curriculum in a specific career is great, but also it's how you feel. So I would really recommend to be visiting the different universities, going and open doors, and or even sometimes you can shadow a student. So I would really look into that and go with how this university is making you feel. You're going to be there for 3, 4, 5, maybe more years, so you really want to be in a place where you feel welcome, where you feel comfortable. So yeah, I would say prioritize going to a place where you feel good, although the academic background is obviously also important. Okay, I'm seeing here a question from a classroom that we have. So, hi everyone, very happy to have you with us today. My students have a question about what jobs careers are not going to be taken over by AI. Is there going to be discussion about this? Will anyone from skilled trades be brought in today? Very great question. We definitely have people that are from skills trade, and a lot of people that are from job that will not be replaced by AI, or might anyway, would probably take longer to be replaced by AI. In terms of like what kind of career and jobs will not be taking over. So I think we're naming a few ones that are very like in the skilled trades development, things that are more manual, and I'm sure we could debate that because I'm not an expert in artificial intelligence. And I'm sure some people could probably say that anything is possible with AI. But I do think that there are some jobs that at least it will take longer to replace, and in my opinion, that we will never be able to replace. Obviously, I think things from healthcare system, there are a lot of jobs in the healthcare system that really require a human to human interaction rather than an AI. Although the AI is playing some role in that field. I do believe that the healthcare system is in general one that will still require jobs that are human led. Um, Things like or therapist, psychologist. I do believe that interaction between human is very important as well. Teaching is another one that is important to have as a human. What else? Yeah, everything that is more manual, right? Like that requires more analytics, like creative thinking around like solving a problem. These are jobs that are might be a bit more difficult to replace by AI. What else? Um, There are in-home healthcare as well. So, going to see people instead of working in hospital or clinics, there might be some need for that going in places where people need that service is definitely something that AI is not necessarily able to provide, especially for people that are less savvy, right? Like less tech savvy. They're not necessarily comfortable with AI. There will be a lot of job around AI as well, developing it. We were talking about laws earlier. There are so many consideration about law around artificial intelligence, so that is definitely going to be a need for the future years. Same for the environment. We know the impact of artificial intelligence on the environment. It's consuming a lot of energy, and so we will need people to think through how do we manage that as well. And in terms of technologies as well, right? Like we're talking about energy, and we'll have some people coming in later to talk about that and sustainability. But like, how do we create the infrastructures that are able to be sustainable and provide that energy for things like servers, AI servers? So I hope this helped a bit in answering that question. I'm going through the Q&A. I'm just gonna remind everyone, so we're live here for 10 hours straight for us, but you can definitely step out at any point of the day if you need a little break, if you need a bathroom break, if you need a snack or lunch. Please feel free to step away and then come back whenever you're ready. We totally understand that you need some breaks. We're just going straight because we have people from all across the country joining us. So because of the different time zones, people are starting their day at different time. So we may be starting to get some mountain folks, right? Like some from Alberta or the prairies, seeing the time. It might still be a bit early for our West Coast, since they're 3 hours behind, but definitely hi if you are from the prairies or Alberta mountain time zone. We're super happy to welcome you. Reminder as well that there is live interpretation available, so you can use the little globe button at the bottom of your screen to choose your preferred language. Our guest will be mainly speaking in English today, so if you're a French speaker, you can choose that little globe to select the French, and we have amazing interpreters that are here to support. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of questions about AI. It's very nice to see all that curiosity around that, and definitely something I would like to have time to discuss further. Like we'll consider that for next year. I think we could have a conversation specifically on AI. So thank you for your questions. Every question you ask or every interaction you have really help us to plan the day for next year as well. So we really appreciate all your input, all your insights. In the poll earlier, you may have seen that we have a question about whether you would like to join a little advisory committee to help design the Take Our Kids to Work 2026. So please make sure that you put your email address or a way we can reach you out if that is something you would be interested in, so that we can continue to have very exciting Take Our Kids to Work Day for the future. So yeah. Okay, with all of that being said, I will pass it to my colleague Nadia and Suvan, who will be slowly introducing our next session.
Thank you, Flo. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Nadia Hanif, tuning in from Montreal, Quebec. And joining me at this moment is Suvan. Suvan, you here?
Hi, I'm Savannah. I'm also from Montreal.
Awesome. So welcome everyone to Take Our Kids to Work Career Live. A friendly reminder that this year's theme is Lift Up the Future. And throughout the day, we will be exploring a variety of career options and employable skills so that youth from across Canada can find the career that they want, a career where they feel truly prepared, or for the jobs of today and tomorrow, ensuring also that you are equipped to thrive in an ever-changing world. So, just as Flo mentioned, a couple of housekeeping items to mention. Interpretation is available throughout the day using the globe icon at the bottom of your meeting control board. And then also feel free to ask any of your questions, so Q&A, using the Q&A feature at the bottom, also on the bottom of your meeting control toolboard, so that we don't lose them. And additionally, the agenda for the day is accessible in both English and French in the chat. We are also live streaming today on YouTube. And lastly, please keep in mind that this event is rooted in our 4 pillars. So respect, listen, understand, and communicate. Now, we are excited to welcome NGen, Canada's advanced manufacturing supercluster. And NGen brings together companies, educators, and innovators to modernize manufacturing, develop cutting-edge technologies, and strengthen Canada's workforce in this dynamic sector. From robotics and automation to sustainable production, NGen supports the people and programs shaping the future of manufacturing in Canada.
Okay, so joining us today is Peter Wauro. Correct me if the pronunciation is wrong. He's the Director of Workforce and Development Programs at NGen. Peter leads initiatives that help develop the skills, training, and opportunities needed to succeed in advanced manufacturing. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you, and your pronunciation of my last name was correct. Thank you.
Awesome. Peter, I understand before we get into like the nitty gritty of like asking you all these lovely, amazing questions and what you do at NGen, we understand that there's a video that you'd like us to share.
Absolutely. Please share the video. It'd be great for everybody to see it.
Awesome. Thank you. That should play momentarily, folks.
Activate.
Hanover-Mesa couldn't come at a better time. We wanted to make this the best partner country event ever. I don't think we're going to have another opportunity to do this in a generation.
Let's go talk to some nerds. Cheers!
Le Canada, en plus, est le pays qui est mis en lumière à Hanover-Mesa.
Activate.
The coming decades are Canada's decades.
Activate.
My goodness, that was awesome. What a great way to start people's morning with that video. But yeah, Peter, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. And actually, if I could just say a couple words about that video.
Yeah.
So Hannover Messe is a manufacturing show. It's the largest manufacturing show in the world, and it's been going on for several decades, always hosted in Hanover, Germany. But every year there is a co-host country, and this year Canada was the co-host country, the first time in its history. And so it was a really, really great opportunity for Canadians to showcase what they can do in manufacturing. NGen was the lead organization for getting to Hanover, and we brought over 1,000 people, delegates and exhibitors to Hannover Messe. And again, the Canadians were well received by all the international community, and they were able to show off a lot of their capabilities in manufacturing.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we can get into some questions. So Peter, can you tell us more about your role and how it connects to advanced manufacturing?
Absolutely. So my title is Director of Workforce Development Programs. And what that means essentially is I support manufacturers in terms of their upskilling and reskilling opportunities within manufacturing. So our goal really is to help manufacturers across the country make sure that they have the skills that are able to deliver on manufacturing capabilities, specifically on advanced manufacturing. So what I do is work with companies to identify, basically research, what are the skills that are needed for the types of tasks that are required. And that goes from the people on the plant floor all the way to the managerial, the leadership groups as well. And so we want to try to make sure that everybody has the skills to succeed and make sure that manufacturing in Canada is going to be world class.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Thank you so much for sharing. And Peter, just really curious for some of the students out there, what would a typical day look like for you?
There is no typical day. So my days vary quite a bit every day. But generally, which is great, actually. It's a lot of fun because it's not something that I'm going to be getting bored with. There's always something new happening every day. But generally, there's a number of different things that I would do. The first thing I would do is interact with people. So NGen is a remote company. So essentially, we all work from home. So it might seem strange that one of the main things I do is interact with people, but doing something like this, a Zoom call or a Teams call is a great way of doing that. And so I'm always connecting with people all across the country. And so that communication and that interaction is really important. So that's one of the main things I do. I'm also doing a lot of research. So again, looking at what are the skills required, what are the skills that people actually do have in the country, and what are they looking for? So I'm trying to understand what are the things that are needed in manufacturing. So a lot of different research, a lot of understanding of what is Canada capable of, and even how do we compare it internationally. So in a nutshell, my typical day looks like either connecting with people virtually or traveling to visit people, doing research, understanding skills, and trying to develop programs for different manufacturers.
Like many hats.
Yes, absolutely.
Also, what kind of studies or experiences led you to this career path?
So that's really interesting because it wasn't a very straight career path for myself. So when I first graduated from high school, I was really interested in sports. And so I thought kinesiology was my go-to degree. And that's what I did. I pursued a degree in kinesiology. And I started my career shortly thereafter sorry, the lights are going off in the room here. So I started my career shortly in exercise therapy, working with people that had motor vehicle accidents and doing exercises with them. And I found that wasn't really where I wanted to go anymore. So I was more interested in understanding manufacturing and working with manufacturers. So I moved back to Windsor, which is where I'm from, Windsor, Ontario, because there's a lot of manufacturing there. And I started my master's in ergonomics. So looking into what is needed for workplace safety and efficiency, and work for a couple of companies in the ergonomics field. But then I really liked school, so I continued my journey and did my PhD in biomedical engineering. So I shifted quite a bit. And then once I finished my PhD, I got a job teaching and then being the director of research at St. Clair College in Windsor. So all those things don't seem very similar, but they've really culminated in this role, because what I do in this role is I interact with manufacturers. So I have a manufacturing background. I interact with universities and colleges, and I have that background as well. So ultimately, doing workforce development is combining all those things that I've learned and experienced along the way into this particular job. So it's kind of nice that I'm able to use all those skills that I've learned. And so my advice to students is, your pathway might not be so linear, it might not be so direct. You might have all kinds of different things that you might explore and experience, but use those things and learn from those experiences and apply them to all your different jobs that you might have.
Very great advice. Things are not linear. Got to be versatile and adaptable. Advanced manufacturing is changing rapidly, as we know. And what are some of the exciting technologies or innovations shaping your work right now?
Well, you said the key word technology, and it's all about technology now. So when you look at advanced manufacturing, there's a term called Industry 4.0, which essentially means we're going through the fourth industrial revolution. And it's really a combination of all the different technologies, hardware and software, and putting it together from a physical and a virtual standpoint. So when you look at the technologies that are important, there's basic or base technologies such as IoT, which means Industrial Internet of Things. I'm sure people have heard of Internet of Things. Well, this is the Industrial Internet of Things. And all that means is that you have everything that's connected. So in your home, you'll probably have smart fridges, smart thermostats, and things like that. Well, the same thing happens in manufacturing environments. You have things in the environment that are smart. They're now able to provide data. So that's really, really important is to have that industrial internet of things. But then you have to do something with that data. So you send it to the cloud. So cloud computing is really important. So that's another technology, because now you have the ability to take the data and put it somewhere where you can then analyze it. So data analytics is the next technology that's really important. So putting all those things together, we now have the basis for taking data and analyzing it and doing something with it. So where do we get that data from? Well, sensors. Sensors are really, really important because we can put pressure sensors or temperature sensors or whatever type of sensors on different pieces of machinery, and that gives that data. And when it comes to robotics, 3D printing, and then AI is the buzzword of the day. So that put all those things together, and now you have all the technologies that allow us to analyze data in a very, very fast time frame, and allows us to make decisions very, very quickly. So those technologies are really, really important in today's manufacturing world.
Oh, it's super interesting. What are some key skills that helped you succeed in this field?
Surprisingly, it's communication is one of the key skills. It's not really technical skills. I mean, a lot of people go to school and get technical skills, which is really, really important. And that gets you in the door. But what keeps you going is really the communication skills. And it's very important. I always tell people that are in science or engineering that, they have great ideas, they have great, discoveries, great innovations. But if you can't communicate those discoveries and innovations, then it really isn't very meaningful. So communication is one of the key skills that you have to have in this field, not only in manufacturing, but any kind of job or career. Believe it or not, numeracy and literacy are really, really important skills. One of the things that we're learning is that sorry. I'm currently at Linamar in Guelph right now, and I'm in a conference room, so we're the lights just go off and there's no movement. But numeracy and literacy are really, really important fundamental skills in order to get those higher end skills. So if digital technologies is the key to today's manufacturing, without those fundamental literacy and numeracy skills, we really can't get to that level of really understanding and working with digital technologies. So it comes down to technical skills with whatever field you're in, whether it's a skilled trade or engineering, whatever, those are very, very important. But really what it comes down to it is those soft skills such as communication, literacy, numeracy, because those are the things that are going to drive people forward, and you're going to be able to communicate and convince them that your ideas and what you're doing is the right way to go.
Peter actually touched on some really key things. Some of the questions, and I think I'll try to combine them. Some of the questions in the chat that we have here in Q&A. Some of the students are asking, and I think it ties in with skills, perhaps what courses or specific qualifications are needed in your specific role. And understandably, like you mentioned, the trajectory of your education experience, but maybe was there anything that you needed to continuously like upgrade on or maintain in terms of certification, or especially it being a very rapidly, advancing industry. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess if you're in a technical position, whether it's a skilled trade or an engineering position or a technology position, whatever that role is, those skills are important to keep up. So when I was in an ergonomics role, for example, I continuously went to conferences, took little certifications as well, and really kept up with my field to make sure that I have the cutting edge knowledge and skills to be able to keep up. Because once you get out of school, it's more difficult. I mean, the experience that you get in the workforce is really, really valuable. But there's always that extra knowledge that you really need to understand what are others doing, what are all the skills that are the new skills that are coming on board that you can still integrate. So I guess in general, if whatever role you're in, it's good to keep up with those skills. So in my current role, I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm not as technical as I used to be. So now, again, it comes down to my communication skills, my interactive skills, so more business kind of skills as well. So again, I'm still constantly learning and continuing to do things, but it's just now shifted in terms of what I used to do.
Awesome. Again, comes back to the adaptability part. Amazing. Right. We do have another question. How does advanced manufacturing contribute to building a more sustainable or environmentally responsible future for Canada?
Well, there's two ways to look at that, actually. One is when manufacturers today are much, much better at looking at the environment and seeing the impact of what they're doing on the environment in terms of their processes. So making sure that their processes are green, they're recycling, they're doing the things that we've all been told: recycle, reuse, and reduce. So from that perspective, manufacturers are really getting much better, especially in Canada, about looking after the environment. And then there's the actual manufacturing portions that can affect the environment. So there are companies that are actively working on things, on solutions for environmental challenges, whether it's carbon capture, whether it's something in the energy field. But there's manufacturing components to that, and coming up with new ways of doing things is really important for that environment. And so manufacturing, basically, we build things, we make things. And if we can make things that are going to help the environment, then that's great.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Careers of the Future website?
Yes. So Careers of the Future website is something that was started even before I started at NGen. And essentially, it is a website that kind of showcases what kind of careers are out there for young people, for students. So it identifies different careers within manufacturing. It identifies some different post-secondary institutions and courses that you need to take to get there, and identifies skills and common interests. We're currently updating the website now to make sure that we have an opportunity to provide that pathway. So making sure that students really understand what is that pathway to get to a certain job and a certain career, and giving examples of people that are in those types of careers. Sorry. So then the other aspect of it is giving examples of other types of I guess organizations that are also providing opportunities for skills as well. So really showcasing, here's all the different skills and organizations that are part of the manufacturing world. at a young perspective, but also what are the careers that people are going into, and what are the pathways for that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I know that the site is actually shared in the chat. So if folks actually want to access it, it's you could definitely take a look. And I'm aware that there is also a video that we could present.
Sure thing.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. And that should play momentarily, folks.
Our generation wants to make change, and fast. Make wonder. Make food for the world. Make what we can't live without. Make cleaner things. One-of-a-kind things. Things that haven't been invented yet. So if we want to make change in the world, make things right. Make it happen with careers of the future.
Awesome. Peter, maybe just if you actually wanted to speak a little bit on it, on the video, and then I have a couple of questions.
Sure thing. So the first part was the Careers of the Future, basically showing that off a little bit. But the second part was our N3 conference or summit. N3 stands for New, Now, Next. So it's something that we did about a year and a half to 2 years ago. And we're going to be hosting the second one coming up in March 31st and April 1st. And essentially, this is a summit for manufacturers across Canada, as well as international organizations to come to and share what they've been doing, celebrate all the different successes that we've worked on with them. But ultimately, just to get people together into a summit so we can have more discussions and see how we can elevate manufacturing. One of the things that NGen is really good at is collaboration and connecting. And so we felt that having our own summit or a conference was a really good thing. And so 2 years ago, it was a one-day event. This year or this coming year, it's going to be a two-day event, and we're actually doubling the size of it. And so there's a lot of opportunity for manufacturers to get together and discuss manufacturing and learn from each other, and also just engage. And that's what we find is really, really important is once you get many people in a room, then ideas start to flow and innovations start to occur.
And actually, that leads into like one of the questions asked in the Q&A. We do have a participant that's asking, what organizations does NGen partner with? You mentioned like partners, like companies. Yeah.
Sure. So there's a couple of different aspects that we do with the organizations. So one is we provide funding to manufacturing companies. So essentially, the government will provide funds to us to manage. We'll put out a challenge statement, and that challenge statement essentially is something to do with manufacturing, so that manufacturers will then apply for that funding. And there has to be at least 2 companies that work together. Once they receive the funds, and we monitor them, making sure that they're being successful with those funding and their projects. So that's the one way that we sort of partner, I guess, with companies, is by working with them to help them develop more capabilities in manufacturing. Another way is we work with other organizations across the country, again, that are supportive of manufacturing to help develop that ecosystem a little bit more. Whether it's in my role, for example, I've worked with youth in youth organizations, whether it's Skills Canada or an organization called Chatter High, Let's Talk Science. There's a number of different organizations that we've worked with to help spread the message about manufacturing and STEM to youth. We've also worked with other organizations to do research. So we have a research organization that has provided us with reports and research around manufacturing, and then we share that with organizations. So we also actually an interesting partnership we just had, myself in particular, is we have another organization in Germany that we've formed a collaboration with, and we held what was called a fall school. And so we had master's and PhD students that we brought from Canada over to Germany, and same thing, they had master's and PhD students, and we got together so that they attended this school, and every morning there was a lecture by a professor in Germany. And then the afternoons we had factory tours. We were able to see what kind of German factories were looking like and what kind of technologies they have. So again, it varies. There's so many different partnerships that we do. Ultimately, the goal is to help manufacturers in Canada, and we support that by directly with manufacturers and indirectly with the students and the youth that are moving into manufacturing careers.
Thank you for that, Peter. Suvan, if you had a question.
Okay. Yeah, just similar to that, like related to it. From your perspective, why is it important for Canada to invest in advanced manufacturing and innovation?
I had mentioned earlier that manufacturing, that we make things, and that's really important, because if we as a country have manufacturing capabilities and we make the things that we use, so the iPhone or a cell phone is a great example. If we can make things, or at least the parts for that, or the cars that we drive, you figure anything that you've seen, you touch, you feel, those things have had to be made. And if we have the capabilities in Canada to do that, then we control our own destiny, so to speak. We're self-sufficient. I'm sure everybody has heard of the challenges we're having with tariffs. And if we have to rely on other countries for products, which is great because there are some things that we other countries are really good at and they have the resources for. But if we have to rely on other countries for everything, that puts us in a bit of a bind, I guess. So if we have the capabilities in Canada to make things and to make our lives, a little bit easier to manage and to be able to do some of the things that we're able to do, and that's done here in Canada, then that just makes us much more self-sufficient, and then we can then actually export some of those things to other countries, and we can kind of share with that.
Ooh, I feel like this kind of leads also a little bit to my next question. Having things within Canada. So what's your favorite part of your job? And to tie it in as well, we have a student who was asking if you've ever had the opportunity to work with some robots, as we saw in the videos that were just played.
So yes, I'll answer both those questions. The first one, what's my favorite part of my job? It's really getting together with people and interacting with them and seeing, the ability to make innovations happen, seeing the successes that they've come up with and trying to help them as well. So that's really a great part of my job is that interaction. And sometimes it's tough, working from home because you have, these Zoom calls, but when I get out into the world and actually physically visit a facility such as I am right now, it's great because you have that personal interaction with people and you get to understand what drives them and how do we create more ideas and innovations from that. And then interacting with robots, that's a cool thing. Yes, actually a couple of stories. One is when we went to Hanover Messe back in April. I was responsible for a robotics group. So I'm sure people have heard of FIRST Robotics. Well, there's a school that had a FIRST Robotics team, and they created a FIRST Robotics goalie. So essentially, they built, based on the build of the FIRST Robotics system, they actually built a frame that looked like an actual goalie. And I don't know if you caught that in the video, but you saw the goalie with the red eyes. So the cool thing about that goalie was it was actually able to move and make saves. So if you took a shot, the camera is in there, would actually sense and determine where the puck was going and drop down and make a save. So that's a great example of a youth project, essentially, that's really accelerated, because people that went up that talked to them at the show, they said, "What university are you from?" And when they said they're from high school, they were shocked. So that's a great example of the ingenuity that we have in our youth. Other robots. I used to work at St. Clair College, as I mentioned, and I was a director of research, which was a great experience, because we had a robotics lab and we had all kinds of different robots, from cobots or collaborative robots. And collaborative robots are robots they're not really industrial. So essentially, you could actually stand next to it and work beside or side by side this cobot, and without any restrictions. So most robots in a manufacturing facility will have fencing around it, and you've got to stay away, because the speeds at which they work and the forces that they have are too great, and they can cause injury. But these cobots, they have the ability to, when they hit something or tap something, they will stop, and you can control the speed. So that's a great example of working side by side with technology. And then you have what are called AMRs, or automated mobile robots. So these are robots that will automatically go throughout the plant floor. They'll pick up product from a shelf and then transfer it autonomously to another location. So all kinds of different robots, and I've been fortunate to have interacted with all these different robots.
That's really cool.
Yeah, also something about your personal experiences with your job. What's something surprising about it that people might not know?
I think people might not know that we do this stuff with youth, because again, our mission at Engine is really working with manufacturers, and our funding goes directly to manufacturers. And so that's really what our main support is to the manufacturing community. So working with youth and young people probably would be a little surprising, because they're not manufacturers. However, we do understand that there's a challenge right now in the manufacturing sector, that we don't have enough people working there. So we need to have conversations like this with young people to kind of demonstrate that there are lots of careers in manufacturing that are really exciting, and it's my job really to provide those opportunities and the knowledge and those pathways to say, well, here's a manufacturing career that you could potentially get into. A lot of people, young people, don't know that the technology that's involved. Everybody thinks of computers and Silicon Valley and all that, but when it comes to manufacturing, whether it's automotive or aerospace or food and beverage, there's so much technology involved, and the skill sets that are required are every bit as great as what you need to do if you're working in the computer industry or the digital world. So there are so many different opportunities in manufacturing that it's great to do that. So I think that's the one surprising thing that people might not understand or might not know, is that we do work with youth and make sure that there's an opportunity for them to go into manufacturing careers, and that's really important.
That ties in, as you mentioned, perhaps like youth not knowing, or even the correlation. And a really great question that we have in the Q&A chat from a student or a participant is, it's in simpler terms, like, how does robotic engineering connect to advanced manufacturing?
So it's almost a definition of advanced manufacturing. So robotic engineering, essentially, if you take let's put it back, let's step back a little bit. So in a manufacturing environment, there are things that people are doing that they really shouldn't be doing. For example, lifting heavy things or working in environments that just aren't really safe or conducive to humans. So that's where robotics really comes in. They can do things, they're much stronger, they're much faster. They don't care about the temperature so much. And they don't really have to take breaks for the most part. They can work 24 hours. So when it comes to advanced manufacturing, that's where robotics is really one of the key pieces of technology, in that they can do so many more things that we can't do. On the flip side, there's so many things that robots can't do that we can, and that's think, and that's make decisions, and that's do the critical thinking and the adaptability. So that's where it really becomes a good environment where that we can work with the robots, we can program the robots, and we can tell them to do things that we're not able to do or not able to do as well as them. So when it comes to advanced manufacturing, that's really making things faster, being more efficient, being more productive. And with robotics, that really helps us in that realm. And so that then what we can do is we can then step back and do the things that we're really good at, which is, again, as I mentioned, all the decision makings and the critical thinking parts of it. So that we're in a better position to work with them.
Interesting. Another question from the Q&A. Does Engine make its own technology and partner with companies to showcase the tech, or does Engine make the technology alongside other companies?
So that's the interesting thing about Engine is we don't make things. We support companies. So we're a relatively small organization, but we punch above our weight. So we basically work with companies all across the country to help them develop their technology. So we don't make technology. We don't make things. Essentially, we're the support network for organizations or manufacturers across the country because they're really good at making things. We just provide the ability for them and the support for them to do that.
Awesome, Peter. I feel like we're throwing so many questions, and thank you so much for answering. We do have another question from a participant in the Q&A. What is the most on-demand career right now, and what operational skills does that profession require? Yeah, maybe I'll stop there.
Okay, on-demand career. So if we talk about skilled trades, there's definitely a lot of demand for millwrights, a lot of demand for welders. So those are in short supply right now. So any technologists, so there's a need for that. If we're talking about more the engineering type of world, you know, we don't know it yet, but what I think is really in demand is people with the skills for digital technology. So working with AI, working with computers, and really combining different aspects of computer science and engineering. So the traditional roles of industrial engineering or mechanical engineering, they're still very, very, very important. But I think what we're seeing is a shift where those mechanical engineers, industrial engineers, electrical engineers, they're going to need the skill sets of computer science and understanding how do we integrate the computers and the digital world into those traditional engineering programs. So I think, I don't think we're there yet. I think we're getting there. But I think what's going to be happening very soon is that we're going to have those skill sets that are going to be important to combine, again, the digital and the mechanical technologies into one role. Because so essentially we're looking at people were very specific before. I'm a mechanical engineer, but I think we're getting to the point where we're becoming a little more generalist, and we have to have multiple skills and multiple hats to use to apply to the new world. So I guess the answer really isn't straightforward because the question was what's the most demand and in-demand career, and I don't think we know it yet. Because I think it's coming. And as we do more technologies, as we implement more digital tech adoption in manufacturing, that demand is going to increase with respect to, again, AI and all those things.
So I think you already answered the question I was just about to ask. So okay. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Yeah, it's super interesting. So we talked about what you like, what was surprising. What were the challenges that you faced in the career, and how did you overcome it?
Challenges in my career. There's always challenges. I mean, on a day-to-day basis, you definitely run into challenges with respect to, problems that come up that, deadlines you have to meet. And a lot of it is, you have to persevere and you have to plan, you have to be calm in the face of it. But actually one particular challenge that I did have actually was really when I finished my PhD. I actually wasn't able to find a job, which is really challenging because before that I moved around to several different jobs and I was able to find one pretty easily. And so when I finished my PhD, I became very specialized, but with not a lot of options for jobs. And it was very stressful. And I was very concerned that, what am I going to do? And what's my next move? But then some advice I wanted to give, what I did was I just stopped worrying about it. And I thought something will happen, it'll work out. And sure enough, I got a phone call a week later from a friend of mine asking if I wanted to teach at the college. And I said, sure. And then that kind of got me into this track. So I guess, again, challenges, they happen on a regular basis, again, especially with deadlines and things like that. But when you're going through a career and you're making a decision to move into a different type of job, or you want to challenge yourself essentially by doing something totally different, it's not going to be easy, and there's going to be bumps in the road. But it's really important just to stay the course and trust that where you're going is going to be the right way. And if it isn't, something else will come up. So that's one of the things I guess to deal with those challenges is just relax and enjoy the ride, because you'll figure it out as long as you keep persevering.
Awesome. And Peter, you mentioned a really important part of, like meeting deadlines and yeah. So in terms of the challenges, how important is teamwork in your role? Because especially in your industry, like working with others and yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting because a lot of the time, again, working from home, and our whole company works from home, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of teamwork, and there is a lot of individual work where I'm doing things by myself, but I am part of a team. So we have a couple of different departments within NGen, and our team, we do interact on a regular basis. So it is important, and it's not that in our particular role, we don't do things side by side, and we're working, a lot of times it's the projects are our own, but we need help from other people, or we need to provide help to other people. And so when it comes to teamwork, it's really important, and it's not necessarily working again side by side, but it's really getting along and communicating. And that's really, really important. It's just showing that respect for the other person, and making sure that, you work well together, you get along well, and you respect their ideas, and you get their input, and you're able to provide the input to them as well. So that's really, really important when it comes to teamwork, because then you can accomplish much more. So within our organization, there's definitely aspects and times where we have to work as a team, and we like working as a team. But then there's the external partners as well. So that gets a little trickier, because now you have somebody from another organization that you need to figure out the ropes and see how can you work together, because they've obviously got a different culture than you might have in terms of your organizations. But when you come together, it really comes back down to that respect for them, the understanding of where they're coming from and what are they doing and what are their goals. So having the goals outlined at the very beginning, so that you know what you're trying to achieve, and everything that you do, working with that other person or those other persons, is going to meet those goals.
Super cool. A question from the Q&A, linking to fields. Can finance, analytics, and accounting be a part of manufacturing?
Yes, absolutely. And finance is a very important part of manufacturing. So when we look at, give you an example of technology adoption, it's not a cheap thing to adopt technologies. And so we really need the finance people to provide their insight into, what are the costs going to be? Is this something that's going to help us down the line? So just because it might be a very large upfront cost, what is the benefit downstream? And if it's going to help us be more productive and offset that initial cost, then that's a great thing. So having that interaction with the finance team and accounting teams is really, really important for that perspective. In my specific case at NGen, I do work with our finance and accounting teams. A good example is we had a project when I first joined where we were providing reimbursements to companies for training. And I had to work closely with our finance team to say, okay, well, this company needs to be reimbursed this much. And then having the paperwork and making sure we're documenting it properly. There was a lot of interaction with the finance team. So in any industry, and manufacturing is no exception. Finance and accounting is still very important in the manufacturing world.
Like everything ties into, hence the teamwork. Everyone's like supporting each other in different areas, different fields, and also ties into what you mentioned earlier that, you know, just because you're going to school for one thing doesn't mean that it's linear. You are also gaining skills in other areas where you could also provide some insight or support to other team members. So really, really great stuff. We do have another question, like from some of the students calling, you know, joining us today. What subjects do you need to take in later grades if you want to become a civil engineer? Even just a rough idea.
Yeah. So STEM, definitely. STEM subjects are important. I'm not as familiar with civil engineering, but I know there's math is very important. They do have to have a lot of calculations, engineering, technology type of courses, science as well when you get into materials. So a civil engineer, I would assume, would have to know a lot about different materials and how they respond and react. So, you know, many programs require, or many careers require STEM related courses. In fact, actually, my son, he wasn't going into a STEM related field, but you know, we suggested that he take some STEM courses in high school because it'll make him that much, I guess, more attractive to any program that he applies to later on. And it also, STEM courses gives you a different way of thinking, and it's a logical way of thinking. So having that ability to think in a logical way and working through problems because of STEM courses really helps any type of program. So my advice is, you know, if you're able to take a STEM course, definitely, or STEM courses, definitely do that. But obviously pursue the things that you're really most interested in, but STEM will not hurt you. But when it comes to any of the engineering, whether it's civil or mechanical, yeah, STEM is the way to go.
All right. Another question that was there. Outside of school, what kind of activities or hobbies could help youth build relevant skills for this field? And also, one of the people in the Q&A was asking, like the extracurriculars like robotics or comp sci, do these help or are they a waste of time?
Definitely not a waste of time. They definitely help. And one example of FIRST Robotics. It is an excellent program. My sons, they went through FIRST Robotics, and the things that they learned through that, not only on the technical side of things, but just, again, we go back to teamwork, communication, you know, the ability to work together, the adaptability, the challenges that they face. And I mean, there's so many intangibles that you learn going through FIRST Robotics. It's incredible. But there are other organizations, so Skills Ontario, Skills Canada, there's events that you can put on there. So anything that you can get involved with that has, you know, more or less a technical aspect, but has the ability to work as a team, so that you develop some of those intangible skills is really, really important. And I'm also going to throw out there sports. Don't count sports out for understanding, you know, for being good at you know, manufacturing, or anything really, because again, that teaches you again about teamwork, teaches you about perseverance and all that. So any life lesson, anytime you can get involved in any extracurricular activity, especially if you're working with other people and competing and doing those things, that's going to help you, because those are the things that you really don't learn in a classroom setting. You basically, in the classroom setting, you're going to learn the technical stuff for your particular field, which is really important. But once you get outside of that, again, as I mentioned right from the beginning of our discussion, the most important things is communication, is, you know, all those other things that relationships and the ability to work together with other people, the adaptability. Those are the things that you learn when you do extracurricular activities, whether it's FIRST Robotics or sports or anything. It's all very valuable.
Thank you so much, Peter. We did have a really great question in the chat, but I lost it. I'll get back to it though. But we do have another one. Should you go to excuse me. What university in Canada should you go to if you are considering a career in advanced manufacturing or any other related to it? An example could be like for data scientists, robotics, engineering, etc.
There are several universities. I'm not going to pick one because there's so many different universities as well as colleges and polytechnics. So there's so many schools, and we're blessed in Canada because we have such a good educational system. The post-secondary institutions are fantastic across the country. We're the envy of the world when it comes to that. So there are so many programs. To name a few, we can talk about university. I'm from Windsor, so University of Windsor. We have McMaster University. They have a big manufacturing program. U of T, Waterloo has a lot of computer science things. You can go out west. I know SFU, Simon Fraser University, there's a good program in mechatronics out there. In colleges, I know there's in Alberta, we have Nate and Sate and Red Deer College. We have there's half a dozen to a dozen colleges in Ontario that provide manufacturing programs. So I think the key is, and this is what we're trying to do with our Careers of the Future website in terms of updating it and putting all these different post-secondary institutions on there. I think the key, they're not on there completely yet, but we're working on that. The key is understanding what is it that you're interested in? And there's a number of factors that could come into play, whether it's, location as well. If you want to go away to school or want to stay in your hometown, look at the programs at those institutions that are available. What type of career do you want to have? Is it engineering related? Is it technology related? So might help you decide whether you're going to university or a college or polytechnic. But ultimately, there are so many good schools out there that if you just pick the one that you're most interested in, that's going to give you the things that you're going to be enjoying at university or at college, and it's going to bring you to a career that you're going to be interested in, then I don't think you're going to go wrong with a Canadian post-secondary institution.
Ooh, really, really great points, Peter. I think also maybe just to add into that, I know that some of the schools, so like the universities, colleges, they usually have like I'm probably dating myself, but like open houses, and like you can definitely visit the schools. You can also go and inquire with your guidance counselors in your high schools or even your teachers if there's like a learning hub or a careers hub in your school. So yeah, ask those questions. Now is the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Open houses are a great thing because you actually, again, working from home, you get an idea when you go on the internet and things like that. But when you go out and meet people and get a sense of the environment, then you really understand it much better. But with that said, there's so many resources online. Websites are available. Again, to your point, guidance counselors and teachers. There's, you make sure you do your research and understand. Not only, does it have the program that you want, the courses that you want to take, but what is that environment like? And is it something where you're going to be happy with?
Ooh, I was just going to also do a little plug in as well. Visiting also web pages like Career of the Future websites and, other industries that you're interested in. They should have, sections for youth who are looking to get into said field. So just a little tip and note there.
Okay, also a pretty curious question from the Q&A. If robots are meant to be tools to help with physical labor and stuff, do we need stuff like ChatGPT? Is it really as bad as how teachers describe them as brain rotting things?
Oh, that's a loaded question. So ChatGPT or any kind of AI agent, they're becoming more commonplace, as everybody knows. And manufacturing is looking at taking advantage of those agents as well. And some manufacturers are actually implementing them. So there are uses for them. The challenge is making sure that it's not doing all the work for you. You have to interact with it as well. So there are instances within I guess manufacturing processes where it's so much easier just to talk to the manufacturer, to the equipment rather than trying to type something in. So there's the large language models are really, really good at that, and they're becoming more and more prevalent in manufacturing environments. So yeah, there's a challenge of that you're not going to ChatGPT is going to do all the work, and you're not going to be as using your brain as much. But if you utilize properly, it's a great assistant tool for you. So similar to robots that do certain things, certain tasks that you can't do, you're not as good at. ChatGPT, same thing. There's some certain things that it's really good at. Don't forget that humans have immense capabilities and some things that can't be replicated. So the human will never be out of that equation. Again, just treat robots and ChatGPT as tools that humans can utilize.
Really, really wise words. Thank you so much, Peter. And yeah, we have another question. For students and classrooms, like everyone that's joining today at Take Your Kids to Work, do you have any advice for grade 9 students who are just beginning to explore their career options, plural, there you go.
Yeah, I would start with something you like. Make sure that you're really interested in it, because if you don't like the topic, then you're not going to go for it. You're not going to be interested in pursue it and be successful. So as you're going, especially in grade 9, you're still trying to figure things out. And so the best thing to do is figure out, okay, what is it that you're interested in, and pursue that avenue, knowing that might change. And I'm a great example of that. So I went and I've had 3 different careers basically, and I'm just kind of that person that, if I go down a certain path and I've felt that, this is really great, and I've enjoyed it, but there's something else I want to learn. Then I steer it down a different path, and I kind of offshoot to somewhere else. So as I started, I was really interested in sports, and so I went down that path, and it was great. And then I went down a different path to manufacturing, and then went a different path to academia. But again, each of those paths, I used the career before to build on that. So I guess that's what the best advice that I can give is pursue your passion, do something that you're really, really interested in, and figure out, okay, what is that direction, and what is it that you want to do? And knowing that once you get there, you might enjoy it for a bit, and you might want to do something different, but at least you've pursued that, and then you're finding something else that you're interested in. But utilize all the skills that you've learned in that initial direction for the subsequent careers. Some people, and the other thing I would say is try not to be complacent. So you don't have to change jobs every 5 years or so, but or change different organizations. But you can even work at the same organization for your entire career. But it's good to explore different opportunities within that organization. So always trying to keep pushing yourself and challenge yourself, and keep trying to learn new things, whether it's within the organization or other organizations or extracurricular. I think that's really, really important, because it keeps you fresh and keeps you sharp.
Peter, I have one additional, maybe actually two additional questions. There's one in the chat. Person has been really patient, and feel free to clarify. So I believe based on one of your responses earlier, participants asking, so based on your answer, NGen basically provides funding and resources for other companies to make technology. If so, then how does NGen make profit?
So we have administration fees when we provide funding to companies. So and some of that funding does come to NGen. And so essentially we are a nonprofit. So technically, we don't technically make profits. So everything that we do comes back into our organization. So what we do is make sure that the funding that we get through the government will mostly goes to industry, and some of it goes to us to make sure that we're sustained. We also pursue other opportunities where potentially we have some contributions from industry that goes to NGen, so that we can continually support them as well.
Okay, one more question.
Okay.
Are we allowed to use ChatGPT in jobs? Like, does Engine allow it?
Yes, we actually do. We've been exploring large language models. Copilot is the one we're using at NGen. So we have been exploring that, but we're being relatively cautious and kind of on a trial basis, trying to make sure that we're pursuing it in a proper way. Because when you look at these ChatGPT or Copilot, a lot of things that there's a couple of things. One is the information that you get back from there, it's just scraping the web, and it's giving you the information from the web or wherever. So be cautious about what information you're actually getting. And we have to be very, very specific when it comes to the questions that we're asking it. But the other thing that we have to be careful about is the information we put out there that then goes out to everybody. So we have to be careful about what we actually say from our company perspective, or any company. So if a company starts asking certain questions or starts putting information out there into ChatGPT, that then becomes public in a sense, unless you have a controlled model. So when it comes to using AI tools, yes, we are definitely exploring it. We're being cautious, and we're making sure that it's going to be something that's going to be effective and useful for what we do.
Okay, Peter, thank you so much for providing such valuable insight and informing us of the amazing work that you're doing, as well as, within your role and at NGen. It's been a treat. And to students and folks tuning in today for Take Our Kids to Work, thank you for joining us as well. Peter, if you have any parting words.
Just thank you for having me. This is a pleasure to be here, and I wish all the students well in their careers, and hopefully we'll see a bunch of you in manufacturing.
Thank you, Peter. Sivan, thank you. And now, folks, a poll should appear on your screen momentarily, or I think it already happened, to provide your takeaway on what we just shared or what was shared. And thank you so much. And I'll be passing it to Flo.
Thank you so much, Nadia, and thank you, Suvan and Peter, for this great session about advanced manufacturing. This was absolutely amazing. I'm now going to transition us into the next session of today. So just a couple of items before we get started. As a reminder, there is live interpretation available all day long, so you can click on the globe at the bottom of your screen to choose the language of your choice. Our Career Live today, we are getting guests throughout the day that share more about their own careers or their field of career. You can see the full schedule in here. I'm posting the links in the chat right now. And so we are going through throughout the day, but if you need to take a break, if you need to pause, if you need to have lunch, please step away. That's totally fine. And then you can come back whenever you're ready. I know some people were asking in the chat. And you can use the Q&A function to ask some questions. And then we try to answer it in the best of our abilities. And finally, don't forget our 4 pillars: respect, listen, understand, and communicate, that roots ourselves here today. Thank you so much for your insights in the poll. I'm going to end it now. Excellent. And I will be introducing our next guests of today. So we are very happy to have CIBC Melon coming in here today. CIBC Melon is a financial service company and specializes in providing supports and solutions to institutional investors, businesses, and people working in the financial sector in Canada. Today, they will tell us a bit more about the various careers that exist in the financial sector and answer your question. So I want to welcome Mathieu from CIBC Melon, who will introduce the rest of his team.
Thank you so much, Florence. Bonjour tout le monde. Thanks everyone for joining us this morning. We're very excited to be speaking to the grade 9 community across Canada. I would like to thank the Students' Commission of Canada for hosting today's event for the students. It's a great pleasure to be participating today. If we can just go to the next slide, please. Great, thank you. To start us off, I just want to take a moment and walk us through what we plan to cover over the next hour. We will begin with a brief overview of CIBC Melon. After that, each of our panelists will tell us a bit about their career progression and the journey that led them to their current role. After, we'll also take some time to focus on the activities offered at CIBC Melon, which provides a great employee experience. And for the first time, very pleased to include a grade 9 student, Paige Merriman, who helped us shape our agenda and our questions. And of course, there will be time for questions at the very end of our presentation. So I remind everyone just to post them in the chat, and we will get to as many questions as we possibly can. Okay, so let's get started. To introduce myself, I'm Matthew Pacheco. I am an executive director in our client management team at CIBC Melon. Je suis bilingue, basé à Montréal, and I support large institutional clients across Canada. With that, I'll pass it over to Paige.
Hello, I'm Paige Merriman. I'm a grade 9 student at École Secondaire Catholique Renaissance. I'm with my dad in the Toronto CIBC Melon office for Take Your Kids to Work Day.
Hi, everybody. I am Megan Young, and I'm a senior tax reporting analyst in the record-keeping tax team at CIBC Melon, and I am currently in our One York office in Toronto. I'll pass it over to Kevin.
Thank you, Megan. So my name is Kevin Kondo. I'm the Vice President of Enterprise Resilience here in our Toronto office, where I oversee our cybersecurity, corporate security, and business continuity programs. And with that, I'll pass it to Aisha.
Thanks, Kevin. Hi, everyone. My name is Aisha Jamil. I'm a Senior Relationship Manager at CIBC Melon. I work off the Toronto location as well. And I'll speak more about my career. First, I'll pass it back to Matt to start our presentation. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Aisha. So if we just move over to the next slide, we're trying a very new format this year. For the very first time, we're joined by a grade 9 student, so Paige Merriman, who will help moderate a fireside chat. The goal is to help everyone understand who and what CIBC Melon does. And you know what better way than having a grade 9 student ask the questions today. So with that, I'll pass it over to you, Paige.
Thank you, Matt. What kind of company is CIBC Melon?
So CIBC Melon, we're a financial institution, a trust company, similar to a bank, but for very large institutional investors.
Who are your clients?
Our typical clients are pension plans, insurance companies, mutual funds, governments, foundations, and endowments. We also provide solutions to global financial institutions who have clients that invest some of their assets in the Canadian market. So our clients are very large organizations. Most of our clients have very large account sizes. So think of hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars in their accounts with us. We service more than $3.3 trillion in assets under administration. We take care of the money, holding it for investors, moving it for them as they invest. And our clients also hold mutual funds, ETFs, bonds, alternative investments, a whole range of investments that we support for our clients.
What are ETFs and assets under administration?
Paige, that's a great question. So ETFs are exchange traded funds. So think of baskets or groups of securities that investors can buy and hold on the stock market. For example, a client may buy many stocks or companies all at once. From an assets under administration perspective, it's essentially the money, the securities that we hold and keep safe on behalf of our clients.
Where is CIBC Melon located? Like, where are your offices?
So CIBC Melon, we're exclusively in Canada. We're a privately owned company, jointly owned by CIBC, the bank, and Bank of New York. We offer the global capabilities of Bank of New York, including products and services, and we also leverage some of CIBC's Canadian capabilities.
What is Bank of New York?
Bank of New York is the largest and oldest custody bank in the world. It was founded more than 240 years ago, 1784, and it was founded by Alexander Hamilton.
The same Alexander Hamilton isn't a musical?
Yes, you know what? It is. And today the company is known as BNY.
What do you do for your clients?
So our main service is custody, which is safeguarding of our clients' assets, so their money. We also offer record keeping, accounting, and tax services. We also calculate the investment performance and make monthly pension payments. Perhaps you know of a retiree in your family, maybe a grandparent, who receives monthly pension checks on a monthly basis.
Yes, actually. My grandmother used to work at York University, and she now gets pension payments.
Funny enough, Paige, York University is one of our many university clients. Paige, have you ever heard of mutual funds?
No, I have not.
Okay, so I'll walk you through it. A mutual fund is like a big pool of money that many people deposit their money into. The pool of money is managed by a portfolio manager who in turn buys a mix of companies. So the mutual fund can hold many companies, making it easier for an investor to own more than a single company. And I'll give you an example. So if you wanted to invest, say, $500 in the stock market, you can potentially buy one company, say Apple. Or you can buy a mutual fund, which is that basket of securities that I told you about earlier, the pool of money, where the portfolio manager buys not only Apple, but it includes other companies such as Microsoft, Google, Amazon, NVIDIA, even Facebook. Some of the investment you now own is, not a single company, but a whole basket of securities. Now, our role at CIBC Melon is to hold all of the money on behalf of the investor, so that big pool of money that I spoke about, which is called safekeeping. We evaluate the price of the fund on a daily basis. That is known as striking the net asset value. So in short, the NAV for that either basket of securities or the security itself. We also keep track of all the investments in the mutual fund, and we keep track of all the individuals who are buying and selling those mutual funds.
That makes sense. What can you tell us about your employees? Also, how many offices do you have in Canada?
So that's a good question. We are Canadian, as mentioned earlier, and we have 1,800 employees across the country in 7 different cities. Our largest office is in Toronto. However, we do have offices in Mississauga, Ontario, London, Ontario, Winnipeg, Calgary, Montreal, which is where I'm based, and most recently, Vancouver.
Vous avez aussi mentionné que vous avez des locations à Montréal. Avez-vous des clients en français aussi?
Absolument, Paige. Nous servons nos clientèles québécois dans la langue de leur choix. On est très fiers d'être en mesure de servir notre clientèle en français. Paige, thank you so much for this chat. You've asked some great questions. Hopefully, our audience now has a better idea of who and what CIBC Melon does. For now, I'll pass it over to Megan to hear about her career journey.
Hello, everyone. My name is Megan, and I'll give you a little background about myself and how I ended up at CIBC Melon. I graduated from Trent University in 2008 with a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Sciences. After graduating, I began working in various labs doing environmental air quality testing and also testing of mineral and metal analysis. My ultimate goal at the time was to get into law enforcement and work with forensic investigation teams doing evidence collection and analysis work. Ultimately, I decided that I didn't want to go down that path because it no longer served me. I began reflecting on what I wanted to do with my career and felt inspired by my mother, who worked as a bookkeeper for a small accounting firm. So in 2012, I started with a company in the financial services industry on a contract basis with the tax team to produce tax slips for our investors. And then eventually in 2018, I ended up at CIBC Melon, where I worked my way up to a senior role within the record-keeping tax team just this year. So a day in the life of a record-keeping tax analyst is that I prepare and issue tax slips to investors in January and February for any investments holding that they manage, and I report that information to the Canadian government. This may not be something you've heard of before, but you may have heard of the fact that your parents would be taking their tax slips, like the ones that I produce, and they give them to their accountant and they do their tax returns every year in April. Throughout the year, in preparation for what we call tax season, which is our busiest time, I send money to the Canadian and the Quebec governments, and I review all of our payments to make sure that they balance before I send out the tax slips in the new year. I'll leave you with a piece of advice that I'd like to give. Soon you'll be making really important decisions about your post-secondary education and your eventual career. But what you study in school doesn't always define your career path, and that's perfectly okay. In fact, it's pretty common. Growth often comes from exploring new interests, gaining real-world experience, and discovering strengths that you didn't know that you had. So be sure to explore any and all possibilities and find what serves you best. Thank you.
Megan, what is your favorite part of your job?
So my favorite part of my job is that feeling that I get when a file that I'm reconciling balances to the exact penny. There's an instant sense of satisfaction, accomplishment, and quite frankly, relief. When you're dealing with thousands of transactions across thousands of accounts totaling millions of dollars, you can imagine that when you expect to see a certain dollar amount and then you don't, the feeling of dread settles in, because finding the root of that discrepancy can be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's why we work so hard throughout the year in our off season to make sure that all of our files are in order, because trying to figure out the discrepancies when the deadline for tending tax slips is looming over us is just way too stressful. Kevin, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Megan. So in my teenage years, I started out my first job in a grocery store, working in the produce department. After that, I moved on to working in some welding and steel fabrication. I also worked as an electrician as a co-op, and I started out an apprenticeship as an electrician also. But I didn't find that very fulfilling. So after that, I made a switch to working in marketing and trade show coordination, where I was able to travel and experience life on the road effectively. But then in my early 20s, I had to decide about my corporate career. So I decided to take up an opportunity to work at one of the Canadian FIs in the technology space. So there I worked for a number of years managing their development and testing lab environment, working on proof of concepts, using new technology, also managing a part of their data center. And then after a few years of being there, I had an opportunity to move over to CIBC, the bank. And in that environment at CIBC, I worked within their IT operations functions, working on virtual servers, server consolidation, also in their development and test labs too. And then I decided at CIBC, I also wanted to make a change. So I managed to find a role within their security and architecture functions. So within the security department, I was working on new policies, technology and security standards, processes, risk management. And after a few years of being in that area, I was then presented with another opportunity to join CIBC Melon. And that's where I've been now for about the past 8 years. And while at CIBC Melon, I've been really focusing on their security and resiliency programs. So things around corporate security investigations, around cybersecurity monitoring and mitigations, around supplier risk management, around business continuity strategies for how we identify threats and how we avoid incidents from occurring. Things like the pandemic, for instance, was a part of my area to manage the organization through as a part of our business continuity program. And another part of my team and my role is also focused on employee training and awareness. So ensuring that employees understand what to do, where to go, who to report to in the event that there's a cyber breach, a security event, or some type of life safety event also. A day in the life of my role, I will say every day is different. I meet with clients, I meet with vendors and third parties. We do risk assessments on a continual basis. We deal with security events incidents, threats, things like even weather could pose a challenge and a threat to our organization. So putting plans together to identify threats, assess them, and putting together contingency plans to avoid operational impact is a part of my team and my role. And also, as a people leader, a good portion of my time too is spent coaching and mentoring employees. So how they can improve in their own personal performance in their careers. So before I leave, I'll leave just with two thoughts, one on a professional and one on a personal nature. So on a professional point, I would encourage all the participants here to be flexible in their career goals. As you can tell, I've had a variety of jobs over the course of my lifetime. So be flexible, try new things, also manage your own career. Everyone is going to want to give you advice, your parents, your family, your well-wishers, but nonetheless, it's your career. So you need to manage it accordingly. And also maintain a close network of people that you trust. People are going to give you the leg up. Those connections are going to give you the leg up as you get into the workforce. And on a personal note, I would ask if anyone here has either been the victim or knows of being a victim of cybercrime or fraud. Because unfortunately, the stats are that likely one of us either has experienced or knows someone that's experienced fraud of a cyber or technology nature. So for your generation in particular, you're growing up with more technology and experience than any generation before you. So I encourage those participating here to be that security champion in your family, especially for those that are more vulnerable, like seniors. By and large, seniors are the most often targets of fraud, identity theft, scams, phishing attempts. So please help them protect themselves by being vigilant and spotting out scams before they become a statistic. And lastly, just protect yourselves, protect your own information, your own personal identity, so that you also don't become a victim. Be extremely careful with sites that you share information with, what you post online. Anything you post online could likely or possibly be used against you. So please be careful when you're surfing the net or what you're sharing online. So with that, I'll pass it back over to Paige if you got any questions.
Yeah, Kevin, what was one of your favorite past jobs?
I really enjoyed the trade show and marketing experience because I was really able to travel. And also I was able to collaborate and work with a lot of creative people at the same time. So that one in my past was really something that is a highlight for me. Thank you for that. So I'll now pass it over to Aisha.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm going to start with when I was in grade 9. I had a lot of pressure to be a doctor, but I hated being in biolabs and anything to do with living things. The only subject that made sense to me and I enjoyed was math. Even playing games such as Monopoly or Payday, I had to be the banker, as I could do math quickly in my head and all players trusted me with their money. So throughout high school, naturally, I took interest in subjects that involved numbers and logic. I did well in algebra and coding. That eventually led me on a path to computer science. After graduating from a university in Pakistan with a degree in computer science engineering, I moved to Canada in 2005 and started a family here. I got busy raising 2 kids, and when my oldest was 8 years old, I started teaching in Kumon, which many of you might know as students or even some maybe instructors there. That was my first job. As my kids got a bit older, I started looking for full-time jobs, and a connection at CIBC HR I knew. I had met her at a career fair. She helped me get into an entry-level role at CIBC Melon. Now, for 10 years, I have been working at CIBC Melon. I worked in different roles, including banking, investment operations, or investment fund operations, information technology, IT, project management, change management, and now client relationship management. So a day in life for me at CIBC Melon as a client relationship manager, my job is to build and maintain strong business relationships with CIBC Melon clients by supporting their investment banking requirements, introducing them products and services that they can benefit from, connecting them with the right service teams, and making sure the quality of service they're receiving is satisfactory. Now, relationship management is a very interactive and creative role where you are constantly engaged with clients on phone calls, emails, Zoom, or in-person meetings, and you get to choose or create your own engagement style. You could use materials such as PowerPoint slides or face-to-face discussions over coffee or lunch meetings. And I would say if you're an extrovert, you like meeting people and love to talk, this kind of role can be very exciting for you. But you can also be an introvert like me, who is just very curious how your clients feel about our services and how can we serve them better. If that gives you satisfaction, you'll be happy doing this kind of job as well. And my last advice to you, and really piggybacking on what Kevin said about networking, I believe building your professional network is equally important as building your knowledge and experience. You can find many resources on, guidance on your career and what you want to, increase your knowledge with online and in books. But having a professional support circle or network of people who can guide you in real time based on your unique position and goals in life is much more valuable and effective. And it doesn't have to be a very big circle. Even 2 or 3 people can make a big difference. And don't be afraid to reach out to your seniors, ask for mentorship, and you'll be surprised how many of them are actually glad when a young person like you asks for their guidance and mentorship. So,
Aisha,
Go ahead,
how do
please.
you find a mentor?
I would say start with your teachers or guidance counselors at school. Go to your favorite teacher who's easy to talk to, and find excuses for like regular meetups once a month, once a semester, or once a school year. Talk to them about your achievements, your struggles, and simply ask for their guidance. And one more thing I would like to mention, some of you might have heard about this online portal called LinkedIn. It's for you when you're 16 and older. It is a very good online tool or portal to find professional connections. When you begin your profile, in the beginning, you won't know a lot of people. Just start adding with your parents there, your parents' friends, your classmates, your teachers, so that when you finish high school and start looking for work, you already have a pool of connections who know you and will help you connect with others in the industry.
That's great. Thanks, Aisha. And hi, everyone. I'm back. I work in the part of the financial industry called asset servicing. And that might sound complicated, but in simple terms, I help large organizations with their investments and safekeeping. My career didn't start with finance books. It started with my family's history. I'm first generation Canadian. My parents immigrated from Portugal in 1967, hoping to give their future children a better life. Like many immigrants, they worked incredibly hard, and most of my relatives became tradespeople. So they were either electricians, mechanics, construction workers, and they didn't have fancy titles, but they built their lives and communities with pride and determination. Even though my parents didn't have a chance to finish school, they always told me that education was important. They encouraged me to learn and to aim higher and to take any opportunity that they never had. So those values, the hard work, the humility, the education, that became my foundation. And when I finished high school, I'll be honest, I wasn't totally sure what I wanted to study, but I knew I was good with numbers. I enjoyed working with people and I liked solving problems. So I decided to study business at McGill University. And while I was there, I got a part-time job at a bank in the Visa Fraud Center. And the job, it was kind of cool. It was to spot suspicious credit card transactions, kind of like being a detective. I learned how to analyze data, recognize different patterns, and help people from fraud. That experience taught me that finance isn't just about money. It's about trust, it's about responsibility and teamwork. When I finished university, I took the first full-time accounting job I could find, and it so happened to be at the same bank that I had the part-time job at. It wasn't glamorous, but it was a great start. I had amazing mentors who taught me how to think critically, stay curious, and to keep learning. And because I was open to new challenges, I gradually moved through different departments, from accounting to performance measurement, Then I transitioned into transition management, relationship management, and eventually sales. Each step taught me something new about business, about people, and even about myself. I learned that careers aren't straight lines. They are paths that unfold as you explore and grow. Today, I work in asset servicing, helping large institutional clients manage their assets with care and transparency. And I get to combine everything I learned throughout my life, my analytical skills, my curiosity, my love for building relationships, all into a single role. And looking back, I see how my parents' sacrifices and belief in education opened doors for me that they never got to walk through. So with that, if you're not sure what you want to do today, that's completely fine, and it's very normal. If you ask people around you, you'll totally get the same answer, and that's okay. What I would say is stay curious, work hard, and just try new things.
Matt, what's the best piece of advice you've heard through your whole career?
That's a great question. I would say it's probably from that question from a personal and business and career perspective is probably the same for me. You can't buy experience. You have to live through the ups and downs that will shape who you will become. So work hard, show up on time, stay curious by asking questions, and I guarantee you, you will grow as a person.
Thank you for that advice.
Okay, Paige. So now switching gears, next we will showcase what CIBC Melon what makes CIBC Melon a great place to work and how we get involved in the community. With that, I'll pass it over to Megan.
Thanks, Matt. Hi, everyone. So one of my favorite parts about working for CIBC Melon is that we are encouraged to participate in a variety of fundraising events and community volunteering. I personally take a lot of joy of being active in my community, and so I'm so grateful that I get to nourish that part of me with CIBC Melon. When I joined in 2018, I became the secretary of the diversity committee, which has allowed me to engage with so many people within CIBC Melon and to learn about their experiences and their cultures. I've also been able to engage with a number of local organizations who offer support to marginalized members of our community. So through the Diversity Committee, I have hosted a Black History Month event in conjunction with the York Region Alliance of African Canadian Communities to inform employees about ways that they can support Black youth in the city through mentorship, storytelling, and identity programs. I've also volunteered at a local organization called EVAS, which supports homeless youth in the city by providing housing and giving them the tools that they need to learn how to take care of themselves. I also hosted a Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ information session about allyship with the 519, which is a community center that supports the queer community here in Toronto. And every year, the Diversity Committee holds a diversity showcase where employees come together to share information about their cultures and their communities. I am a descendant of a Jamaican parent, and so I joined in with the Caribbean booth to showcase our history. And it's so much fun. It's a huge, big hit. We share so much good food and entertainment from all over the world, and everybody just really enjoys it so much. I'm also a member of our Joint Health and Safety Committee, where we work to keep informed about issues that impact the health and safety of employees at CIBC Melon. I've also been a member and a co-chair of the United Way Committee, where we spend 2 weeks out of the year raising funds to support local United Way programs. We do silent auctions for cool things like tickets to sporting events or like electronics like AirPods. And we host information sessions where we learn about the impact that our donations have on members of the community. I also participate in a number of volunteering events where we pack hygiene and snack kits for shelters and various clubs through our corporate social responsibility program at CIBC Melon. One of my favorite events to attend is the United for Literacy Game Night, where people from CIBC Melon and other companies within the financial services industry come together and play games like Scrabble and trivia, and we raise money for literacy programs in the city. And I've also participated in a Habitat for Humanity event where women gathered to help build homes for people in need of affordable housing. When I started that event, I did not even know how to hammer a nail, but by the end of the day, I was doing drywall installation by myself. I thought that was really cool. So as you can see, my life at CIBC Melon is just so much more than the work that I do day to day. I get the opportunity to make a difference in our communities, learn new skills, and I feel a sense of purpose outside of my work. Kevin, over to you.
Thank you. So in terms of my own experience, there's two things that jump out about CIBC Melon that I really appreciate. So one is the people, and the other are the opportunities that we have. So as I mentioned, I've worked in a variety of sized companies in my past. And in relation to even CIBC or BNY, I feel that there's a very unique sense of culture and diversity and inclusivity, like you said, mentioned, across the organization, because it feels as though we're almost like a family-sized organization. Over the years, I've also established many personal friendships with my colleagues. And as you grow in your own careers, I think you'll come to realize that having a personal connection with your coworkers is almost as valuable as your salary, as your own financial gain. So having those personal connections can really make it or break it in terms of your job and where you land as a role. And as Aisha mentioned, CIBC Melon encourages leaders and employees to pay back their own experiences through our mentorship programs. So I've been mentored by executives that have helped me guide in my career and my skills. And likewise, I paid it back by putting myself out there to mentor others in our organization to provide them with my own experience and my own advice in guiding their careers also. And in terms of opportunity, again, because we are a smaller sized organization, I do feel as though it leads to more opportunities to try new things. We're able to move around more, experience new activities, and not just perform one role or one process or function, much like you would have at a larger organization. CIBC Melon also highly encourages upskilling. So whether that's in my area within the security space, getting security certifications, such as your CISSP, your CISA, your C-RISC. So they do encourage upskilling and professional certifications beyond just what you come into the organization with. And because of the nature of our business, as mentioned, you do get a sense of accomplishment knowing that you are supporting the Canadian financial services sector. You are helping out pensioners. You are helping out large organizations and people with their life savings. So there is a sense of satisfaction in knowing that you have a hand in that. So with that, I'll pass it back over to Aisha.
Thanks, Kevin. And just like Megan and Kevin, I also love the fact that CIBC Melon provides so many volunteer opportunities to all employees to give back to communities. Every employee is encouraged to support and nominate their own choice of organization. Myself, I'm a member of the Women's Initiative Network at CIBC Melon. I'm also a member of the Environmental Committee and help our Corporate Social Responsibility CSR team, along with Megan, as you see us together in the picture. Through CSR, we support various charity foundations by volunteering and fundraising or donations. Few names that I would like to mention is Second Harvest, the Covenant House, Jesse's Foundation, Access Employment. We do tree planting with Tree Canada twice a year, and also help Toronto and Region Conservation, Humane Society, sheltering homeless pets, animals, and something very fun we do every year is the Motion Ball Sports Marathon with special athletes, as you see in the picture with the red t-shirts in the field. And CIBC Melon also provides many opportunities to participate in organization-wide innovation workshops, hackathons, special projects such as process automations. In the end, employees are rewarded with prizes and recognitions. I myself was lucky to win twice. There was a Client Experience Award and Hackathon Award. So yeah, And as much as these participations give you an extra sense of purpose, these activities are a great opportunity to network inside and outside of the organization. I have pretty much added a lot of people I've met to volunteering on my LinkedIn, so I have a huge network. It's great to stay connected with those people as well. And I really consider myself lucky to be a part of an organization that focuses on giving back and employees' growth. Yes.
That's great. As you can tell, everyone, at CIBC Melon, we work hard, but we also play hard and give back to the community. And that's what makes CIBC Melon a great place to work. If you look at that screen, the bottom left-hand corner, there I am with our CFO, Brian Lee, out to support the Ride to Conquer Cancer. 2 years ago, CIBC Melon started a cycling team to raise money for the Princess Margaret Cancer Center. We're a team of 14 who've raised more than $150,000 for cancer research. CIBC Melon graciously matches our donations up to 50%. In exchange for the donations received, we ride 200 kilometers over 2 days. So for those of you in Toronto, we ride from Toronto to Niagara Falls. And then for those in Montreal, just to give you a bit of background, think of being on a bicycle, riding 200 kilometers from Montreal to Ottawa. Yes, it sounds hard, but honestly, that ride of 200 kilometers on the bike is nowhere near as hard as someone having to battle through cancer. I'm very proud of our team and the fact that CIBC Melon and CIBC Bank encourages us and supports us every year. With that, as promised, we're going to turn to the Q&A. Just a quick reminder, if there are any questions, and we already see some coming in, to post them in the Q&A in the chat. But while we look through some of your questions, I believe Paige has a couple to ask us. So Paige, fire away.
Yeah. Megan, what is your #1 piece of career advice?
Thanks, Paige. This ties to a common theme that you would have heard from many of us here today. So it is worth reiterating, and that's don't limit your experiences in the workplace. There will be many opportunities for you to participate in so many different ways, and you really should take advantage of them. You'll make new connections, you'll learn new skills. All of this can help with you the progression of your career. So just leave yourself open to new experiences because you never know where they might take you.
That's great. We have another question that came in from a student. This one seems to be for Aisha. And the question is, what type of bank are you and how are you different from CIBC?
Good question. I also saw another one asking for the difference between CIBC Melon and CIBC. So CIBC Melon is a custody bank for big corporations, and CIBC Melon is jointly owned by CIBC Bank and BNY Mellon in US. CIBC itself is a retail commercial bank for people and businesses, and I'll just put that in simpler words, that CIBC helps people and businesses use their money, while CIBC Melon helps big corporations safely hold and manage their large investments. I'll also add an example here. Let's say a person is paying rent to their landlord, paying their credit cards, energy bill, or a business owner is paying their employees, their suppliers, and rent for their store, which typically involves transactions in hundreds or thousands of dollars. All these you can manage through an account at CIBC Bank. Now, if you're a big corporation investing in buying stocks, bonds, ETFs we talked about earlier, managing large pension, retirement funds, and donations, you need a custody bank like CIBC Melon that has a big facility, including a big vault, to safeguard those large assets and support very large amounts of transactions that are in millions and even billions. I hope that clarifies that.
Thank you so much. As usual, sorry,
there
go
was,
ahead.
Sorry, one more question I saw, which asked that about the melon in the name. So I was clarifying that, and I forgot to add that Mellon was a separate institution in US that BNY, Bank of New York, merged with a couple years ago. So BNY became BNY Mellon. And when CIBC started CIBC Melon as a joint venture between Bank of New York and CIBC, the Melon came in our name. So yeah, technically we're CIBC BNY Melon, but the short name is CIBC Melon. Yeah.
That's great. So thanks for that. And I hope it clarifies the question that came from our student. And as per usual, Kevin, you're a hot commodity. A lot of people want to know what you do. Very interesting things. And one of the questions that came in is, with the advancement of AI, what jobs do you see coming in a decade from now?
Wow. Okay, so that's a long-winded answer, which I'll try to condense down. So AI is here, and AI is eventually going to be touching every facet of our lives. So I won't say that there's a specific role, because roles are constantly changing and evolving over time. But I will say that in the coming years, even right now, trying to find new ways to leverage and integrate artificial intelligence in a safe, ethical, and secure way will continue to be needed. So maybe there's an AI engineering role, AI architect, AI security role. A lot of those things are on their way to becoming mainstream. But the fact that we're very much in the early days of introducing AI into different industries, different activities, on our phones, on our computers, what have you, finding those ways to use it in an appropriate way, that's really going to be kind of a bell curve effect over the coming years when it comes to jobs and your career decisions.
Thanks for that, Kevin. And just staying with you, Kevin, I think there's another question that came in. I'm just looking through the chat here. Let me just take a quick look. There's a lot of communication going back and forth. That's great. So the question here is, in a follow-up to that last question, what skills would you need now, even without knowing the future roles that will be there?
So blockchain, understanding decentralized ledgers, how that technology works, not just the cryptocurrency side of things, but understanding how blockchains will eventually evolve and be used in everything from credit card purchases, online purchases, money movement, healthcare, legal agreements, in your own schooling, and recordings. Blockchain is going to be everywhere eventually too. So understanding, again, how to securely integrate that decentralized model into various aspects of technology and industries, that's really going to be a skill to focus in on in the coming years. And then another area, which would be my personal area, would be cybersecurity. So cybercrime and fraud are evolving incredibly quickly, often faster than the good guys can frankly keep up with. Especially now that quantum computing is moving now from theory into reality, there's going to be all sorts of new threats. And as a result of new threats and risks, we need people to investigate, to protect data, to protect people's assets. So focusing in on that cybersecurity industry, there's always going to be jobs. There's always going to be a demand in that industry or in that sector. So if you are tech savvy, if you do like being on the good guy side of things and protecting, that's going to be a great job in the years to come. So I really encourage all the participants here to consider it.
That's great. And Kevin, not to keep you in the spotlight, but one more question before we move to Aisha and Megan. What would you say are 2 positives and 2 negatives associated to your career?
So in my job in particular, I get a lot of satisfaction knowing that I have a hand in protecting people's assets and protecting people's information. Also, that I can have some influence in a positive way on other people's growth in their careers. So being a people leader does give me the ability to connect with my employees, connect with my colleagues, my peers, and senior leadership too. So I can help others, I can educate others about how to protect themselves, their assets, and even their family members, their loved ones. On the negative side, so because of working in the security sector and the security industry, especially in the financial side of things, you do get a unique insight on what the bad guys are doing. and the victims. So there's a lot of information, either publicly or confidentially, that's shared about scams, about CRA scams, about victims, especially, as I mentioned before, pensioners and senior citizens. So knowing that, I would say is a negative. It really does affect me. I have senior citizen parents myself. My in-laws, they've been affected and been victims of cybercrime and identity theft. So knowing that it is so prevalent and there are so many victims in Canada and internationally, it's a sad fact that I have to deal with. But at the same time, it does motivate me to be better in my job and to also encourage others and to raise the awareness of what cybercrime can do to individuals.
Thanks so much, Kevin. As promised, there is a question that came in from the students. This one is for Megan. Your job sounds very stressful. How do you relieve stress?
Yeah, it definitely has its stressful moments. The winter months can be long and tiring, but I'm really lucky that I have a great support group of friends that I made when I was in my first year of university. And so I can really lean on them when I need help and support and kindness. They're always there for me. So it's really good to maintain those friendships as you move along, because they will come in handy. Also, I have like so many hobbies. I love to crochet. I love to cross stitch. I paint, even though I don't paint very well, but I still like to do it. I read. I love music, and I go to a lot of concerts. So I just try and keep my social life really active, help relieve a bit of that stress that comes along with the long hours and the busy days. So yeah, that's it.
That's great. There's another question. This one looks like it's addressed to me. If I wanted to study business, what would you recommend? And there's a follow-up question. What learning different language, if that would help in the business world? So two-part question. To answer the first part, it all depends on what you're passionate about. The business world is very vast. There's finance, there's accounting, there's marketing. There are different facets in what you can study. So what I would tell you or recommend is try to find out what interests you most. What's the saying? If you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life, right? So as you're starting to speak to mentors, as Aisha mentioned, try to ask different questions and see what really drives you. Entering part B, learning a different language, is always a positive. Canada is becoming more and more bilingual. I'm based in Montreal, so I speak French at home. I speak French to our colleagues, the ones who are bilingual, and obviously to our clients. Typically an individual would prefer to speak a language that they're most comfortable in. So ideally, learning more than one language would obviously benefit you. Just going through the questions, keep them coming. We have another 5 minutes before we wrap. And just looking here, a question came in as here, Aisha, what post-secondary education would you need for your career path?
That's a good question. For my career path, post-secondary education would be a big word, but I think as long as you're comfortable with math and money makes sense to you, and banks are like, there's so many different roles in a bank. You're not always just dealing with money or calculating thing. There's like IT side to it. What Kevin talked about. There's cybersecurity, and what Megan talked about. Releasing or making tax slips. So there's a lot of different components when you work in a bank. But the core skill, of course, is again numbers and some sense of money, what's going out in the world, on not necessarily on the stock exchange, but in general, like what are these tariffs people are talking about, what are interest rates and those kind of things. So post-secondary, like your degree in finance, or if you're doing CPA or CFA, that's extremely helpful, but that it's not a requirement to get in a bank or a custody bank like CIBC Melon. That's what I would say. Yeah. But again, yeah, if you're going for financial engineering or something like that, that would be a great asset. Yeah.
That's awesome. Obviously, there's a lot in the business world you can go through. Just looking through the chat as we continue to go through. I think we have maybe 2 more questions. The next one's for you, Megan. You mentioned a lot of programs which you're involved in. Are there currently any that you're not that you'd like to join?
Yeah, just this year, actually, it might have been late last year, a group just sort of started in its infancy. And it's an employee resource group, which means it's led by employees at the company. And this one is specifically for the LGBTQIA plus community and its allies. It's a pretty small group, and I can see that growing into something a lot bigger. And I think it would be a great opportunity for us to spread knowledge and information, share resources, and just come together and support each other. So that's something that I'm looking forward to get involved with and just watch that expand over the coming months.
Awesome. Another question came in. Aisha, you mentioned Kumon in your presentation. What did you learn, or what do you feel you can apply today in some of the learnings in working at Kumon?
Very good question. Back then, sort of my first job, Kumon, I think one of the key things that job teaches you, or their learning or teaching model teaches you, is time management, which I wasn't great at. You time yourself, you go in, of course, you log in, and there's certain hours you have to complete. And then you time your students' work, down to the accuracy of minutes. And that teaches you a lot about efficiency, like not just getting things done, but getting things done on time. So yeah, that was the main thing. And like most other jobs, social skills, like how you interact and engage with, different age groups, different intellect levels. You could have a student from pre-K, or you could have someone from high school learning calculus. And, the manager of the learning center. Occasionally you interact with parents as well. So yeah, social skills was another good learning at Kumon.
That's great. Yeah. There's another question here. It looks like it's addressed to me. What does an actual day look like for an executive director in client management? It's a loaded question. And honestly, the beauty of my role at CIBC Melon is that I oversee clients across Canada, which means that every day is different. I spend a lot of my time working directly with our clients, very often in their offices. And for a very live example, I'm based in Montreal, but doing this presentation in Halifax because I'm visiting our clients in Atlantic Canada. A typical day involves or includes meeting with clients in their offices or virtual, collaborating with our teams at CIBC Melon to understand how we can help our clients solve their business challenges. Obviously planning for client meetings well in advance, given the vast clients that we cover across Canada, is very necessary. And to be honest with you, our clients dictate my calendar. I think we have enough time for one more question. So let me just go through the chat here. Kevin, we're going to ask you one more, and it's around cyber crimes. Like, what are you typically seeing from a cyber crime perspective towards our organization?
So going on to the topic of AI, so it's definitely made it easier for bad actors or ransomware groups or cyber criminals to attack organizations. So there's definitely added emphasis for scanning for vulnerabilities, for testing through teaming exercises, for anything that could be externally facing, making sure that everything is protected. So our organization has a variety of layers, security controls, monitoring in place, and those protect the organization from external attack. But by far, by the largest number of victims right now is actually people. So our organization is well funded, well protected, but but the numbers in Canada in particular are staggering in terms of the amount of victims. I'm looking at a report right now based on last year, and last year in Canada, there were over 30,000 victims of cybercrime. Majority were information leakage, so fraud, identity theft, card skimming, things like that. And in terms of losses, there was over $600 million worth of losses that were basically given to cyber criminals or fraudsters. So although CIBC Melon is well-funded, well-protected, we're heavily regulated, we're audited, we have the best of tools to protect us. The biggest targets right now are actually individuals. So again, pensioners, students, folks like myself that put a lot of information online. So again, protect yourselves, protect your loved ones. Our organization is as secure as we can be, but really focus on yourselves. That would be my one big takeaway from this whole session here.
Thanks, Kevin. And that brings us to time. So, merci beaucoup tout le monde. C'était un grand plaisir de parler avec vous. Thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of your sessions.
Thank you. Bye.
Back to you, Florence.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, the whole team of CIBC Melon, for joining us today. This was very insightful, very great. And we are very happy that you were able to take some time with us today.
Thank you for having us. It was a pleasure.
Awesome. So I'm going to launch the little poll just right now so that you can give us your input on the session we just had. So please take 2 minutes, not even, to just answer some of these questions. They're very useful, helpful for us to know where you're from and who is making up these 500 people we have right now, and how you found the session and how we can improve in the future as well. So really appreciate having your insights. It's yeah, very appreciated. Amazing. So that was great. As a reminder, we are running the whole day. We are not stopping. We have session one after the other, but totally understand that you may be needing to step out for a minute, maybe take a breather, go to the bathroom, have lunch, something like that. So please feel free to step away if you need to, and then you can come back to learn more and hear the next session. Which brings me to introducing our next guest of today, but I'm going to pass it to my colleague Matt to get into that.
Thanks, Flo. It's really great to be here. Really great to be here with all of you. If you've been with us all day, thank you, and I hope that you are relishing the insights and it's sparking some curiosity about your own lives. If you're just joining us now, welcome to Career Live. We're here for Take Our Kids to Work Day. Our theme this year is Lift Up the Future. And I think I can speak on several of our experiences when thinking about how listening to the different possibilities of career paths, thinking about different skill sets that you're saying, oh, I have that skill set, or oh, that's something I want to develop. These are all part of our Take Our Kids to Work live experience, where we're helping you explore different career paths you might take. And something about lifting up the future is we need you. You are the future. When we think about the legacy of tomorrow and the legacy of what our culture, what our communities are going to look like, it's on you. So this day is really about you. A couple of housekeeping announcements in case you're just now joining us. We have interpretation available throughout the day, as well as closed captioning. There's an agenda coming in the chat, which I see my colleague Flo has posted there. And throughout the day, we have different guests coming in to speak into different careers, to speak into their paths, to speak into what doors might be open or opening for you in thinking about your own career. There's an opportunity for you to ask questions of our guests. There's a Q&A function in the Zoom. So if you have questions that pop into your mind as our guest speakers are presenting, you can park your question there. And there'll be a section at the end of this session where we'll field some of your questions. We're live streaming on YouTube. That's one way that you can access this session. And just as a reminder, the backbone of who we are and our values are our 4 pillars: respect, listen, understand, and communicate. And we want to respect the different experiences that people might be sharing with us. We want to respect the unique gifts that each of us are bringing into the space. We want to listen. We want to listen with our eyes and our hearts and our minds to new possibilities of what career could look like. And we're seeking to understand how we ourselves align with new opportunities or new knowledge and skills that we might be gaining through today, and also communicating. So there's a lot of communicating happening on the screen right now, but there's going to be a lot of communicating that you can do to interact in the Q&A and beyond today in lifting up the future in your own career path. So I want to get to the session spotlight of today. We are thrilled to welcome a dynamic group of youth ambassadors from UNICEF YouReport. YouReport is an innovative platform that empowers young people to speak out on issues that matter to them. YouReport engages youth through surveys and discussions, providing them a voice in critical areas such as employment. These ambassadors are passionate advocates who work tirelessly to raise awareness and drive positive change within their communities. And today they're going to discuss with us how youth across the country have talked and shared about employment. Please welcome Divya, Nia, and Vladislav. And I will turn the mic over to you all to talk a little bit about UNICEF YouReport.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Matt. Hello, everyone. My name is Divya Sharma, and I'm here with my 2 other colleagues who will be sharing a little bit more about what UNICEF YouReport does. I believe we do have a presentation, so we'll just quickly figure out the sharing the screen. But in the meantime, if you folks could share, have you ever heard about UNICEF or YouReport? Feel free to drop a yes or no in the comments or in the chat, and then we can get going from there. Okay, perfect. So firstly, I just want to take the time to acknowledge that we're all based out of Canada here on different treaty territories. I am originally from Treaty 1 territory, which is Winnipeg, Manitoba, and I know other folks will introduce themselves slowly. So firstly, I just wanted to speak a little bit more about what YouReport is, what UNICEF is. So UNICEF, of course, is an organization that specifically focuses on children and youth rights, as our motto says, for every child. And today we'll be going through a number of things with you, and we're very excited and thankful to have all of you here. We can go on to the next slide. Yes, so our agenda will go through some introductions. What exactly is YouReport? Some of our testimonies. So each of us are UNICEF YouReport ambassadors, and then we'll talk about a little bit more about our experience, how you can join UNICEF YouReport, and then share poll results. So as YouReporters, folks from across Canada, young people from across Canada get polls simply on their phone, and they're able to voice their opinions, and then through that we're able to generate and reports and things like that then go on to influence policies. So we'll be just talking a little bit more about that process, what that looks like, and how you folks can join as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll get started with our round of introductions. Vlad, if you would like to go first.
I'd love to introduce myself as on behalf of Europort, as I am the youth ambassador and representing this organization along with two of my other colleagues. I would like to mention that my name is Vlad and I have been a Europorter for 2.5 years, and I joined it in grade 9 because I believe that this is an organization that truly listens to our voices, and I'm currently joining from Halifax, Nova Scotia, which is the ancestral and unceded land of Mi'kmaq, home to the Mi'kmaq people. And I will pass it over to the next reporter who would like to introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, my name is Neha and I have been a reporter for the past 4 years. I found out about this opportunity when I was in my second year of undergrad, and currently I'm based in Ontario.
Perfect. And my name is Divya Sharma, and I have been a U reporter for the past 3 to 4 years. I've also been a U Report ambassador for 2.5 years now, and this has honestly been one of the best experiences of my life. Just to talk a little bit more about myself, I am currently a university student, so in my 4th year of my global political economy degree at the University of Manitoba. I hope to graduate in this upcoming year, and then of course continue my work with UNICEF Europort in terms of being a Europort ambassador. And there's so many opportunities with UNICEF and Europort to make a tangible difference. So once again, I hope all of you join in after we present, and you can learn a little bit more about what UNICEF Europort does as we go through this presentation.
In this section, I will be talking about what Europort is. So Europort is a free anonymous digital polling platform by UNICEF, which is open to all youths from 13 to 24. And the youth answers short polls via WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, or like SMS every couple of weeks and share their views on real life issues. It's basically that you have opinions and we have the platform for you. You will text and we will amplify. So influence advocacy, policy, and programs that impact youth people. Can you do the next slide? So why it matters, Europort answers are shared with the decision makers, such as governments and community leaders, to inform social, political, and legislative change, a platform led by youth for youth. What's in it for you? You get to be a part of a global movement. You get to gain experience in advocacy and youth engagement. You have your voice heard and see it make a difference.
As Neha have just told you about Europort and how this works, is that it is a series of short polls where young people like you answer the questions on topics that matter to you. And so you might wonder what is going to happen with the poll results after. So UNICEF, specifically Europort, shares the results, which are the many opinions and perspectives from young people across Canada by UNICEF Canada, as well as steering committee, which is the head department of the organizations, as well as partners in national conversations to promote youth-focused policy. And then it is later, these results are presented to the influential audiences, where the findings from the polls, which were answered by young people, are featured in the Reimagined playbook, which is sort of the book for guidelines, which is then used by policy leaders to make more informed decisions. And it also complements the research, because these various results that you have expressed on your report are cited in UNICEF's report card and proposals alongside stats data, which means that this is used as data evidence to advocate for a safer future for young people. And finally, the poll results also boost visibility through reports and the Reimagined playbook, as I have mentioned earlier. They spark media attention, which is caused by the promotion of advocacy for young people's rights, as well as this results in stronger social media plan, thus creating a stronger influence and popularity of the report and its poll results.
Perfect. Thanks, Vlad. Next slide, please. Okay. So before I move on, I just want to say that it's so easy to be a U reporter. Everyone here, I assume, has a phone. Basically, to condense everything that Neha and Vlad said, it's super simple. Essentially, what you do is you sign up to become a U reporter. All you need is a phone, and you get polls directly to your phone every month or so that ask you questions about things that really matter. So things like minimum wage, or things like, okay, how do you feel about something that might be coming up as a bill? And a bill may be something as simple as we are wanting to, the policymakers, politicians, leaders are wanting to put together a strategy to help young people, or they're doing a strategy on housing. How do you feel about that? And there will be just some questions around that. And I know Neha later in the presentation will be sharing a little bit more about a poll that we did do that was related to youth employment. So around the world, we have across Canada, we have 3,200 U reporters and counting, and you can be one of those who, again, from your phone can help influence policy. And this is really, really important, because oftentimes we say, okay, what can we do? There's so much going on in the world. What can I as a person do to help? As a young person, you can become a U reporter and you can directly help influence policy, put in your voice, become a U reporter. And again, your voice will be heard through the polls that we put out every single month. And we are active, so on a more global scale. I talked a little bit about Canada, how there's 3,200 U reporters, but across the world, U Report is active in 104 countries with about 38 million U reporters. So when we talk about young people really making a difference, this is what we mean. Young people do have that ability, as long as we put our voices together and help support U reporters and each other, and of course UNICEF, to make that change. We truly can make a dent. So don't ever let anyone tell you that you can't make a difference. All you need is a phone and your ability to put your voice out there. Next slide, please.
And as you heard of the U reporters across Canada and the world, it is also important to recognize how those U reporters experience this community and how they serve it. So we're going to hear some testimonies from the U reporters that are joining along today at the Take Our Kids to Work Day, as to hear what their perspectives are at the U report, why did they join it, and also how does it feel to be a U reporter? I'll pass it over to the next U reporter.
Perfect. So I can just share from my experience. I became a U reporter because I saw that U report was a way to make sure that my voice was heard. I remember before I was a U report ambassador, I was just simply a U reporter. So again, I would get polls to my phone and I would answer these questions. One cool thing that is very, very again cool about U report is that you again get those polls to your phone, but we get to see the results of it. So those are oftentimes published online, and you can see how other young people across the country have voted, and we can sometimes even dissect the different sort of numbers and demographics that come out of it. So you can once again see what really comes out of it. And then again, because UNICEF has so many programs, there are other folks who go out and use those poll results to advocate on behalf of young people. So, for example, again, Neha is going to share this a little bit later with the specific poll that was related to unemployment in Canada. But if a lot of young people are saying, well, we're having trouble finding jobs, then what UNICEF can do, and young people within UNICEF can do, is they can go to policymakers and they can show, well, this is the survey that we did. Here are the results that we have. What can you do about it? Or here are some proposals that we have. So again, this is something that's really important, a really simple, easy change, and something that you can very easily be a part of while using your phone. So that's why I joined U-Report, because I knew that with becoming a U reporter, I can make my voice heard.
For me, I became a youth reporter in my second year of university as a way to develop my advocacy skills and get more involved in youth participation. I've always been passionate about social issues, and I would say your report gave me a platform to learn, share my opinions, and also like stay engaged with what young people are thinking and experiencing. And I believe over time, it really helped me grow my confidence in speaking up and contributing to positive change.
So as Divya and Neha have told you about their experience of your reporters, which will be seen as they're encompassing a lot of diverse ways to grow as a person, but also to get to know young people across Canada. I will also share my perspective on how I became a year reporter, what it feels like to be one, and why did I join it in the first place. So I became a year reporter 2.5 years ago, and I chose this field because I wanted to apply my advocacy skills to practice through organization and awareness campaigns to help involve young people in making their urgent change more impactful. So when I was just starting out, I was looking for opportunities where I could voice my opinion. And what I like about this platform is that this is the place where young people, including teenagers and youth, could express their own opinions on issues that matter to them without being judged. So on the poll that Neha will elaborate on about unemployment, I believe that this is one of the important topics that your report is making polls on. And what I really also like about it is that it boosts my awareness of what young people are doing, how they're advocating for a better future, and advice from them on how to apply your skills and use your strength and embrace your strengths to potentially boost your confidence as well as help you grow professionally and more socially, as this platform is very, I would say, simple, because you could interact with thousands of youth across Canada and as well as the world, which is the best part of being Europort, in my opinion. And so, as we have already discussed how it is to be a Europorter, you might also wonder how you can become a part of the community that wants to make a positive change. And all it takes is your phone and a couple minutes of your time. As Delia already told you that it's just that you sign up to the platform where you want to be polled on. You either choose from WhatsApp or SMS, where you text join to the numbers shared on the slide, or send message on Facebook Messenger. And after that, you'll be asked some general questions. And later on, you will be prompted to answer the most recent polls, which are created every single month to gain input from young people like you. And the best part about it is that Europort polls are free and as well as anonymous, meaning that your privacy is protected and your opinion is processed without any judgment of bias, which is what particularly stands out about this organization. And for those of you who are more interested to learn about the Europort and how to join this platform, I will drop you the link in the chat on how to join it a little bit later.
So we did a couple of poll questions to ask youths about jobs. One of the questions was about the challenges in getting a job. When asked about what is like the biggest challenge in getting a job as a young person, 43% said that they didn't have like enough experience, and another 43% said not many jobs were around, and only 8% mentioned low pay, and 7% were unsure like where to start. And this kind of shows that many young people are struggling to gain more experience and find opportunities in the current job market. Another poll question asked what would help the most in finding a meaningful job, and 46% said paid training or internship, followed by 37% people who said more job openings. A small group mentioned advice or guidance, and 10% said that they want like better pay. This kind of highlights the importance of practical opportunities and supporting young workers. And lastly, we asked about job meaning. 57% of the people said that it's really important. 35% said somewhat important, and only 1% said it's not important at all. So it is really clear that most young people value purpose and fulfillment in their careers.
Perfect. So I just want to quickly touch on what Neha had said. So this past sort of poll, I had the opportunity to work on this because I felt very passionately about youth unemployment. So what I did as your Europort ambassador, and once obviously after you become a Europorter, there's always an opportunity for you to become a Europort ambassador. So one day you could be doing what me, Vlad, and Neha are doing if you're very passionate about this. But as a Europort ambassador, one of the things I got to do was work on that question, ask, okay, well, what are youth exactly struggling with? And again, the results that we got that Neha shared now will be used to policy. So in the next couple of months, we'll be able to see some of the results that may come out of it and the advocacy work that we do. So that's exactly how the process works. Again, I just want to say thank you to Vlad and Neha for sharing some of that information and how you can join. We can even leave some of that information in the chat box as well, but we just want to say thank you so much for listening to us. We're obviously, we feel very passionately about this work, and we hope that you are just as inspired to become a U reporter, and hopefully we will have you as a part of our UNICEF U Report family very soon. And at this point, we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nia, Vlad, and Divya. Just as a reminder, there is a Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom, or it might be other parts of your Zoom, but there's a Q&A button you can click on and you can ask questions there. And while you're finding that button, and there's been a few questions in the chat that we've been able to answer. Firstly, I had to write down mostly kind of for myself, like I needed this message. Don't let anyone tell you you can't make a change. Oh my goodness, that resonates so hard today in thinking about lifting up the future and thinking about changing our own lives, changing the lives around our community, being a part of something bigger than ourselves. I had little goosebumps and I was like, I need to write this down verbatim. This is so good. So I'm kind of curious. You're describing all these skills that you're getting by being involved in UNICEF U Report. I heard confidence, I heard advocacy skills, connection, mobilizing knowledge. Do any of these skills, or maybe how do these skills prepare you for what you want to do when you grow up? How is this experience leading you to your career or your career path? And this is a question for anybody on the panel here.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I could definitely take that question. So I'll start off with just in my own personal life. So for example, I take a lot of leadership in my own life now. So let's say I'm in class and I see that there's something that I don't understand. Like now I'm able to self-advocate and say, okay, like I'm not understanding this. I know other folks in the class are understanding this, or like someone might, come talk to me after class and say like, hey, I didn't, understand this. So in the next class, I can raise up my hand and be like, okay, like there's a number of people in my class who didn't understand this. So I think that very practical piece about like advocacy is very prevalent. And then secondly, just in terms of career, so over the last 2 years, I was a part of my like student union. So I was the president of the University of Manitoba Students Union, and of course for the young people here who might still be in high school, that's almost like being the president of your student council, just in a university. And for that, these advocacy skills were really important, being able to look at data, analyze it, and then take information from it, and then being able to present it to policymakers. So I would say being a U reporter and then becoming a U Report ambassador, I understood, okay, there's a lot of power in the collective, and it's important to make your voice heard, because if all of us keep thinking, okay, I'm just one person, I can't make a change, then said however many people, and then they weren't able to make a change. So if we're all able to say, hey, I'm one person, but I know there's so many other young people out there, so many other young Canadians who are out there who feel maybe the same way as I do, then I think there is that ability to make a change. So it's helped me a lot in my own personal life, my professional life, and I would like to continue advocating, whether of course that's with UNICEF or just again on a more political scale.
That's awesome. Nia, Vlad, do you want to comment on how where your career path is going and how you report being a U ambassador is contributing to that?
Oh yeah, I can go. So I would say your report has actually like really connected well with my career path. Since I study like criminology and sociology, and I plan on doing my master's in social work. So like being a youth reporter has like helped me understand youth perspectives, community issues, social issues, and also like develop like important skills like listening to people, raising awareness, and supporting communities. Yeah.
Thank you, Matt, for asking this great question. I'll take on this one as well, is that I am not in the university yet, but being a grade 11 student now is that it is a very important time of the life where I would have to learn all the skills, but also have the ability to just experiment with them. And so how your report kind of helped me with developing those is that I'm interested in studying transit planning in university and how this kind of helps me with my different strengths and passions is that your report kind of develops the many qualities that a lot of leaders need, and especially young people who are taking on to shape the future, such as leadership, empathy, and listening to youth perspectives, so that decisions could be made long term and for the generations to follow. And that relating that to my initial interest in transit planning is that it is a physical connection of the network that connects people to equal opportunities. And this is essentially how I also see your report as a online network that connects young people across Canada. And by translating those skills such as advocacy, where you're passionate to promote positive change in your community, you're you can apply it to a lot of industries. And this is what planning is all about, as well as many other positions that are on the vulnerable position when they are being replaced by AI, which is also an important note because some of the jobs are going to be taken by AI, and those skills like advocacy, communication, as well as empathy by understanding the youth perspectives and using them to create frameworks for a much stronger future would help us as your reporters and anyone who are willing to join your report to grow as people in these changing times. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Vlad. That's very apt to our current moment and thinking about the future. And there's been a couple of questions in the chat that really spring from your key finding around employment, unemployment. I think the number was like 43% of young people really struggle to find an opportunity because the lack of experience. And I'm curious, well, and a lot of the people in the chat are curious, what experience can a 14-year-old, a 15-year-old, a teenager kind of get to kind of prep them for meaningful job opportunities? And maybe the answer is found in what you reporters told you, or maybe you can reflect on your own experience as well. But people are asking, I'm really keen to get a job. What experience can I get as a teenager?
Yeah, that's a really great question, Matt. And so I'll drop this link in the chat, but I actually did an analysis of the poll results that we got, and when we did the poll results, people were also able to young people were able to also just share their opinions. So I did incorporate some of those in there. But just two things on this note. First of all, super simple answer: become a U reporter. That's something really easy you can put on any like whether that's your resume or if you want to share that as an experience, that's something you can put on there and say, hey, like I answer polls and I help with this piece. So that I would firstly very much recommend. Secondly, I would say at an age of, I remember when I was 14, 15, I wasn't working then, but one thing that really helped me later on was volunteering. So at that point, at 14 and 15, I started volunteering. Even earlier, getting involved with student clubs can always be helpful. And I know that UNICEF actually does have clubs, whether you're in university as well. So that's something that, once again, if folks are interested in, highly recommend joining those. And then of course, again, there's so many opportunities to volunteer, whether that's at school or just out in the community. It's always important to seek out opportunities. And one of my favorite quotes that I really like is that if you don't have a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. And if you don't have opportunities, then you can always create opportunities for yourself. So if you're wanting to get some experience, seek out those experiences by simply just asking folks around you, whether that's your teacher, your parents, a mentor of yours, and you never know what you'll find. So always ask questions, make sure you're seeking out opportunities, and again, create opportunities if they don't already exist, and most importantly, become a year reporter.
Vlad, Nia, anything you want to add to that?
I just wanted to say that the advice is really simply just how to get a grasp of your interests and where you want to go later on, but you don't know where you want to. It's just you. You can just start volunteering in your community, whether it's being a youth reporter or seeking opportunities elsewhere that you're passionate about and which are focused on developing skills that you need for the career that you want to pursue later in your life, but as well as those that you want to develop when you're just around in your daily life. And Report provides this very easy as well as quick opportunity to engage in polls by answering questions to help shape Canada's public policy to be more inclusive, which is what I would say is important for people finding a job. And answering the initial question, what kind of experiences you might need, is that you can just always start a club, join one, or even start one in your community. Because one quote that I like, which is also simple but yet eloquent, is that if you don't know what to change in the world, you can be the change in the world. And so it isn't just about also looking for opportunities, but also seeing opportunity in yourself so that you can create change. Since right now I'm at high school, I'm currently a leader of my eco club, and I really believe that volunteering is the way to start gaining experience, and most importantly, your report.
Yeah, Nia. Thank you, Vlad.
Yeah, to what Divya and Vlad said about joining your report and student groups, but I also wanted to say during COVID I started my own club during second year. It was called UTM Women in Law. There was no club related to that, so I kind of created opportunity on my own. So yeah, even before graduation, I think people can start their own student groups and get involved like that.
Yeah, so some really great insights coming out of your paths and experiences. Being the change you want to see. If you don't see your interest represented, to create those spaces, even though they might be small. Bringing a folding chair, I love that. I am going to be posting the, I think I have the power. I'm going to post the U Report join link in the chat for everybody to see after I ask this question. But kind of in all of you kind of pointed back to U Report. U Report sounds like a really low barrier, easy way to get going in sharing your voice or getting the feel for sharing your voice into the topics that matter to you. And with that comes confidence and advocacy and other employable skills that are relevant in the 21st century and in the future. So beyond employment and unemployment, I'm wondering if either of you could give us a picture to what other types of questions get asked in U Report. What are the other kind of hot button topics or the range of topics that people signing up could expect to get to their device?
That's a really great question, Matt. And again, I can get started with this, and Vlad and Neha, please feel free to jump in. So there's questions, of course, one about jobs, but another one could be about housing. So how are young people feeling about housing? Or another one could simply be about again, a bill that's been proposed about young people. So that could look like a poverty reduction strategy, for example, that the government wants to host or put on. Or they might be asking about minimum wage. So is minimum wage too high? Is minimum wage too low? Where would things be at? And then I can just show you on my phone literally exactly what it looks like. So essentially you get sort of a question almost like this, as you get it from U Report, and then you just get like a range of questions. You simply have to answer yes, no, just by pressing once again 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I know we've asked questions around orange shirt day, if there's any important days that are coming up, again, just to understand how people are feeling, how young people are feeling. And again, these are very tangible things that are then used to influence policy. So it's not just like you're just doing it for the sake of doing it. There is action that is being pushed behind these questions. So questions are created by young people, oftentimes by us as U Report ambassadors, and then they're pushed out to, of course, the 3,200 U Reporters across the country, and then they're answered, analyzed, and again advocated for through UNICEF, which is again, it's for young people, by, of course, young people, and that advocacy piece really happens on that grassroots level.
Yeah, Nia and Vlad, any other comments about what other topics or the process of U Report young people will experience if they become U Reporters?
Yeah, I think there are like a couple of like kind of questions like related to mental health too. Mental health, well-being, also like social issues, youth issues, climate, environment issues, these types of questions.
And I will just chip in on how their U Report questions are formed a little bit. So every single time you get a different poll on a different topic that's also important to you. So this time it was the youth unemployment, but the previous poll was about social anxiety, mental health. And then there could be other topics that you feel very passionate about or feel that they're important to them, like climate change, as Neha and Divya have mentioned, that are, and based on what young people are interested in, like your reporters and your ambassadors, the questions are then formed to allow more your reporters to share what their opinions like from their sincere perspective.
That's awesome. And Divya, in your response, you had flagged kind of the process of advocacy, and this was a part of your presentation. And there's some questions in the chat that are kind of about the law side of things, or that advocacy, where that advocacy goes. So in light of that, I'm curious if either of you could provide an example of how youth voice has changed policy, either regionally, nationally, globally, or maybe the change you're hoping to see in policy based upon what young people are asking for?
Yeah, definitely. That's a really great question. And again, obviously, I think there's so many different questions that are really, really relevant to this. I did want to share sort of another link, but basically, UNICEF also has a specific sort of an advocacy piece that's tied to. So there's an advocacy program where again, young people just like myself and Neha and Vlad are part of it. And again, oftentimes these go like the polls and the results that we get from the polls that we put out for you reporters will be taken by them. So again, like Vlad said, one of these was simply climate change. So obviously climate change is a really, really prevalent issue. Of course, for our generation, it's something that we obviously have a lot of anxiety and fear around even. And that's what I generally tend to see. And these are oftentimes sentiments that are again reflected in those poll results, in those opinion polls. And again, these topics and these results are then taken along with other, of course, other data that is pulled out by UNICEF team, and then again pushed towards policymakers, and and that can look different in various different ways. And of course, this month is really important because it's there's that specific focus on Children's Day. So of course, again, UNICEF is such a big entity and it does so much. But again, the advocacy piece is a really strong side of things.
That's great, Divya, and I'm happy to push that out to everybody if you put it somewhere. Vlad, you unmuted.
Yeah, of course. I would love to tell about how you could get just more experience, but also just touching off of what Divya has said, that climate change is in fact important issue that we're worried about, and it's being talked about a lot on your polls. But the question was, I believe that is there have been any collective action done that was tangible on a higher levels? Is that we we are currently Europort specifically are putting letter writing campaigns and occasionally from time to time to get more young people on board, such as right now, for example, we have like letter writing advocacy event where we're writing to our local members of the parliament to promote the bill as 212, which gives the federal government the right to establish the framework and essentially the plan for young people in Canada. Because the main point main pain point in this event is that Canada is one of the only OBC countries that doesn't have a strategy for the children. So by writing the letters and becoming a part of the Europort, you are exposed to the great opportunities besides following like letter writing, as well as raising awareness about those issues on a more diplomatical level, which is what is being currently done to improve state of affairs for young people.
Thanks, Vlad. Thanks, Divya. And thanks to my colleague Flo, who has inserted the link that Divya was speaking to in the chat around the youth advocacy program. So you can check that out in the chat. And I think we have time for maybe 2 more questions. One question I'll ask of you, which is kind of a fun question, is kind of outside of Europort, what are some of your personal goals for the future?
I can start again. So, for myself, I have thought about two different sort of avenues. So, again, like I said, I'm going to finish up my degree in global political economy in June 2026. I'm currently writing my thesis on AI and the political economy of it. And then, of course, next year, I'm hoping to either go into law school or pursue a master's degree in international relations. And again, through your report or UNICEF your report, I've been able to understand the advocacy piece of things, whether I become a lawyer or go into international relations. I know that this experience is certainly going to be something that's really, really helpful. Again, just to demonstrate that I have had advocacy experience, but B, also just to actually have the experience and understand the tangible ways and understand how how the advocacy piece really happens. What does that process of something, an idea becoming a bill look like? How does change actually take into effect? So again, those are just some of my personal goals and something that I hope to achieve after I finish my degree.
I'd love to elaborate on also my personal goals as well, other than the year report, is that currently I'm in grade 11, and what I see where I see myself in the future is that I will be leading also Eco Club, where I'll be planning for the next year and how it's going to be run. But also specifically, I'm focusing on helping high school students, since I am working on the online advocacy platform to promote sustainable transportation in Nova Scotia, where the teenagers and youth could share their own opinions on sustainable transportations and promote it in their local communities, which are in a dire need of access to many opportunities as well as their amenities. And after that, I believe that my plans are just continue on contributing to your report while also developing this transit advocacy platform, while also working more with the software like GIS, which is the geographical informal system. Going to specifics is how you just analyze transportation and you improve it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and for me, my goal is to be to like work at a nonprofit. So I would say like I am going to do my master's in social work and see how that goes. And I'm also a content creator on the side, so I want to like continue doing that and just keep growing.
Thank you so much. It's really amazing to kind of hear the you report experience you've had kind of woven into who you're becoming, and it's a really wonderful kind of lesson in staying curious and following sometimes like the messy leads, to be involved, to volunteer, to take part, that grow into something really magnificent for yourself and for everyone around you. I want to add a really technical quick question here. This is going to be our last question, but a number of people are asking in the chat about volunteer hours, and I'm just wondering if becoming a U reporter can count for volunteer hours for students. Is there a way that UNICEF or U report validate that?
Yeah, I'll be very happy to answer this question and to start it. So that people asking about volunteer hours, it's a great opportunity to make your contributions count in. And whenever you're doing something in your report, whether it's promoting the platform on social media or making an interactive poll or an advertisement at an event or on your social media about recruiting new reporters. This all counts towards volunteering hours. And one advice that I would tell to people who are looking to get more volunteer hours is that you will put it into the work that you're passionate about. So you can just turn your recruitment strategies as well as your promotion into something creative that you're passionate about. For example, I also like making music as part of my hobby. And what I'm working on is a song about the recent call to recruit new reporters. And this is just one of the ways you can get volunteer hours. And whenever you want to submit those, there will be a form where you could state how many hours have you contributed, what you have done essentially, what your responsibilities, and how does that relate to passion. You can just go on to tell you how it helps you become and grow personally.
That's amazing. Thank you, Vlad. So the answer is yes. I think the short answer is yes. You can log your volunteer hours through UNICEF and through UReport. Again, the link to join UReport is in the chat, up 2 links or 3 links. So find that, and you yourself can become a UReporter. You can share your voice on issues that matter to you and your community, and that voice can make change. We're going to launch a poll now, just to we want to hear your voice about your experience here today, and we're just taking the pulse on what you thought and your insights to what Nia and Vlad and Divya have shared about UNICEF UReport. I just want to, while you're filling out that poll, I'll just extend a massive thank you to Nia and Vlad and Divya for coming here and sharing with us your journeys and how we can be a part of something bigger than ourselves through UReport and help lift up the future. And I'm just going to suspend for a couple of minutes here for you to find that poll to, the responses are rolling in. It's really satisfying to watch the number go up on the back end here. And pretty shortly here, we're going to be kicking off our next session. And I'm going to be turning the mic back over to my colleague, Flo, to introduce us to what's next in our journey of Take Our Kids to Work Live. Thank you so much, y'all. It's been great.
Thank you so much, Matt, and thank you to our U ambassador. It was so great to see you and so great to hear more about the U report and the opportunity to join. So thank you again for joining. Okay, so like Matt mentioned, we have the little poll going on right now. We really appreciate you taking the time to fill it up. It's just really helping us understand your experience with Take Our Kids to Work Career Live. So thank you for taking a minute of your time to fill it up. As if you're joining us now, welcome to Career Live. We're very happy to have you here. Just a couple of items that I want to remind everyone. So we do have interpretation available all day long, so you can select the language of your choice by using the little globe at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to say that in French. Donc, il y a de l'interprétation disponible toute la journée. Vous pouvez choisir la langue de votre choix au bas de l'écran en utilisant le petit globe. Vous pouvez sélectionner votre langue préférée. Donc, comme ça, vous êtes assuré d'avoir la bonne langue que vous souhaitez entendre. Switching back to English. Otherwise, we are live all day long, so some of you are just joining, but some of you have been here earlier today, so thank you for being with us. Oops, sorry, that was my bad for the poll. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for sticking around. If you want to see the full schedule for the day, you can click on the link in the chat just to get a full picture of what's happening. Okay, so without further ado, I will slowly introduce our next guest, who is RBC. RBC is also the main sponsor, so the presenting sponsor for Take Our Kids to Work, Take Our Kids to Work in general. So we're very happy to have them come in today and share a bit more. So I'm gonna start with a quick video before I introduce them officially. I'm just gonna share my screen.
Want to be a part of stronger communities? RBC Foundation supports programs and resources that are opening doors and supporting ideas for people and planet. Your idea of stronger communities happens here.
Amazing. Okay, I'm gonna stop that here. Great. Sorry. Okay, so we're very happy that RBC is joining us today. We are lifting the curtain on what it really looks like to work at one of Canada's top employers. And no, it's not just about banking. There's so much more about that. So today you will hear real stories, meet inspiring guests, and leave with tools to help you shape your own future. And I have a quick second videos, and then I will introduce you to our special guests. Here we go.
Feeling like your dreams are out of reach? RBC has programs and resources to help you open the door. With RBCX Music, RBC Training Ground, and RBC Scholarships, your idea of your highest potential happens here.
Great. So our first guest is someone who knows what it's like to chase big dreams, from competing to as an Olympic sprinter for Team Canada, bring an RBC Olympian sponsorship to managing major national programs at RBC. Please welcome Sam Effa.
Yay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Flo. And good morning to everybody. It's so awesome to be, surrounded by so many young people. Like just listening to these sessions just makes me believe and really know that there's so many possibilities ahead of you. Now, I know, on the line, we got some, junior high school, grade 9s. And I want to come on here and just tell an honest story. Like I have an interesting sort of journey towards getting to my career. So to kick things off, I'll be completely honest. When I was in grade 9, I didn't have it all together. And if you would have asked me, back then, Sam, what are your like career goals? I probably would have like just sat back in my seat and just shrunk into the back of the class. That's where I was sitting. If you would have told me that I'd be working on the Olympic partnership with RBC, as a brand marketer, I might have even just laughed. But that's exactly where I ended up. And the way that I got there, it was totally unexpected. RBC and the Olympic Games, they share values of excellence, of teamwork, diversity, commitment. And the cool thing is they've been a sponsor of Team Canada since 1947. So in fact, this is actually the longest standing corporate sponsorship of the Canadian Olympic team. So it's a really cool relationship. And my job is to really just bring this partnership to life. We've got, a couple different things within this Olympic platform. It's cool. We've got RBC Training Ground, which is like a talent identification program. It's designed to help find and fund young athletes with potential and give them the resources they need to succeed. In a little bit after my talk, I'm going to bring on an RBC Training Ground alumni who is on that path, so you guys can really get an eye of what this program can really do. But ultimately, it helps athletes reach the podium. It puts them on that Team Canada pipeline. And the cool thing is, yes, we want to see these athletes succeed, but we also give them valuable career experience. So similar to what you guys are getting here as you listen to Take Your Kids to Work Day. And these athletes just inspire communities. It's really cool. So let's just jump right into it. So for me, my story, my journey, it started super simple. Before the career that I'm in now, brand marketer, I was just a runner. In grade 9, I was on the playgrounds. I would go there at lunchtime. For a little bit more context, I grew up in Calgary, Alberta. I saw that we had a little you could do a survey, say where you're from. So Calgary, Alberta. I went to school at FV Osborne Junior High. So all my Calgary people, Northwest Calgary, go. But my story really just started very humbly. And if I'm being real with you, yes, I liked running, but only short distances, so under 100 meters. So you won't see me on a marathon track. But the real story is that I heard that you could join a track team. And again, I'll be real. They told me that you got to miss a day of school to go to the meet. And that was it. I actually didn't have an initial dream of Olympic glory or this lifelong passion. I just wanted one free day of school. I still remember my first track meet. I showed up in my brother's, baggy basketball shorts at it's called Foothills Athletic Park. So this is in Calgary. It's a track. I didn't even wear my own spikes, and I had no idea how to do a proper warm up. All I thought was, on your marks, get set, go, and then just run as fast as I can, and then hope for the best, of course. But that one day that I started, at that Foothills Athletic Park, the track, that led to another race. And that race led me to a coach watching and noticing me. And before long, something clicked. I started to see, what happens when you put effort into something, when you train, when you care, and when you try. And slowly, I went from doing something that, I just did for a day off at school to something I wanted to get better at. And ultimately, it turned into something I'd want to have a career in. But it was that one small choice, to try it that opened up the first and the very important door for me. So as I started to improve, even more doors opened. And suddenly it wasn't just about, school track meets in junior high. There were regional competitions, city competitions, high school meets as I got older, national meets. And of course, the possibility of wearing the Team Canada jersey, like to have that on your chest, I have to say is the most amazing feeling. This thing I just curiously fell into running. It gave me a passport to experiences I never would have imagined. Like I'm thinking about it right now, and sometimes when we think of careers, I want to really urge everybody on the line to think, try lots of different things. See what is the best fit for you, because there could be something that you're really good at or you love, but by trying it, you're that much closer to seeing that happen. Looking back, it took me a while to find my journey as a brand marketer, because with the success, I had on the track, I became that guy on the podium. My identity was really just in sport. It wasn't that marketing piece just yet. And that was it. Go to school, go to class, grade 9, grade 10, grade 11. I was Sam the runner. But as I got better, there were different things that were sort of thrown in, different layers. The first one was sponsors. RBC, as I mentioned earlier, sponsor of Team Canada. It was cool. They sponsored me later on in my career. Loved it. But there were also like photo shoots, cool gear, social media campaigns, and the list goes on. At the time, I remember it all felt so amazing, and it absolutely was. But even more than that, it sparked, something unexpected. I mentioned it before, curiosity. For me, it started when I started to wonder. I would be on the set of a photo shoot or at a track meet, and I'd always just think, who are all the people behind this? Who puts up the posters? Who makes these Olympic commercials? Who does all the campaign stuff? Who brings, in RBC fashion, ideas to action? Who are the ones that are designing the shoes, organizing the events, building the partnerships? How does this all come to life? I'll take you in. I remember watching the Canadian National Championships. I think they were in Ottawa this year. I was like very fresh still in the sport. So maybe grade 11 at that point. So these are like grown people. So 20, 25, 30, all competing. I'm watching this on TV. And I remember seeing brands displayed during the program. They come across the bottom. Some would even come behind the starting blocks before they got in the, in the start line. The 100 meters, a lot of people watched that event. So it was like they got the Prime logo right there. And I'd ask myself, again, I got curious. Why are those logos there? What did they do? What was the point? I'm just here to watch this race. But it was cool because like as I started to get better in the sport, I started to realize that there's so much more to it than just, running in a straight line for the 100 meters. It was one I had never paid attention to at first. But as I mentioned, I got curious. At my role at RBC, I help empower Canadian athletes by helping them activate our sponsorship. So like RBC, getting RBC in places that has brand exposure. As I mentioned, it's the social campaigns, all the things that I would have seen on TV back when I was younger, it was all coming together. What I do now is I help athletes not only, of course, wear the brand, but I help these athletes develop professional skills, development. And for some athletes, they get career experience in an office. It's really cool. So that brand that I had mentioned, I had seen behind the starting blocks at the Canadian National Championships, you guessed it, it was RBC. And that's so cool. One other piece I want to quickly touch on into what I do, because I'm sure there's curious people on the line. So RBC, in my team, myself as a brand marketer, we sponsor athletes and we help them to become these community ambassadors. So yes, they'll spread Olympic messages of teamwork, excellence, commitment, leadership, all of that to communities across Canada, but we find ways to storytell so then it resonates with Canadians. The Olympics are next year, 2026, Milano Cortina. We want to be able to tell those stories and get Canadians excited. We want them to celebrate. On a roster this year, we have over 35 athletes, but that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to what I do in my job. So as I got older, I remember I started at grade 9. As I got older, got into high school, I did university, and I keep talking about being curious. Yes, I was good at track, but I still tried lots of other things. I tried football. I didn't like to get hit. I tried soccer. It's not the most coordinated. I tried rugby. It's just like football without pads. I didn't want to do that. I tried basketball. I'm like 5'8", be at least, I don't know, 6'1", 6'2", to be really good. There was something about track and field. It's just like you're in your own lane. You're controlling your own destiny. And in a sense, looking towards my career, it was cool. And it's so powerful to me, even to this day. I like track because it's like when you're in that lane, the work you put in determines how fast you go, but also it determines some of the support that you get from things like sponsors. I had success. You guys know that. I mentioned it. I had raced at World Championships, the World University Games. I even raced Usain Bolt. But then, and this was a tough part for me, and I did want to share the almost like the highs and lows, because the career journey is nothing but straight. You learn. One big thing that happened in my career that sort of, maybe back then I would say derailed it, but now I look back and I say maybe it happened for a reason, was when I got injured. I was at it was the 2010 Commonwealth Games. I'll take you there. It happened in Delhi, India. I was running the 100 meters. I was named the fastest man in Canada earlier that year. It was a full stadium. I think it was about 60,000 people in the stadium. It was great. I had the maple leaf across my chest, representing Canada. And, I was that guy. I was supposed to win. I had Jamaica on one side. I think I had Great Britain on the other. I went through the quarterfinals. I qualified because you go through different rounds till you get to the final. I went to the semifinal. I did really well. I won that. The announcer, I remember them saying, Sam Effa, in the British accent. Sam Effa, he's going to win this race. And I was pumped. I was like pushing for the gold. So I'll never forget. At that time, my career, my journey was just, my focus was just on track. That was my career journey. But the most unexpected thing happened. The starter, he has a starting pistol. He goes, runners on your mark. Everybody's got their hands on the line. The next thing he said was, set. So you kind of like kick your butt up. Boom, the gun goes, and I sprinted. I took off. But so did my blocks. They slipped. There were no pins in the ground. I don't know if it was a malfunction. That's not supposed to happen, but it was unexpected, shocking. I twisted my hip. I actually ended up being diagnosed with they call it a labral tear. Essentially, it's like having a broken hip. I didn't know at the time, but that was the beginning of a journey of having injuries. I was in a lot of pain. Doctor said no racing, no competition. For the first time, I had to stop in years. This is very similar to a career journey. Like I said, it's never a straight line. You figure your way out. But in the moment, I was sad. I was known as that guy, that sprinter. I just wanted to be successful. I wanted to get on the podium, get all the medals. But that time, that I got this major injury, it taught me something so incredibly powerful. When you can't move forward the way that you planned, you sort of start to look around. And that's when you see all the people, all the moving parts. That's what makes those things behind the scenes happen. You notice all of those things. I had a lot of downtime to reflect and remember that curiosity that I had. Well, I dug right into it. I started asking myself lots and lots of questions because when you're injured, I had surgery. I was like bedridden. I thought back when I saw those Canadian national championships the year before and I saw, RBC behind those blocks. I really dug through. I said, what is that purpose? But I went even further. Who runs the sprint events? How do they put that on? For the Olympics, those big events, what are the sponsors that are involved? Who chooses the athletes? Why do they choose those stories? Who helps the athletes find sponsors? Who puts the athletes in campaigns? Who tells the stories and makes, audiences care and excited and make them feel that moment? I know each and every one of you is probably seen a hockey game or a basketball game where you see that final shot and it moves you. I wanted to know who's behind taking those moments and turning them into a narrative. And that's when I realized sport doesn't just exist in a bubble. It's the coaches, the agents, the designers, the nutritionists, the sponsors, and of course, this job that I do now, the brand marketers. It was so cool to find out that, hey, fingers crossed at the time I was injured. If I don't make it back, onto the track sprinting and doing what I love, maybe I could be a brand marketer. And what I found out later, I explained it to you guys already, but I didn't know at the time that RBC not only funds athletes with Olympic potential, but I found out they also find them. One of the platforms, when I bring her up, our guest, I don't want to give away who she is just yet, but and when I say we, my team and we work on a platform called RBC Training Ground. It travels the country. We have 20 events across the country every year. If you're 14 to 25, you have raw athletic skills. You can test your speed, strength, endurance, and power. No experience is necessary. It's completely free. But basically, of all of these sort of Olympic scouts watching, this year we had 15. So canoe kayak to bobsleigh, and the list goes on. But they'll look and see, who is suited for which sport. And I found out that this is a part of the brand marketing job. You actually get to be, alongside the athletes. You get to tell their stories. And I just couldn't believe it. And not to be too heavy of a plug, but if you are between 14 and 25 and you want to see if you got what it takes, you can be a part of it too. You just go to rbctrainingground.ca. So for me, that moment that I realized, I could be more than an athlete, and by just being curious, I found this athletic journey to a brand marketing career. It was such a great feeling. And the great thing is like RBC not only sponsored me throughout my career, but they helped me transition into the job that I'm in right now. So I tell you this story because I want you to know that it's okay that if you don't have it all figured out. If you do, that's great. Hey, you're like 10 steps ahead of me when I was that age. But I want to just give you context that there is so much out there for you to explore. I know some of the sessions have already explored this, but like, go out there, be unapologetic in the way that you approach all of these different careers. At least try it once. Because I know for me, it took me to get injured to sort of see that all these opportunities, hoping this can be maybe one of those moments that maybe pushes you. to find out what you are good at. I remember when I got back, on my feet from that surgery, yes, I was running again, but I learned that I could take that same energy, that focus, that teamwork that I used in sport and apply it in a new way. And as I mentioned with RBC Training Ground, it's cool. Like I got to help others discover their own potential. To help athletes in this unique way, it's been so cool to me. And, even though I'm still retired in sport, I'm now still connected. So I still feel like I'm running, may not be in the same shape, but I still feel like I'm running. And I still feel like I'm making a difference. If there's one thing that I want everybody on this line to take away from this session today, it's that the journey that you envision, it may be right under your nose, but you may not know. Be curious, ask questions, find out how you can be involved. And for me, I keep going. I got injured, but I'm back on my feet. And as I mentioned, I want to continue to help. It's not just about personal bests and getting on the podium. It's about perspective. Now, every stride, every walk I do, they're just pauses. They're moments to learn, reset, and find new direction. And now, when I step on the track, I am retired. I am retired. I don't feel like just an athlete anymore, but I'm somebody who's seen both sides of sport, the competition, but also the community, the marketers, the sponsors like RBC that help to make this happen. It's really cool. That balance of passion, purpose, and as I've mentioned many, many times, curiosity. This is what's kind of turned me into this leader. And again, I hope you on the line can grab some inspiration and find your own journey. So just to make sure that there are some strong takeaways, I actually, right before this, I took a couple notes. I got my notebook here. And, I want to just urge you to do a couple different things. So 4 of them. One of them is really obvious. I shared this with you. Try something new. Just try. Doesn't mean if, you don't align with it, you don't like it, that's okay. But at least, you try. If I was in grade 9 and I didn't try sprinting and put those baggy basketball shorts, I may not be speaking to you today. Next up is stay curious. I said that many times, ask questions. I would say, look at the setbacks and look at them as redirections, not failure. My injury felt like the end, but honestly, it was really the beginning of something. Didn't go my way, but I made it happen. I pivoted. And then lastly, I would want you to really just focus on building connections and keeping yourself showing up. Every coach, teammate, mentor, teacher, all of these people played a big role in my story. Some people call this, networking. I call it just creating friends, making friends, and supporting each other. You never know what could happen to you if you don't take that first step. I started in Calgary, and now I turn this all into a career in brand marketing. And I want to be able to just help everybody and anybody really at a chance to unlock their potential. So thank you so much for hearing my story. Hope you on the line, you're maybe inspired to maybe jump on a track or maybe learn something about a new career. But before I part ways, I do want to introduce a special guest, the one I alluded to before. She's amazing. She's a part of our RBC Training Ground ecosystem. She'll give you a glimpse and an idea of what I do, some of the things I do in sport, and why she's a big reason why I love to do what I do, which is help athletes. So I'm proud to announce and introduce Kiki Iduwo. Since her time at elementary school here in Toronto, this is when I met her. It's been so great to just see her shine on the podium, and her story is just nothing short of inspiration. She was actually in grade 5 when I met her, so a little bit younger, but through RBC Training Ground, we crossed paths. Her journey hasn't been a straight line, as I've mentioned many times too, but she's tried it all: hockey, gymnastics, basketball, track, swimming. And it wasn't until a coach actually encouraged her to try rugby that she found a true passion, and she did. She ran with it, literally. What I love most about Kiki is her story is about persistence. She came out to our event in 2021. She gave it all her all. She didn't get funded the first time. You can come back many, many times, as many times as you want, but she came back the next year. She got funded. She became a top 35 athlete. And now not only is she representing Canada, Rugby Canada, but she is now touted as an RBC future Olympian, meaning she's on that pathway to get to the Olympics, and I believe in her. She represents Canada on the rugby 15s, the sevens. Just last weekend, she won the UBC National Championship for rugby. She won that for UBC, so big congrats to her. I'll give you a little clap. But there's one thing that I want to share, and it's super clear. She's a shining example of somebody who keeps showing up, keeps trying, and keeps winning. So without further ado, welcome, Kiki. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing. Thank you for that lovely introduction.
Right. No problem. I had to. I feel like I didn't even do it justice, but let's just jump right into it. I'm sure these grade niners want to know a little bit about you. So tell me, what was the turning point when you realized that your rugby dream was possible? Was there like a moment that you're like, this is happening?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And it took me a while to like kind of realize it now that I'm a few years into my career. And like I've always been someone who sets really big goals for myself and doesn't usually stop until I reach them, as you've touched on. And ever since I was a kid, like I knew I wanted to compete at the highest level in everything. I just didn't know how to do it yet. And I tried all these different sports and like I was still really good, don't get me wrong. But nothing ever felt like it was the one until I found rugby. And like for the first time, it all kind of clicked, like my speed, my strength, and the teamwork aspect. It was just a sport that had been waiting for me all along. And I just remember thinking, like, this is where I belong. And that feeling, it just feels like alignment, and it felt like a turning point. So I trained, joined all the academies, and saw so many opportunities open up. And I began to realize, like, this dream that I've been wishing and hoping for since I was like 3 years old could really become a reality, right? And I would say the true light bulb moment would be like my first Canada tour to the Commonwealth Youth Games. This was, I want to say, 2 years ago now. And that moment really sealed it for me. It kind of showed me that potential wasn't just a hope, but rather something real and something measurable. And it was the first time I had played for something bigger than myself. So anytime I step on the field, be it a national tournament, regionals, or just like club rugby, I just carry that moment with me because that moment was when I stopped asking if I could and like started believing that I will.
Wow, that's so powerful. I'm just sitting, I got like goosebumps, you know, going on. I'm like, I don't even know what more to ask. That's super powerful. And I know that everybody's inspired by that. Oh, that's awesome. And congrats on all those accomplishments. Um, I am curious. I feel like I know this. I'm always curious. Said that all session. But I want to know, from RBC Training Ground, that was something that I did mention, but I want to know like why did you decide to come out to the qualifier event? What is it something you were prepared for? Like, yeah, tell us.
I love sharing this story because it truly was a spur of the moment decision. And as mentioned before, I've always loved pushing myself and testing limits and seeing what I am capable of doing. And when I saw the training ground event in the newsletter, it was, I want to say, like maybe 8 p.m. the day before the event was supposed to happen. I just signed up and literally said to myself, like, what do I have to lose? And am I ever glad I did? Because from the moment I stepped in, even at the qualifier, I had a blast running the beat test. Yeah, it sounds terrible, but like just being able to push your body to those limits is just like a celebration of just hard work, and it's just unexpected but powerful reminder of everything like was just leading up to something bigger. But honestly, the best part would have to be reconnecting with you because you've been a mentor of mine since I was really young. And I just remember telling my mom, I met the sprinter, like when I was in like elementary school. And you were just really inspiring. And just having a role model to look up to was like, yeah, like I want to be as accomplished as you were. And it really felt like this, like, yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be moment again.
Oh, thank you. That
No
I
worries.
wasn't expecting that, but that makes me feel so warm and good. Wow, thank you. That's so powerful. Oh man. Okay, I have to ask, like, sorry to change directions a little bit so I can take the spotlight off myself. Um, Tell us, like, you take your kids to work day, it's careers. Tell us about, you know, what are some of the sport lessons you've learned that apply to any career in your opinion?
Yeah, for sure. I actually am writing a little, I like to write, so I've been writing a little, like, I want to say diary entry about this because I feel like sport has so much to teach you aside from just the physical capabilities, um, and just how to win. But it really teaches like discipline, resilience, the aspects of teamwork and communication. And just like one of the most important lessons for me is just showing up when things get really tough. And my sport, rugby, just brings everything together in one game. Because as a forward, it's a position in rugby, you're always taught to fight for forward momentum, even when it is hard. Like, even when you're tired, you keep driving forward, you take the hits, and you get back up every single time. And to me, that's grit and that's resilience. And as a back, the ones who are really speedy, it's all about strategy and precision. And you look for the smallest opportunity, like the weak shoulder in your opponent, the open space, and you sprint through with all your might, confidence, and intelligence, and hope you score. And that's all about that timing and trusting your instincts. But the biggest lesson that rugby has taught me is just do everything with heart because rugby is a game where the team that digs the deepest supports one another and refuses to quit. And trust me, the game I just played on Sunday was a direct reflection of that. It came down to the last 2 minutes, but we ended up winning. And whether you're in sport, business, medicine, any career, success often comes down to who's willing to work the hardest, get back up the fastest, and lead with the most heart.
I love that. Yeah. And you are a defending champ. You're so humble. UBC rugby, defending champ, two-time. Let's go.
Times.
Uh, I know we just have a couple minutes here, so I do want to make sure you speak to, quickly in grade 9, what gave you the confidence to pursue UBC in kinesiology, and then maybe you can share some quick parting words of inspiration to this group.
For sure. Yeah, grade 9 feels like so long ago. Honestly, it was kind of long ago. Now I'm 20, like that was 6 years ago. Wow. But
Wow.
like I've just always been curious and loved learning and asking questions, but I didn't exactly have it all figured out in grade 9. And I hope that you grade 9s who are watching this right now don't feel like you have to have it all figured out because it took me 4 years, my entire 4 years of high school, to know that what I wanted to pursue was kinesiology at UBC. It took a lot of experimenting, testing, asking questions, and just truly figuring out what was my passion, what did I want to do for the rest of my life, and where did I feel like would be the perfect stepping stone for me to start that. So truly just experiment and lead with your heart, as I said from my rugby lessons before. And if I could leave you with any kind of like inspiration, and if there's one thing I hope you take away from today, is that again, what matters is being curious, staying open, and being willing to show up even when you're unsure. Because some of the best opportunities in my own life came from taking a chance and saying yes and trusting myself, even when the path wasn't clear. Like, I love trying new things and I loved exploring, but with that came falling and having to get back up. And whether it be in sport, school, or life, really the magic happens when you step outside your comfort zone. Can seem a bit scary, but just know you are capable of more than you think. So truly dream big, work hard, and never underestimate the power of your own potential because the only thing standing between you and your goals is the belief that you can.
Sheesh. Mic drop moment. That was so good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kiki. Kiki Edouard. Thank you for coming out here, for sharing your story, both how you got into rugby, but then also, going to training ground and just signing up for an event, rbctrainingground.ca. We reconnected, and now it's like you're winning national championships and fingers, toes, everything crossed. I see you at the Olympics. So thank you for not only doing that for Canada, but doing that for me. That makes me so happy as my career, sort of the job that I'm doing right now. That's so powerful for me. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much for
Awesome.
having me, Sam. This was awesome.
No problem. All right. So on that high note, I'm happy to introduce our next guest. She's, built her career up here at RBC, helping young people like you succeed. She's the regional director, marketing citizenship for Toronto region, and previously the director of social impact. She's doing it all. So she was leading RBC Future Launch. Without further ado, please welcome Farnaz Kanji. Woo!
Thanks, Sam. Happy to be here.
Awesome.
And Kiki, amazing. Thank you. I'm so glad I was able to catch your session and a little bit before that too. So yeah, it's such a great moment to all come together. And so really appreciate that. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, no problem. Like that was such a no pressure. That's a big one
I
to
know.
follow, but I know you got big shoes. Tell us about your role. Tell us about your day to day. I'm so curious.
Yeah, I know it's interesting. So just, caveat that I joined a new team a few months ago. And so I'll talk a little bit about my old role and my new role. So yes, you're right, headed up Future Launch, which historically was our 10-year, $500 million commitment to help decrease the barriers for youth in seeking employment. And so obviously as part of that, we look at upper elementary, high school, into post-secondary, into employment, or even bypassing post-secondary and into employment, whatever industry, the individual is looking to pursue. So before I was heading up on the social impact perspective, where we actually donate 1% of our net income before taxes back into the community from RBC. And so sometimes people don't know all the different, options at RBC, but donations is part of it. And now I have the good fortune of bridging the last few years with my entire career before that, which was all in the marketing space. And so I get to help communities through our local donations, our registered charities and nonprofits, but then I also manage sponsorships and events, from how we, show up for certain community groups, celebrating our clients, making sure that there's unique experiences for them, and then also supporting employees to get closer to their local markets and what they might need. So anywhere from showing up to events, to how we donate to charities, and then bridging up that gap with events and sponsorships.
Wow. It's phenomenal all the things that you do under this role, like from sponsorship and events for showing up for the community, putting on unique experiences. Like that's amazing. That's amazing. And I think this is more of a question for me, Mr. Curious over here. Like when you were in high school, like I had my journey, it was like just track, sport, sprinting. Did you imagine you'd be here? Take us through that.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Yeah. And Sam, I love that you were so focused. I definitely did not have that focus. I was all over the map in all different industries growing up. The world's your oyster, and that's the great thing about the people that are on this call is that you really do have the whole gamut of options in front of you. So I think I first wanted to be a teacher actually back in the day. I mean, growing up in the school environment, your teacher is your role model. You can have the great ones, and then you can have the ones that really shape your experiences growing up. So I wanted to be that. I wanted to be that role model for people. And then I watched a lot of TV, and back in the day, there was much music, and there was these video jockeys, and they would interview all the celebrities. And I'm like, oh no, actually, I want to do that. I want to be on TV. And so when I was looking at post-secondary, at the time, they were looking for a portfolio, and I'm like, well, I don't have a portfolio. I've never been on TV. I don't draw. I don't paint. I don't have that artistic angle. So I'm like, maybe I need to pursue something else. Had a good conversation with my parents at the time, and they were in business and said, you know what, if you go into business, then you have a variety of options. So I said, okay, you know what? I had some friends that were going to Laurier, and so I'm like, let's try business, and so we'll see, what comes of that. I did my business degree. I really enjoyed marketing. I did a minor in psychology because I really did still feel like I wanted that connection with people and understanding that. And it actually feeds really well into marketing, because what we're trying to do in marketing is shift perception and how you tap into the psyche and how you tap into people and influence change through advertising and radio and commercial and print. So I did a lot of that in my marketing career. And then, as I said, I moved into social impact because I still always felt like my dad, was a role model of mine, is still, and did so much in the community. And so understanding what footprint he was able to leave in the communities that he served inspired me to really find what's the way that I can tap into my job that allows me to also give back into the community, and then how do I story tell that? And so bringing back in that marketing and psychology into it. Storytelling was a storytelling was a fun thing to do, and changing perception was fun, and so I'm able to do that and also do good.
That's so cool. And for everybody on the line, I want you to really notice the similarities. I'm a brand marketer and sponsorship in like Olympics. She's done social impact, tons of different sort of areas and themes. But one commonality is like the perception. It's being able to tell a story. So I think as go through the rest of this day and you sleep on this and you learn and you reflect. Remember that there's a lot of interconnected areas, and ultimately within at least the branding field, there's a lot of opportunities. So just something to keep aware. You don't have to like sort of pinhole yourself to one career. There's actually so many things that sort of work in tandem. So really cool. Thank you for sharing that. And as I speak about all the different jobs, brand marketer, sponsorship, Olympics, social impact, can you give us some insight on the kinds of jobs that are here under one roof at RBC?
Yes, yeah, I can. And even if whatever I will share is probably still 5% of the
Yeah.
opportunities at RBC, because again, I only know what I know. And so, just there are so many opportunities. People often think of, banking as your basic checking account, savings, investment, credit card, loans. And yes, we do have all of that. But like I said, my last role was in social impact, and that's donation. And so that's working with nonprofits and registered charities and making community impact. We have, again, millions of dollars that we're spending into the community to really close the gap on, housing, food crisis, climate, skill shortage, labor shortages, newcomers, I mean, you name it. And so that's, definitely one segment that I spent a lot of time on. We have an arts curatorial team that purchases art for display and investment purposes. We have people that manage relationships with Live Nation, so concerts, ticketing. Music is such a big thing that unites us all, and we really rally behind that at RBC. Even building up artists that we talked about industry wide, like Training Ground. We also have that for artists, and the call center. We have wellness champions, we have lawyers. Really, the list does go on at RBC, and again, that's probably scratching the surface of it.
Yeah, and I think the way that you describe that is so great because, yeah, I think traditionally, we've thought of financial institutions almost as being in their own lane, but I think what you've really unraveled is that there is really, again, just so many different areas that you can go to, from art to Training Ground, which you might think is very different, but we're all coming together under the same brand. And I think that's one thing that I really admire about the organization. It's like we know how to tell a story, but at the same time, there's so many different pieces that build narratives within the organization. So yeah, I appreciate you just sharing a little bit about that. The world is changing. And with change is the adaptation and the need to learn a new skill. In your opinion, what skills do you think are most important for the future?
Yeah, it's a great question. And that answer also changes with the evolution of the changing environment. I understand definitely technical skills are super important, but I just thought today maybe I'd focus on, soft skills. And I know we call them soft. I've heard people coin them as power skills because, to be honest, that is the secret weapon. And the transferable skills, because really that's what takes your career into so many places, and it's not really job specific. I do have a list of top skills, and obviously with my former job, the leading the skills portfolio. I'll say maybe some of my top ones are critical thinking, problem solving, obviously with the introduction of Gen AI, and just being able to kind of use that to your advantage requires us to critically think about the answers that are coming our way and how we use that to solve problems. I think EQ, so emotional intelligence, is super important. Again, with the adoption of technology, oftentimes we're asking ChatGPT or Google, and I found this in my own circle of friends where I'm asking that instead of asking my friend, and so we tend to lose a little bit of that human touch and connection with each other. And so that's super important. And everything that I do with the team. I don't ever do anything by myself. And so learning how to work with people is super important. I think there's this desire of Well, and could just be my marketing background, but I don't think so. I think it's across the board, just being creative. There's this need for creativity and introducing outside of the box thinking and everything that we do. Again, the last part of the skills I would say is probably this desire to learn, ambition, curiosity, being coachable. Throw that all up into like one power skill, if you will, because when I hire, to be honest, I look at that actually is what I look for. I look for, are they coachable? You can come with all the skills, you can come with everything, but are you willing to actually look at what that gap might be and how to improve? And you can't really do that if you think everything and you're sticking with that box. So I would say those are some of the top skills that I'm seeing are influencing today's careers and increasing networks and mentorships across the board.
That's great. What really stood out to me is, and I'm just thinking in like the lens of grade 9, Sam. I think, maybe I don't have those skills right now. Maybe I have to build them. That's okay. But the
Oh,
things
yeah.
that you can build right now, critical thinking skills, being hardworking, being disciplined. See, I feel some like cross conversation with Kiki as well, who mentioned the discipline piece. So there's areas that you can work on right now to prepare you for a career in the future. You don't have to have it all right now, but those are tangible things that you've heard already across, two different platforms. So again, you've touched on some really important areas. The skills you build now they will open up your future. So as you on the line are thinking about your future, whatever path is for you, remember, you don't have to figure it out alone. We actually have some amazing resources for you. So be sure to check them out, see what excites you, go for it. We'll share like a career page link after the fact. But we also know that building a future is more than just doing a job. It's about continuously learning. It's about finding mentors. It's about seeing who can guide you and connecting you to the doors to, open new directions for you. Like the future is waiting for you, and it really just starts here. So again, go check out our resources. We'll share them after. And again, they're not just for students that want to work at a bank. They're for anybody who just wants to level up their skills and find their path. As an athlete, again, I've seen the benefit of the programs here at RBC. Yes, the Olympians program. Yes, RBC training ground. And I know Farnaz, she's seen this as well. Everything that she's shared, working with community, social impact, and the list goes on. I want to just say thank you for this like super insightful conversation, for joining us. And I actually want to leave it to you. Is there any last words that you want to leave this audience with?
Yeah, no, thanks, Sam. And I love that you said it's for everyone because I've taken some of these courses as a working individual and I still learn things when I take these courses. And it's just the ever changing model of, micro credentialing and of growing. Yes, I will say that I came across a quote that I thought would kind of be helpful in this environment that we're talking about with, being grade 9 and you just started high school and the world is your oyster. And so I just, it triggered me to kind of share that here. So the quote was, if you're not prepared to be wrong, you'll never come up with anything original. And so really that's kind of getting to the, fact of don't be scared to try new things. This is the time to do it. This is the time to mess up because it's not even messing up. Failure is actually teaching us something and it gets us to the next step. And so how do we continuously be okay with being wrong? Because that's where brilliant ideas are made. So yeah.
I love it. I look at it, failure is a misdirection. You'll figure it
Yes.
out, you'll learn, and you'll be stronger for it. It's like a muscle, keeping things on the athletic side of things. You grow, you get resilient, and you're stronger because of it. So thank you again, Farnaz. This has been great. I think right now we're actually going to take some final audience questions. So I'm going to call up Florence, who's going to help support us and bring some questions from the chat box.
Yeah, definitely. And if Kiki, you want to come back as well, because we do have some questions for you. So there is a lot. We'll see what we can go through, but we have a lot of questions. So one question for Sam, and maybe even Kiki can answer that one. How do you keep yourself motivated or disciplined in your training? So when you used to be a track athlete, that person said, "I love my sport, but my love for it isn't enough to motivate me sometimes."
Oh, wow. Okay. I'll pop into that one. So when I was competing, there was this thing always in the back of my mind, like, if I give up now, who knows how far I could have gotten. So I guess what motivated me is like, you never know how far you could go and how many people you can impact. As an athlete, you step on the podium and all of a sudden you got this platform. I had success early on, racing Usain Bolt, racing these big athletes. I was like, maybe my time, my big time to shine is still to come. So I just would always say to myself, I just don't want to have any regrets. And I guess I had a bit of a fear of not reaching my full potential. So that's definitely what motivated me.
Yeah, and if I can like add on to that, I am motivated by things that I love. So truly finding a passion and finding something you love, then it becomes less of a chore to do. So if you feel that way within your sport, like lacking some motivation, like this may sound a little bit harsh, but maybe it's not what you love. Maybe it's not your true passion. And maybe you just might have to find another sport that, wow, like coming to practice every day doesn't feel like a chore, doesn't feel that hard. And truly, like motivation, like internal motivation, like if you have a passion for something, it will never feel like it's a job. It will never feel like it's a chore. So maybe just finding a different route or something else that truly like bring that spark within you.
Yeah, RBC training ground next season.
Yeah.
15 sports, you get chosen. No pressure.
Actually, Kiki, someone asked because you mentioned doing a lot of sport at the beginning, right? That when you were in high school, you were doing a lot of sports. So they said, how were you able to try so many sports? Being such a busy athlete have an effect on your social and academic life?
Yeah, I love this question because people still ask me that to this day because I am also still a dual sport athlete. I wrestle and play rugby, and I take a full course load at university, and I'm just involved in so many things. And again, it kind of ties back to that joy and motivation piece. I just love everything I do. That I will always find time to do it, right? And back in high school, it was just this thing of like I wanted to constantly be busy and I wanted to constantly see oh, like different areas of myself, like would swim. I just wanted to become a stronger swimmer because my mom couldn't swim and I just wanted to be able to do that, right? And then like with basketball, it was because I just wanted to try something new. And then with track, it was because I was really fast. So all these different things just brought out different sides within me and brought out different like kind of like just brought out these kinds of different like skills, like kind of helped me like curate things that I knew would be useful in the future. So because I just saw this kind of like different aspects of me just coming together and helping me become a better person, I always made time for it, right? And school has always been something that has come, I don't want to say easy to me, but I've always enjoyed it. So also putting time towards school never felt like I've done all my sports for the day and now I have to do school. It was always like, yes, I get to do school, right? So it always ties back to that piece of just like joy and motivation in everything I do.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Fernaz, for our next question, someone asked, when trying new opportunities, what are some advice you have to be prepared so it becomes a possibility?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think the start is just being open-minded to understanding what is possible for yourself. And when you are looking at new opportunities, I think it's understanding who are the people in that space that could give you advice on that specific opportunity. Is it reaching out to your network? Is it reaching out to your parents' network? Coffee chats, I think I remember doing some of that in high school. Opportunities like this, where, obviously Students Commission is available for tapping into our RBC network. Mentors are all available. And so it's just around understanding who is in the space that you're looking at, understanding what are the thoughtful questions that you could ask to come across like you do know a little bit about the space and you want to just learn more. I think the power of the network and the mentorship really does go a long way. So that's what I would recommend.
Awesome. Thank you. Sam, we did have a lot of question about, is basketball part of RBC training ground. There's badminton is badminton part of it. Can you tell us a bit more about the sports that are included in that program?
Yeah, no problem. So how it works is every year we get we call them national sport organizations. They apply for to be a part of RBC training ground. So it actually varies from year to year. This year, basketball and badminton are not a part of it. But if you head to rbctrainingground.ca, you can see the sports that are. And I think the beauty of it is like you go and you do the tests, like the speed, the strength, endurance, and the power. And like basically, like you wash your hands with that. Based off of how you perform, you're now connected to the sport that makes the most sense for you. One athlete, like one of our sort of headline athletes, her name is Kelsey Mitchell. She was a soccer player. She just finished university up around Edmonton, and she didn't know what to do next. She came to an RBC training ground event. She did the tests. She was matched with Cycling Canada, and within 4 years, she not only broke the world record, but she won Olympic gold. She had never even sat on a bike before. So while I understand, sometimes it's like, I want to do basketball, I want to do this sport, be curious like Kelsey. I think there's just the world is your oyster. You don't know. Uh, Maybe you're aligned with a sport that you didn't even know you're good at. But anyway, to answer the question, some of the sports that we had this year, so we have like climbing Canada, canoe kayak, bobsleigh, biathlon, cycling Canada, field hockey, flag football. So these are all Olympic sports. Freestyle Canada, so like freestyle ski, doing the jumps, something I'm afraid of. Luge, rowing Canada, rugby, so Kiki. I did mention speed skating. No, I didn't mention speed skating, volleyball, wrestling, I think ski jumping. So it's like 15 sports, but next year there will probably be more. So you can find out, we'll have our qualifying events starting next March, but you'll see some advertisements going out starting in January.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you so much for sharing a bit more about the program. Okay, last question for all of you can answer. How do you overcome pressure, being in your sports, in your work, or in life in general?
I can start. I feel like sports is a much harder pressure environment than my day to day. But I think for me, it's about finding what makes me happy and finding ways to inject that in my day. And so, I'm a foodie and I like travel. And so how I break up the craziness when it becomes that way is I make sure that I have something, some light at the end of the tunnel to look forward to. I go for dinner with friends and I enjoy, my way to break up that high tense, because I will say events is a high tense environment. Sponsorships can be, logistics and all those pieces. And so just finding ways to break it up and not waiting too long. Like you could do a meal every few weeks and you could do a vacation once a year or whatever it is. So finding the little things and the big things that add peace and relaxation, and spa days.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead. Kiki, go ahead.
Okay. I can just to answer that question. I always like to repeat this quote saying like pressure is a privilege, and it means that I've earned the right to be in the big moments that matter. Because like as mentioned before, like we just played in the national championships, and in 15s, only 15 people can be on the field at a time. And then you obviously have your like we call them impact players. We don't like to say subs because everyone is equally as skilled, but like not everyone got on the field that time. And the pressure I was feeling in those moments, I'm just like, I'm doing this for my teammates who are on the field because it's a privilege to feel this way. Not everyone gets to feel the weight of representing their team or their country. So like instead of running away from that pressure, I kind of run into it and let it guide all my actions, guide my motivation on the field. When I'm feeling tired, I'm like, this is a privilege to feel tired. So I kind of flip that perspective into not into this like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. Rather, I'm so grateful to be feeling this way, and now I'm gonna go and play the best I've ever played.
That's so great. I'll quickly pop in. It's very similar to what Kiki mentioned. Like for me, overcoming pressure, it's not about pretending it's not there. You just want to like learn how to use it. It's almost like a superpower to a certain extent. I always look at it like pressure shows up when something matters. When it's the big game, UBC versus UVic yesterday or this last weekend that you won. Instead of letting it, crush you, just like focus on it. When I feel pressure, I just remind myself this is my chance to grow. Diamonds, they form under pressure. All the big moments that I've had in at least my athletic career have happened under a ton of pressure. So I just control what I can, my effort, my attitude, what my next move is, and then I leave the rest of the universe. So hopefully that gives you some motivation on the other side of things, and just focus on it and don't let it crush you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I think that was the perfect words to end this session. So I want to thank all three of you for taking the time to be with us today. This was very insightful and amazing to have you all.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye. So I'm going to launch the little poll, the end session poll, so that we can get a sense of your thoughts on the session, which was very, very great. And I will pass it to my colleague, Krista and Jeremy, I believe, to introduce the next guests. You're on mute, Krista.
Thank you, Flo. Hi, everyone. Okay. I just want to say welcome. Welcome to those who have just joined. Welcome and hello to those who have been with us the whole day. This upcoming session is Lift Up Careers in Advanced Manufacturing, the Future of Innovation with NGen. So I just wanted to go over a little bit of what's happening today. So you're with us at Career Live, which is guiding young people towards fulfilling career exploration. So this is a place where we're going to be meeting with professionals from different spaces, and you can ask them questions. You can use the Q&A at the bottom of your Zoom screen to ask those questions. And we will do our best to bring them forward to the professional who's speaking today. This year's theme is Lift Up the Future, and throughout the day, we're going to be looking at different career options and employability skills. Oh, sorry. So the day, there's interpretation available. You just go down to the little globe at the bottom of your screen and you select the language that you'd like to hear the day in. So you can hear it in French or English as you need. And Florence is also posting that in the chat. The agenda is in the chat as well. So you can take a look at a little bit more detail about what's coming up later in the day. You can watch live stream on YouTube. And we also want to remind everybody about the 4 pillars: respect, listen, understand, and communicate. Those are our pillars for the day and for always at the Students' Commission of Canada. So we are looking for everyone to treat each other with respect and listen and communicate in the best ways that we know how in this space. So today, or right now, we're excited to welcome NGen, Canada's Advanced Manufacturing Supercluster. NGen brings together companies, educators, and innovators to modernize manufacturing, develop cutting-edge technologies, and strengthen Canada's workforce in this dynamic sector. From robotics and automation to sustainable production, NGen supports the people and programs shaping the future of manufacturing in Canada. And I'd like to introduce Jason Myers. Welcome, Jason, the CEO of NGen. As CEO, he leads NGen's efforts to strengthen Canada's advanced manufacturing sector by fostering collaboration, supporting innovation, and helping companies bring new technologies to market. Under his leadership, NGen has worked with partners across the country to drive sustainable growth and position Canada as a global leader in advanced manufacturing. Welcome, Jason.
Thanks a lot, Krista. Great to be here. And thanks for everybody for joining. Merci beaucoup de vous joindre à nous aujourd'hui.
Excellent. Now, Jason, I just wanted to start. We know that there's a video. Did you want to start with the video, or would you like
Let's
us
start with that. That sounds good.
with that? Okay.
So this video is all about what NGen's about in advanced manufacturing.
Awesome. Thanks, Jason.
Activate.
Hanover Messa couldn't come at a better time. We wanted to make this the best partner country event ever. I don't think we're going to have another opportunity to do this in a generation.
Let's go talk to some nerds. Cheers!
Le Canada, en plus, est le pays qui est mis en lumière à Hanover Messe.
Activate.
The coming decades are Canada's decades.
Activate.
Chris, as you can see, that was from Hanover Messe. Yeah, that's the world's largest industrial technology show. It happens every year in Hanover, Germany. And last year, Canada was the partner country, and we organized the entire event. So all of those technologies you saw there were all Canadian. And so you get some feel for what advanced manufacturing, what the capabilities are in this country. They're fantastic. But as you can also see, we had a lot of fun, and I think that's a part of the theme. Advanced manufacturing is a lot of fun when you get into it. And I've got to warn you, I'm just a big kid, so.
Well, that's wonderful. And it's an amazing video. It's really inspiring. It makes me think, advanced manufacturing might be for me too.
Well, it's a really inspiring area, and I'm not a technologist at all. My background is an economist, and so I don't know necessarily how technologies work. And I struggle sometimes to get on online, but I can tell you why they're important, and I can tell you why companies are investing in them there. And so it's a fantastic area. Maybe we can talk a little bit about some of the projects we're supporting and some of the opportunities we're seeing for young people too.
For sure. Did you want to start with that? Do you want to jump right into that part?
I think first of all, what I'd like to say is that advanced manufacturing is all about making stuff. That's, everything you touch, everything around you is made in some way. That's what manufacturers do. And we make a lot of really good stuff in Canada. Advanced manufacturing is a little bit more than that, though. It's how are we using technology? How are we developing the right skills, the right talent to be able to, for businesses to compete and to grow, to employ people here in Canada. So it's really crucial today. Everybody knows the economic problems we're facing, but the world's facing other huge problems in terms of, security, food security, water, the quality of water, our healthcare systems, aging populations, climate change. Everybody's facing that around the world, and it's going to be advanced manufacturing that brings the solutions to the table there. So I think, the first thing that I see for young people who are going into this field is that they really want to make a difference and a difference to the world in solving problems. And so this is the industry that does that.
That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Can you tell us more about how your role connects to advanced manufacturing and what you do day to day?
Sure. So NGen, as you were mentioning, is Canada's the organization in Canada that really supports advanced manufacturing. We're sort of the organizer behind and the leader behind Canada's advanced manufacturing cluster here. And so we operate in a number of ways. We invest in world-leading advanced manufacturing projects here. So what we're focusing on doing is developing and making sure these solutions are being deployed here in Canada, but developing new solutions for manufacturing. And we do that by integrating a number of technologies, bringing in researchers, making sure that we have adequate talent to support this, and then helping to make sure that these solutions are used here by Canadian industry. So that really requires a collaborative approach. It requires several technology companies, a number of schools working with manufacturers to develop these capabilities. And we're looking at world-leading capabilities here too. So we're really looking at things that transform, whether it's the economy or make huge step changes in environmental protection here, whatever it is. These are not just small changes. These are really world-leading solutions that right now are being used around the world in many cases too. So that's what we do. We invest in these capabilities, but we also invest in opportunities to showcase Canada's great advanced manufacturing technologies. We invest in a lot of skills development programs as well. Really glad to be able to support Take Our Kids to Work Day and Student Commission here, because it's so important for us to communicate the opportunities for young people in this sector, and that's a major priority for our board of directors. Make sure that young people are aware of the opportunity, but also, sort of getting prepared for future careers in this sector, if that's what they're interested in doing.
Excellent. Thank you, Jason. The next question is, what kind of studies or experiences led you to this career path? And in particular, somebody in the Q&A asked about what it takes to become a CEO. So I feel like these two pieces go together, and maybe you can tell us a little bit about your journey to CEO-dom.
Yeah. Well, listen, as I said, I'm not a technologist and I'm not an engineer, but I'm an economist. But I was always really interested in history and political studies, and that's how I got into economics, because that's one of the most important areas of economic policy. Of course, one of the most important areas of government there. So that was my interest. I have to say I studied for a long time in university. I actually became a university professor. And then I thought, and that was in the UK, and I thought, time to come back to Canada here, and started working originally with the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association. Then I set up my own business. So to the point of what it takes to be a CEO, set up your own business, look at the opportunities to do that. But I think I can always say, look, I never planned to be in the position I am right now. And I think that's good advice for anyone looking at the future. I think it's, make sure that you are always looking at opportunities and going what interests you. I have to say, I don't work right now. Probably an exaggeration to say I've never worked a day in my life. I'm sure not working now because I'm really having fun in what I'm doing. And I think, if for my advice for say an 18-year-old or guy coming out into the workforce as I was many years ago, it's do what interests you. First of all, believe in yourself. Make sure that you've got and dream big. Believe in yourself. Have confidence in yourself that you can do what comes along. I always like to solve problems and solve puzzles, and to some extent making things too. But I always wanted to ask why. And I think that helped a lot, that critical thinking capacity, always asking why. And look, I do that a lot. I use AI, but I can tell you most of the AI stuff that I look at is wrong. It's all AI can't tell you what's true. All it can do is take a look at data and bring up the data that it finds there. But you need critical thinking all the way through. And that's really important. I also say, so STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. You don't need to be a scientist. but you should have some good, like a good background in this area, and particularly in math. And I know that's not necessarily a really great subject for many people. But you know, it's so important. It is kind of a superpower because it opens up the door to solving problems there. And just about any job today, whether it's a CEO or someone in political analysis or economics, and of course in technology and engineering, math is so important because it's now all about statistics and understanding data, and that's really really pretty significant for any young person entering the workforce now. But it's been kind of what I've enjoyed is just finding my way one step at a time, always looking at opportunities there, never feeling sorry that I turned down any opportunity, and you learn through failure as well. Someone said to fail is your first attempt in learning. And I think that's a really good way to look at it. And certainly if it's in science, in innovation, in technology, in business, there are a lot of failures, but that's how you learn, that's how you innovate. Not all innovations. Look, if we knew the outcome, innovation wouldn't be innovation. Here. So we need to accept that we learn through all of this as long as you're learning. And I think that applies to life too. Like you find your way along the way, and you don't need to set a clear career path because you're following life. You're making decisions along the way, and as long as you're taking advantage of the skill sets that you have, your critical thinking capacity. As I say, STEM is always a good toolbox to use, and looking at opportunities all along the way, and learning from mistakes. I think that is the way to go. So, what brought me here? A lot of luck, a lot of fun. But as I say, even now. My job is learning about what's going on in the economy and business, so all about some of these great technologies we're working with. It's a great learning opportunity, and that's why it's so fun.
Yeah, thank you. And you're naming a lot of things that we've heard throughout the day as crucial elements for sort of career exploration, curiosity, critical thinking, and taking some of those risks where you may fail and yet you gain so much from it. So thank you.
Absolutely.
So advanced manufacturing is changing rapidly. What are some of the exciting technologies or innovations that are shaping your work right now?
Well, we've got a lot, and let me just talk about some of them here, some of the projects that we're working with. So one of the most interesting ones are 3D printing brain tissue. So there's a company or two companies in Victoria that are developing a process to 3D print brain tissue. Some people may think this is a really good idea, and it is. But what they're doing is printing this brain tissue for laboratory work, and they sell this all the way around the world. That's one example of a really neat project. Another one is what we're seeing right now in artificial intelligence. So there's a distinction that I make between digital AI, which is, large language models, it's generative AI, but applied mainly to data, digital data here, like text and sound and audio and their video, which is good there, but it's only scraping the surface of where AI is going. And in manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, there are two other types of AI. There's industrial AI, where the AI is being integrated into production systems. So it's reading data from physical equipment, from physical automation systems and production systems and operating software there. And that's a whole different type of application because it means that you have to look right across right across the technologies, the infrastructure you're using here. So, you need sensors and cameras to collect the data and networks to communicate it and cybersecurity to protect it. And, a lot, and of course, computing power here, but in industry, you need the computing power, to activate equipment. You can't rely on cloud to do that. So different computing requirements. And then often today, the third type of AI is what I call physical AI, which is AI that's being embedded in autonomous vehicles, in robots. And the next, in my view, the next generation of research activity around AI is the development of large behavioral models here. So models to guide robots to, it's no longer just about human intelligence, it's about mimicking human behavior. And I think that's a really exciting area, but it's not, it's applied there. No company, you saw the video and the robotic dog and things, which is fine. I don't know very many businesses or frankly, anybody who wants to keep a robotic dog in their household or in their company here. So it's a limited value. It tells you what companies or where AI is going. But the future around robotics, around automation systems, around the ability to smart vehicles, smart devices that we all, in some cases we all use. I often ask people, do you use AI? Owners of companies, do you use AI? And majority say no, but clearly they haven't been on Google, I guess, or they haven't been using their cell phones. I mean, in many cases, the vision of AI is so futuristic, but we use it every day here, and we have to be smart about doing it, as I was saying before. But the opportunities here, particularly in developing smart devices and robotics and smart automation systems, really fantastic. So that's a really interesting area. But also we're supporting research and manufacturing capabilities in biomanufacturing and new materials, new biological materials rather than plastics, new in carbon capture technologies. Just at a opening the other day of the world's largest cement plant where they're capturing carbon from the air and putting it into cement here, into concrete. And, so some really, really not only amazing technologies, but really impactful applications here and solutions that I think we really need to take a look at. And the other thing that I find, and you saw the video in Hanover, it was a great opportunity for Canada to showcase the rest of the world what we can do. And the reception of Canadians in Germany last April was amazing. It was just everybody wanted to meet us. People were so impressed by Canadian capabilities that nobody knows about. Like, a lot of Canadians don't know what we do, all the great stuff that we're doing. And but it reminded me of a meeting I had in a large German factory a few years ago, and we were being taken around. This was a factory that was one of the most automated factories in Germany, and it produced medical devices. And we were being taken around by a German guy, and he said, "Well, what does Canada do in advanced manufacturing? We don't know about Canada. We don't hear about Canada very often." And he said this as we were touring around the factory, and I looked around, and we were surrounded by technology, automation equipment that was manufactured in Cambridge, Ontario, by a company called ATS, which happens to be about 20 kilometers away from where I live there. But we have to do a better job of talking about all the great things that we do and all the great things that are coming up too. Like, we're going to the moon. And some of the most amazing projects we have is to support robotics and new technologies to mine on the moon, because you can mine for oxygen on the moon, and that we can be repurposed back to Earth. So automated technologies, flexible, small, modular technologies and energy systems. And that's kind of the neat thing, because you're really creating the future here. One of the reasons my job's so fun.
That sounds really exciting. I wanted to pick up on something you mentioned about the cement plant and the CO2. And, one of the things that is at the forefront of a lot of our minds, and we see all the time, are at the forefront of young people's minds, is, a sustainable environmental sort of industry relationship. So how does advanced manufacturing, or how else, other than the way that you shared with the cement plant, how does advanced manufacturing contribute to building a more sustainable or environmentally responsible future for Canada?
It's really, really important here, because we're not going to reduce emissions simply by turning off the lights and stopping what we do in the economy. So we need to find solutions for that, and those solutions are coming through advanced technologies. Things like AI to improve energy management, for instance, or carbon capture and storage, like I was talking about before, some of the new energy technologies. We have technology here in Canada that can create hydrogen simply by putting new materials into a chemical compound, and hydrogen is produced. The problem is that a lot of these technologies are expensive. And so while new technologies are great here, and they're being developed all the time, and Canadian companies are at the forefront of many of these technologies. I mentioned before, it's not just about carbon reduction, it's about eliminating waste more generally here, because if you can do that and you can become more efficient, you're also becoming more energy efficient, and you're going to be reducing emissions too. But all of that depends on new technological solutions, and today, as I was saying, a lot of that's expensive, but that's where the research is going. That's where the talent in the future needs to focus on. How can we make this economically viable for companies to use this more often? And many of that, or much of that, is in manufacturing in Canada. 98% of our companies are really small companies, fewer than 500 people working at these operations. So they have to be affordable, and they have to be easy to manage and easy to install. And we're not quite there yet, but that's where that's where the research is going. That's where companies are going to make their money and be able to provide solutions in the future. So, I think that's where advanced manufacturing is really going to play a leading role.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Before I pass the MC mic to my colleague Jeremy, I just wanted to note we have a couple more videos that we can share. Jason, would you like us to take this opportunity to share one right now?
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank
I'll
you.
explain afterwards what it's like. I don't know which one you're going to share. I hope it's okay.
That's totally fine. Don't worry.
There's one simple trick to succeed in advanced manufacturing. Lydia. There's no problem she can't solve, no fire she can't put out, including the fire. Lydia makes things happen, and not happen. Like that time here, the canal, that big boat, and then this. So now you have 3 days to source one special part, and that's on top of all the cost increases and price concessions and skill shortages and... yeah. But Lydia, she always knows what's what. Like, how's that funny new show? Is that healthy yogurt actually good? Is that buzzy new tech for real? We got past Y2K, but now it's 3D printing. No, blockchain, wearables, augmented reality, machine learning, robots and cobots, decentralized computing, quantum computing, Web3, NFT, digital pictures of monkeys, self-driving cars any day now, the metaverse, generative AI, predictive AI, AI assistants, AI in general. Confused? Not Lydia. But you don't know Lydia. Lucky for you, there's a program. It's called Future Ready. It lets you train your own Lydias. Raheem, he can be a Lydia. So can Carl, or Tara, Mitch, Ashley, or Sanjay. And they seem to like it. So that's good. We spent 4 years developing it. It's 80% subsidized, and it's 100% customized to your company's needs. It's available right here. So even if there's 3 surprise patent trolls, 2 natural disasters, 1 port strike, 30 venture capital denials, new magical technology, and no Lydia, you'll be ready. Future ready.
That video really goes to a couple of things. Number one, we can talk about technology, all sorts of great technology, but it really all depends on people. And clearly young people coming in with great talent, but also everybody who's working in manufacturing sector today, and taking a look at the skills they need to be future ready. So those are the messages we want to get across there.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a great video. I feel like I can take that training. I can do that.
Yeah. Actually, it's not all that difficult.
Good to know.
Yeah. And the thing is that one of the biggest skill shortages, I think, is common sense. Like in many ways, and particularly in business, it comes down to good planning, to actually know the business, know what types of processes need to be improved, and that's where you focus your technology. And maybe sometimes you don't even need technology because you can improve things without it. And that's kind of what we were trying to get, or what we run people through in this Future Ready program. And it really has nothing to do with technology itself, but just good planning, which also means good talent planning, good workforce development planning, good skills development planning, as well as, of course, good business planning.
Awesome. Thank you, Jason. I'm going to hand it over to Jeremy now.
Thanks, Kristen. Hey, Jeremy.
Hi, Jason. Nice to meet you. It's been
meet you.
really nice hearing from you as well. About what you do at your company, and I also had some extra questions for you as well. So let's start off with what from your perspective, why is it important for Canada to invest in advanced manufacturing and innovation?
I think the world's not standing still. We've got lots and lots of problems. If people haven't realized the problems around the U.S. tariffs, here we've got problems around climate change, problems around health, water quality, food security. Here, these are huge challenges, not just for Canada, but for the world. But they're also great opportunities, and because I think it's the advanced manufacturing sector that's going to come up with the new solutions to make things that are going to solve some of these problems. So right now, for instance, we have projects underway to support new cell and gene therapies to cure cancer or to treat cancer. We have projects underway to develop new processes for advanced materials and for biomanufacturing to replace things like plastics, or to replace other types of waste, or to recycle waste. Talk about electric vehicles, and everybody was on an electric vehicle kick here, but what happens to all the batteries? You need to recycle batteries, and you have to do that in an environmentally responsible way. So, there are all sorts of issues like that, and all sorts of opportunities too, to improve performance, to improve the types of products that everybody buys today. The car you buy today, and I hate to say this because I have experienced this, is very different from the car you would have bought 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when you had to crank the engine up here. So, the technology is developing so rapidly in many of these areas. AI is now common here. 5 years ago, it wasn't. So the technology is developing so rapidly there are competitors that are there around the world. You can make a product today, and within a matter of weeks, someone else will be making something similar or something better or something that would be equivalent. So how do you, as a company, compete with that? And one of the ways of doing that, of course, is through reading data, through being able to develop more services, because you're able to create a better experience for your customer. Something like over half of the world's jet engines are manufactured in Canada today. I don't know if people know that. Probably something like 3/4 of the world's landing gear manufactured here in Canada. So every plane you land on is probably, using Canadian technology here. But where I was going with this is that, some of the jet engine companies, they don't sell jet engines. They lease the jet engines to the airlines, and then what they do is monitor the performance of the jet engines. So if you're having problems, it's monitored along the way here, and so it's developing. And again, it's because of the great capabilities we have in Canada, but it's developing new solutions for the world, and I think that's why I'm excited about it, advanced manufacturing, and manufacturing in general, which is this great integrator of technology here. And we've got so many technologies. I'll give you another example. How do we solve the problem of an aging workforce here? How do we make sure that we've got, we shouldn't just be depending on people here. We should be depending on people with great capabilities, great technologies, great tools to do a better job. And that's what's going to generate economic growth and many of these solutions I've been talking about. So, I think that's where this technology and manufacturing really comes into play here, and it's a pretty exciting area. The other thing too is, when you're looking at I said before, I'm still having fun doing what I'm doing here, and but I think that's the same. Like, if you're into gaming, and you want to continue gaming in your career, what better way to do that other than building models in computer-based models for new products or new processes in manufacturing? That's what it's all about, gaming here. It's about developing new systems. You need to know the principles behind it, but that's just like learning the rules of the game here. It's all about problem solving. That's what gaming's all about. And it's also a game because you're competing against everybody else. Your team is competing with other teams around the world. So, I think we need to think about it in different ways, and there are all sorts of very attractive opportunities, I think, in advanced manufacturing for young people to continue to follow what they're really interested in, what their passion is, but just do it in a different type of application.
Yeah, that's great, honestly. And what would you say is your favorite part of your job?
Well, I think it's looking at the pride of people that I work with, and the pride of the people who are undertaking these projects. So we provide not only funding, but we do a lot of work to support some of these advanced manufacturing projects, and then to help them commercialize the projects afterwards. But there's nothing like looking at the faces of a whole workforce in a factory there at the unveiling of some of these projects there, because everybody's so proud in what they're doing. Everybody's part of the solution, and it's just a marvelous experience. And when I look at the pride of my team in being able to support this, it's pretty extraordinary too.
Yeah. And So like I know you were going in, you were like kind of like going into the like some of the like really detailed parts of what your company does. I was just wondering what are some things that about the company or your job that you might want other people to know as well.
Well, I guess as I said before, like most of my job is listening and learning and being able to kind of say, okay, well, based on that, then here's a new opportunity for us going forward. And in a way, someone asked me before, like, what does a CEO do? And I think that's a big job for the CEO to be able to look at new opportunities and to be able to bring an organization along with them to take advantage of those new business opportunities. In that case, no different maybe than a captain manager of a team here. So I think that's really a key part of what I do there on a day-to-day basis. I the economist in me, I still like, in fact, just before this, I was on the website looking at data from Stats Canada. I still like doing that, but all about advanced manufacturing there. And again, using that to kind of position what we're doing in a better way. But I think it is my job is this in a way to provide a bridge between research and technology on one hand, manufacturing on the other, and on the third hand, government here. So we're trying to raise funds and satisfy some of the priorities that are set by government by creating this really special set of partnerships between researchers and technologies and the manufacturers. And it's interesting because I enjoy understanding the technologies and understanding what they do, but it's not a technical job in that sense. It's a technical job in terms of being able to understand, the thinking behind partnerships and the thinking behind business. And then of course understanding government as well and dealing with people in government. But one piece of advice for everybody: it's all about people. Like, it's not about technology. It's all about people. How you work with people, how you enjoy being with people. Sense of humor goes a long way here, but it's all about communication, all about people, and respect, and be able to work with others, in your teams, in school, in a work environment, and then outside of that. And frankly, that's one of the areas I really enjoy. I've had great opportunities to work with prime ministers and international business executives and Canadian company executives and lots of people too, on technologists and innovators. And I can tell you the greatest thing is just dealing with them as people.
Nice. Yeah. And then that also covers my next question about teamwork. So
Yeah.
I can tell having a great team kind of helps build you guys up even further, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. And a lot of that is just communication, too. If I think everybody has to feel comfortable, and in our organization, no one's wrong. We talk if there's a disagreement, we talk it through there. But what I find, a large part of what we do, as I said, our projects are collaborative projects. And when we put this organization together, a lot of people said, well, you'll never get companies to collaborate. You'll never get them to share IP. But it's how you put it together that works, and who you bring in to work together. And again, treating everybody with respect and integrity. But it hasn't been that difficult if you align people. You don't bring competitors in, but you align people to develop new solutions there. So, we've been told it was really difficult to be able to share IP here, but we've got 1,500 patents and trademarks and business, industrial secrets that companies are sharing, that people are sharing right now. And I think that's extraordinary, but it all depends on getting the right people that are motivated, that can communicate, that can work as a team. And I think that's so important.
Yeah, that's great. Um, I I had another question for you as well. So outside of school, what kinds of activities or hobbies could help youth build relevant skills for this field?
I think, in terms of just on technology alone, take a look and see if there are some robotics clubs or clubs that, that are the deal with environmental clubs, for instance, or ecology clubs there that, that you're interested in, that get you into the field of, maybe a little bit of technical training here, but also just involve you in some of these major issues that people are dealing with. I have to say, I as a CEO, one of the challenges you run into as CEOs is everybody brings you a problem. And what I say is, okay, you brought me the problem, how would you solve it? And so I think that critical thinking skill is really important. And so, sports clubs or whether it's, even clubs to play games here, that's all important. It can all contribute in some way to, to that, not only just because you have different interests, but to that critical thinking skill that is really, really fundamental to what, to anybody. And you don't have to go into advanced manufacturing. I think critical thinking is so important today, just to for anybody to live a life that is not, so that what is true and what is not true, and or at least what's factual and what's not factual, and so it's so important, and it's something that that a lot of employers are looking at. And the other thing too is that if you are, think about how your extracurricular activity could, in a way, differentiate yourself from a lot of other people. Because, I think I've advised a lot of young people about putting their CVs together, and uh, I've been told, well, a CV, has to fit into a bio, has to fit into a page because that's what AI reads. Well, maybe that's true, but maybe if it doesn't fit into a page and AI can't read it, maybe that actually differentiates yourself from someone else there. So, think about my other advice in putting together a CV is, I always people and this is very good advice, I think, for any business as well. Developing a new technology. So if I'm a company, a new technology company, and I have a great capability, there's a temptation to talk about technology if I'm trying to sell it. But nobody really cares about how something's put together. What they really care about is, how is this going to help me? How what's it going to cost, but also, why would I use a technology? So it's kind of the same thing if you trying to sell your own capabilities here in a CV. It's more important to talk about what your interests are, your vision, your objectives in life, what you want to contribute, and how you can contribute. But more why it's so important to you, but also to the company or to your future employer. And so what I see a lot in young people is a whole list of things that they've done, which is great, but rarely in the context of, okay, I have this capability and here's what I've done with it, and this is how I can help you. And I think that is really very important as well here in terms of being able to present everybody's capabilities going forward. And I really have to apologize, Jeremy, because I forgot what your question actually was.
Yeah, no worries. I can. So the question was like outside of school, how,
Oh, yeah, right.
what kinds of activities
Yeah.
can
Well, I think, team sports, team activities. I was on a team as a young person, but also, I think things that you are really committed to, that you're really passionate about, is so important. And maybe that's not a team activity. Maybe you like running, or maybe you like to do things on your own. There. But all of that, I think you need to look inside yourself and say, okay, well, how does this contribute to whatever I'm looking at doing there? I mean, you can learn a lot on your own here. You can learn a lot through clubs. You can learn a lot through teams and sports and just helping out in the community. But again, if you keep in mind, it's all about people, and it's all about pursuing what you want to do and developing your critical thinking skills, and then I think you're on the right track.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And so just one more question before we continue. And so what is like some last bit of advice you can offer to like grade nines or youth that are just starting to build their career in this field?
I think again, it's really to follow your passion. I think, STEM is a powerful set of skills to develop here. And even if you don't like math and science, maybe there are other ways to learn some of these skills. I think, always look at your life and as a learning opportunity. But I know back in grade 9, like, I had no idea what I wanted to do. I knew that I liked certain courses, and I really enjoyed solving problems, and that's about it. I didn't know I was going to be eventually an economist running a tech company there. And I didn't fall into it. It was built on my experience as I went forward, and had all of these opportunities, and other opportunities I decided not to pursue. So it's, I think it's taking, as I said before, it's maybe not having a plan, but believing in yourself, having confidence in yourself, setting yourself up for opportunities, recognizing failures as a learning experience, and moving forward here, and always thinking, you can fast track this by, if you're interested in pursuing certain areas around advanced manufacturing, you can fast track that by looking at some of the STEM courses and talking to teachers, but I'd also say talk to a wider audience there. Take advantage of today, for example, to speak to people in advanced manufacturing if you want. There to learn about what their jobs are, and to think about where you would like to pursue a career, but you can always change. I'm not what I started out doing. I'm not doing anything close to that now, and but it was all, it was learning along the way, being flexible, but also, not determined in a way that if I didn't achieve exactly what I wanted, then I was a failure. That's for sure, because I frankly had no idea what I wanted when I started.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thank you. Krista, was there any last questions we wanted to go through?
Ooh, let's see. So there's been a few questions about which you spoke to a little bit about robotics and the connection to the field and like a career path. Um, so perhaps if you have more to speak to there. And then the other thing that I thought maybe we only have a couple minutes would be maybe around um, uh, someone asked a question about sort of unknown careers in the industry, which I thought was interesting, or gaps in the industry that you're looking to fill. So maybe those questions and pulling in any pieces you have about robotics and that pathway.
Well, and maybe that's a good example too, because the technology is developing so rapidly. I'm not sure right now that people actually know what the jobs of the future are, and it really bugs me when people send out surveys and saying, well, to employers saying, well, what are your skill shortages? Because like many of these companies don't know because they don't know what they're going to be doing in 5 years' time. But I think there are in the area of robotics, for example, there's a lot of, sure, the technology is moving forward, but we know that what is happening in robotics is that they are becoming smart, they're becoming autonomous. So, the whole area of data analysis and AI programming is really important. And, to some extent, that is it goes back to some basic coding and math skills there. But more than anything else, it's some of that is actually being replaced by AI today. So I was looking at the future, but a lot of it has nothing to do with the digital skills. It's all understanding the engineering, understanding the kind of the physical, the physics of this, the materials, the how AI fits into all this and is integrated into it. And, so I think some, especially in that area, career and, or at least a path through the engineering side of things really, really important. But there are all sorts of gaps out there because nobody really knows where the technology is going or what the impact on business actually is. And in my experience, AI is a really good example. A lot of people think that AI is going to replace jobs. I can tell you, AI is creating more jobs, and it's not only to develop AI; it's to correct all the mistakes that AI is making there. So it's which is a really big issue, and make too many of these mistakes. It's not bad making mistakes on Gen AI. It can lead to some pretty embarrassing things, but it is a huge mistake if you are dealing with a robot that goes crazy and haywire next to a set of employees. And, that's a huge issue. And we aren't there yet to actually be able to safely use robots in a work environment. We're not there to safely use autonomous cars either. So like there's a huge amount of work that needs to be done, given that technology is changing. But this is where, you take a look at the basics here, and maybe look forward to what you need for basic understanding, because when you go into a work environment, you'll learn at work about specific technologies, about specific applications of your skills. But as long as you have the basics here, the STEM, the engineering principles, the idea of basically around how business operates in manufacturing, then I think you're on the right track.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. So a big shout out and thank you to Jason from NGen, and a big shout out to everyone who came to join this session. We're going to do a quick poll just to gather some information about the folks who are in the room, and we're going to invite you to stay for the next session. And I am going to, Jeremy and I will pass the mic to Vanessa to do the next session.
Yes, yes.
Awesome. And
Thanks,
thank you
Krista and
again.
Jeremy, and thanks to everybody for being here.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Perfect. Vanessa. Thank you, Jason. Bye. Thank you, Jeremy. Awesome. Hi, Vanessa. I will pass it to you.
Thank you, Flo. Alrighty, so welcome to those of you just joining us, and welcome back to the rest of you to our annual Take Our Kids to Work Career Live. And we've had the opportunity to hear from and learn from a bunch of folks from diverse career paths, and that's not about to change. And the theme for this year's Take Our Kids to Work is lifting up the future. So just a reminder on some of the housekeeping, or to introduce you to the housekeeping if you're just joining now. Interpretations available throughout the day, as well as closed captions and transcripts at the bottom of your screen there. The agenda for the day has been repeatedly posted in the chat. You can ask questions for the speakers in the Q&A so that we don't lose them. This is being live streamed on YouTube. And please remember to use our 4 pillars today. So respect, listen, understand, and communicate. Alrighty. So we are excited to welcome Pathways Alliance, a collaboration of Canada's 6 largest oil sands companies, working together to help the country achieve its climate goals. Pathways Alliance is focused on developing and implementing innovative technologies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and create a more sustainable future for energy in Canada. Their work represents an important effort to balance environmental responsibility with energy production, innovation, and collaboration across industries. So today, representatives from member organizations will share their experiences, expertise, and insights into the evolving world of energy and sustainability. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker today, which is Chris Godwald. They are the Director of Water at Pathways Alliance. Chris Godwald is an engineer who works with smart people to find better ways to clean and save water, especially in places where oil and gas are used. He studied engineering and business, and he's traveled around the world studying and working on water projects. So I will pass the floor over to you, Chris.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Vanessa, and everybody that's here. Yeah, my name is Chris Godwald, and I'm actually really excited to come and talk to you a bit about Pathways Alliance. You know, I have 2 grade 9 students, and so this hits home in terms of that. Je suis ici pour parler de vous avec de mon travail avec Pathways Alliance. Je vais faire tout ça en anglais parce que c'est un petit peu difficile de changer entre français et anglais. So I'm going to do my talk in English, just to keep it simple. Anyway, so Pathways Alliance is 6 of Canada's largest oil sands companies working together to provide energy that the world needs while advancing environmental innovation. And I'm going to key on that word innovation. We're going to talk a lot about that because that's what I get excited about, and that's what I'm able to do. And that's what we do here. So what makes Pathways special is, instead of competing all the time, these companies actually work together. And, you know, it used to be that companies thought they competed, but in a lot of cases, we don't. We are able to work together, and in the areas of environment, we collaborate really well together. So, you know, and let's just step back. I'm going to talk to you about Pathways, about the industry, and then a bit about my career. And then we're going to have some of the other folks speak about the oil sands as well. So, you know, the oil sands are one of the key economic drivers for Alberta and for Canada. I mean, we contribute billions of dollars to the economy while helping to provide secure sources of energy here and for the world. You know, in fact, we all rely on energy. It's what keeps our homes warm, our cars running, powers devices. But producing energy comes with challenges, especially when it comes to the environment. And that's why we need to innovate. That key word, innovation again. And as part of this work, you know, we're looking at carbon capture. We're looking at taking CO2, collecting it, putting it into a network, and then when it's up and running, take and store it deep underground where it's safe. Essentially, this means instead of letting carbon dioxide go up into the atmosphere, we can capture it underground. And it's one example of innovation on projects. And so I work in what's called the innovation arm, which is Canada's Oil Sands Innovation Alliance, commonly known as COSIA. And here, those experts come together to work on projects to make a real difference around improving water and land, just are 2 examples. So Pathways is really just about working together, ensuring that we're equipped to provide the world's energy that we need while advancing reliable solutions. You know, Pathways is made up, if we go to the next slide, Pathways is made up of those companies you see on on the screen there, Canadian Natural, Cenovus, ConocoPhillips, Imperial, Meg Energy, and Suncor. And these companies collaborate in different ways and work together. It's a really great example of what happens when companies that usually compete join forces and work together. And today I'm joined by 3 people from these other companies who will share their work and their careers. Riley Noble with Canadian Natural, Charlene Thorne from Suncor, Susan Gray from Cenovus Energy. So next slide. The truth is that the world needs the energy that we're producing here in Canada. We're a major global producer. We don't always think about it, but having energy that's affordable and reliable is something we just take for granted. It's like the water in our taps. We just take for granted, but it keeps our societies moving and it keeps our lives moving. It's used in agriculture and food processing. It helps us to ship things that end up on our tables. It powers the systems that treat our water and keep it clean. It keeps our schools open and our hospitals running and factories operating. It even makes things like the internet and telecommunications possible. It allows us to move. Planes, cars, trains, etc., all move around the world using Canadian energy. Next slide. And what is oil? What can it be turned into? Well, it can be turned into things like our phones, our laptops, eyeglasses, all kinds of things around you. It's used in parts of medicine, vehicles, sporting goods, even contact lenses that you're wearing are made out of these byproducts. When you got up in this morning, you brushed your teeth, you combed your hair, you're sitting in a chair and rode in a vehicle. These are all things that are contributing. So the next time you pick up your TV remote or turn on your lights or fill up your car with gas or charge up your laptop, think a little bit about what's going on behind, just like that water when you turn on the tap. It's that same thing. So next slide. But let me tell you a bit about an engineer. Engineers are people that solve problems, right? That's what I love about what we do. We innovate, we change things different. We use science and we use math to really change the world around us and help us survive in the world. And we build bridges, we design robots, and we clean water. That for me is what that word that keys in again. And engineer comes from ingenium, which means cleverness. So next slide. And just a little bit about, again, what are some of the things that we work on? We make clean water. It's what I do. But some engineers design video games, cars, or ships, and they work in big groups of teams. And here's an example I'm going to talk about a little bit later. Engineers designed the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, over 160 stories tall. So next slide. So, but what, if you're thinking about careers, what are some of those traits? What are some of those things you think, if I've got those kind of things, is engineering a good career for me? And, are you curious? Do you like to solve problems? I have 2 grade 9 boys and they love to figure out and put things together. We put together a shed from a whole bunch of pages. It's problem solving, but do you like to be creative as well? It's not just do it. You actually think about different ways or novel ways or better ways to do things, right? So, and there, engineers even design roller coasters. So next slide. And I'm going kind of quick here, but we'll have a chance to ask questions later. You ask, why be an engineer? Well, for me, it's allowed me to just explore the world. I grew up in Canada, but from Canada, I went to Southeast Asia, to a country called Brunei. And there I worked on making the water cleaner, and the jungle surrounded where I was. And during the days, I worked on making water clean. And in my spare time, I explored those areas around me. From there, I went to the Caribbean, to a place called Puerto Rico. And I worked in all these small little towns, taking and making clean water systems or fixing clean water systems throughout this beautiful tropical island, working as an engineer in all kinds of different places. Finally, I moved on to Dubai. And in Dubai, I didn't see rain for a year. So they have all kinds of challenges tied to water, but there, we made water from the ocean, or we made water from water that wasn't good to drink. So I took and cleaned that water up, again, working as an engineer. Finally, I am now, and I've been back in Alberta for quite a number of years, but if we can go on to the next slide, here's the kind of things that I get to do now. We produce oil from mining and from in situ. So we work with processes, we design processes that bring oil up out of the ground and that treat it. And that's a picture on the far left-hand side of some of the equipment we work with. We sample the environment. So that's a picture of me in September going out and sampling the Athabasca River to get an understanding of what's going on in the environment around us. Finally, we do lots of laboratory work, and I get to work with really smart, engaged people, right? And so for me, engineering has been a fabulous career. And now, talking about smart people, we're going to have Riley with Canadian Natural come on and speak a bit about the oil sands and talk about her career.
Before we do that, actually, the flow for today, I kind of want to ask each of you like one question. Just pick one out after each of your sessions, and then we'll be introducing each of them. Myself and Tyrese is also here today. So, thank you. I have a really good question here. So, someone is wondering, what is the most challenging thing about your career as an engineer, or with Pathways Alliance more broadly?
Well, there's two things. A good portion of the work we do is actually where the knowledge doesn't exist today. So we fund research chairs with postdoctorate researchers across Canada. And so working with these folks we just don't know the answers to it, cutting edge science, sometimes it hurts your brain a little bit to actually work with these folks that are pushing high temperature combustion or trying to understand the natural environment around us. That's something challenging. But the other side, I think, that everybody finds is actually working well with other people and collaborating. And that working with people, no matter what you do, you have to do well. And that's something through Pathways we're really learning how to do is we're kind of like a whole bunch of NHL players. Everybody's an expert, but when you stick them all together, you get a Stanley Cup winning team. And that takes hard work, but it's really rewarding.
Thank you so much, Chris. It's an awesome answer. All right. So I'm going to pass the floor over to Tyrese to introduce our next speaker. Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
Vanessa, I'm going to suggest we maybe just change the order and we work on that a little bit in the background. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it's all good. I just wanted to give Tyrese just a chance to get connected to the audio, but I can move along. Sorry about that. So nextly, I will be introducing Riley Cowbell, Production Geology Supervisor of Canadian Natural Resources Limited. So Riley is the Production Geology Supervisor at Canadian Natural Resources Limited, responsible for managing a group of geologists at the Horizon Oil Sands mining operations. The role supports the daily operation by ensuring that there's clean ore feed sent to the bitumen processing plant. I'm curious to hear more about that.
It's a tongue twister.
Awesome. Alrighty. So thank you, Riley. I will pass the floor to you.
Thank you. Everyone can hear me? Good? Yeah, okay, perfect. Thanks for the introduction. To get started, I'm going to start where I work, which is at Canadian Natural. So next slide. We are one of the largest oil and gas producers in Canada. We actually produce roughly 1.5 million barrels of oil per day, which is very significant, primarily in Alberta, but also in British Columbia and in Saskatchewan. And we have a few assets offshore the UK and also offshore Africa. Something very important, though, about working here is how many people we employ directly and indirectly. So there's over 10,000 employees, but we support tons of communities, tons of businesses, suppliers, other people outside of our immediate group by being kind of the source of the oil. We're kind of like the front line of the assembly line. A lot of these activities that we do support all our communities. They support funding for healthcare, education, infrastructure. It's kind of a sign that one community can make a huge ripple effect and impact a lot of other people's lives. So the next slide is where I work specifically, which is in northern Alberta. I'm in the oil sands. And what oil sands are is a mixture of sand, water, bitumen, which is just very heavy oil. As mentioned, Canada has the 4th largest oil reservoir in the world. and the oil sands that makes up 97% of that oil. So where we work, or where I work right now, is in surface mining. So the oil can be 5 meters below the subsurface or up to 120 meters below the subsurface. And we use haul trucks and shovels to move it from the ground up into that bitumen plant, which is a bit of a tongue twister. And directly over 446,000 jobs are created in this industry. And as mentioned, we need energy, all sorts of energy, to continue to support our country. So the next slide here is a little bit more about what I do as a geologist. You can skip along. So this is a picture of me in front of one of the shovels where I work. So we have 22 large shovels, piece of equipment that can move millions of tons of material every single day. Geologists are like the explorers of the subsurface. We understand how rocks are made, where they are, and that's exactly what we do for the mine, is we know what elevation or what depth we're going to have different material types. This all starts by drilling. So we drill core holes, which is essentially just a straw almost of the subsurface, and you connect it to build a model. This model helps drive our trucks, our shovels, our operations, our engineers to know what's all coming up. In my particular job, I have a team of geologists that goes to the field and they confirm what we predicted is actually going to be there. It's a lot of training, working together, working with different disciplines like operators, chemical engineers, mining engineers, lots of technologies continuing to improve our processes and dispatch. When you have a fleet of 140 trucks all at once trying to go where they need to go, you need a lot of technology to make that possible. The next slide here is a little bit more about our day-to-day life. These are two examples of oil sands or the bitumen. The main difference between the two of them is the sand grains. So on the left-hand side, you have fine grained sand. It's very uniform, very continuous. And then on the right-hand side, we have very coarse sand grains that's very visible. So to have a good process, you want to have a mix of everything. Otherwise, it's hard to pump material that's super coarse, and vice versa if it's super soft and you have to keep balancing it back and forth. So our job is to identify this material. We call it ore because it's economical. And then if it doesn't have enough bitumen in it, that's waste. So this next slide here is showing an example from the field that we took recently. We modeled this to be an entire bench of ore. It's roughly 25 meters in height. We're expecting it all to just be ore, but then you got a little bit of waste, which is identified on the left-hand side here. So that can't go to our processing plant because it'll not create any value. There's no bitumen in it. We use it to build structures all around our plant. And to deal with challenges like this, we use tons of innovation, problem solving, lots of new technologies to help us map and understand the subsurface better. So the next slide here is some of those innovations that we have. For the geology team, we're using a lot of drones. This footage helps us stay safer. It helps us reach areas that we can't usually access. It helps us understand where water is. It's used a lot for our survey team to survey the volumes of material that we're moving. It also helps watch and monitor pit slopes. We do have a robot at our site that's also used for safety, and it is used to detect methane. We use a lot of virtual reality. We have haul trucks the size of a house, and before you get on one or start learning, you start virtually to keep everyone safe. This is another example. We use it to walk through our plant, again, to teach people what the hazards are and keep them safe. We're currently in the process of implementing a collision awareness system, which is high precision GPS. It's to interact with light vehicles and heavy equipment so that you know where everything is, and it's kind of leading us towards automation. Next slide. So when I chose in school that I wanted to be a geologist, kind of something that stuck out is I really enjoyed science. I liked math, but not as much as an engineer. And then understanding how the world works around me, how the earth works. We live near the Rocky Mountains. I love going hiking and being able to identify any sort of shell, what it is, what does it mean, looking at people's countertops. But then in terms of like a job, I wanted something that I knew I could make a difference, that it was going to be different every day. I like being outside. I like being in the field. And that's kind of what led me into this career that I've been in for the last 8 years, is living in a camp with all of my friends. We eat dinner together, golf simulator, and it's really helped shape me into the young professional that I am today. The next slide is just geology is like one part of this big team that is oil and gas. There's tons of different opportunities, tons of room for innovation within it. So there's also environmental scientists that work to protect nature, mining engineers, they're used to design all the different benches, help every system continue, the mine staying safe. We have reclamation specialists. When we're done, everything is going to be returned back to normal. And then lots of skilled trades. We need electricians, we need technicians, mechanics, welders, construction workers. We need tons of these people every year. And I just encourage more people to consider oil and gas. That's it for me.
Thank you so much, Riley. I'm actually having a really hard time pinning down just one question because we've gotten so many great questions here, but I'll pick one arbitrarily. They're all good. But what education is required to be a geologist?
You need a Bachelor of Science. So back when I graduated, there was a specific geology stream, and now they're changing that at all the universities in Canada to be an earth science degree. So you could do hydrogeology, this kind of geology. It's no longer petroleum stream only. It's very diverse. So it's a science degree.
Oh, that's really neat. Thank you. And
Awesome.
maybe what courses should you take in high school to make sure that you're well set up for that?
In high school, you should make sure that you take at least 2 of your science options. You don't have to take biology, but take physics and chemistry. And then also make sure you take your math. And that is usually what you need for your prerequisite.
Thanks, Riley. Alrighty, we'll give it another shot. Tyrese, I'm going to pass the floor to you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. So next we have Charlene Thorne. Charlene Thorne is the manager of Mine Mobile Operations Learning at Suncor's base plant in Fort McMurray, Alberta.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for the opportunity. As mentioned, I'm Charlene Thorne. I'm the learning manager for Mine Mobile Learning at Suncor Base Plant. Shall I go to the next slide? So Suncor Base Plant, which is located north of Fort McMurray in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. We have 2 mines, which are Millennium and North Deep Bank. We have extraction operations, integrated upgrading facilities known as Upgrader 1, Upgrader 2, and their associated infrastructure for these assets, including energy utilities, reclamation, and storage facilities. Suncor is a Canadian company headquartered in Calgary, Alberta, that produces and provides energy. We have operations across the entire country. In Fort McMurray, Northern Alberta, where I work, we operate in the oil sands. We also have offshore oil production in Canada's east coast. We have oil refineries in Edmonton, Alberta, Sarnia, Ontario, Montreal, Quebec, and in the US in the state of Colorado. Refineries turn oil into products we use every day, like gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. Suncor also owns Petro-Canada, so you've likely stopped by at one of their sites of gas stations to get snacks on some road trips with your families. Petro-Canada also has electric vehicle charging stations across from coast to coast. Okay, next slide. Just going to talk a little bit around my journey at Suncor and how it all began. Basically the beginning was my journey started at Suncor around 18 years ago. Leaving small town Newfoundland in May of 2007, packed up my car and drove across Canada to Fort McMurray searching for new job opportunities. Leaving behind everything familiar was scary, but I was determined to try a new opportunity. With my background in office and business administration, I applied online to Suncor, which is a company I've heard so much great things about. I thought it would be cool to give it a try. Within 2 short months of moving to Fort McMurray, I was offered a 6-month temporary position in records and information management. That was the beginning of my rewarding career at Suncor. Basically, in this role, I was responsible for scanning, filing, and archiving documents from general files, confidential files, engineering drawings, essentially all Suncor documentation. I was also responsible to coordinate the storage of these documents with our storage facility in town and retrieve and storage of them when needed for investigations or anything like that. I became a permanent Suncor employee in January of 2008 and spent 3 years continuing in records and information management, learning and growing both personally and professionally. Eager for new challenges, I transitioned to a learning administrator coordinator role, which involved scheduling training business processes for supply chain, safety, operations, and maintenance, as well as managing logistics and booking training rooms, ensuring training materials were available for the trainers, collecting all of the paperwork at the end, and granting the completions in our learning management system. During this time, I completed my adult learning education certificate, which prepared me for my next step as a training coordinator. So next slide, please, sorry. Stepping outside of my comfort zone, I moved out of business process learning and into a training coordinator in extraction operations, which is the fixed plants. So extraction is the step in the oil sands process where water is added to help the bitumen so it will separate from the sand and clay that we mine. The mixture is put into large tanks where the oil floats to the top while the heavier sand and clay sinks to the bottom. I always like to refer to extraction as thinking of extraction as a washing machine. So the dirt goes in and the oil bitumen is extracted out. Working alongside operators and leaders, I witnessed firsthand the incredible work that keeps our operations running. Next slide, please. After nearly 3 years in extraction, I moved to upgrading, still in the training coordinator role with similar responsibilities, but broadening my knowledge of Suncor's operations. Upgrading is one of the final steps of the process where the bitumen I mentioned earlier is heated up to very high temperatures so the molecules split and break apart. This turns thick and heavy, sticky bitumen into more of a liquid form that will eventually be turned into things like gasoline. Next in my career, I became a team lead in learning, where I discovered the true meaning of leadership. It's not about what you can do anymore, it's about what your team can achieve collectively. Learning at Suncor means employees are empowered and expected to continually develop their skills and knowledge, both for their own growth and to help Suncor achieve its business objectives safely and sustainably. Opportunities for learning at Suncor are endless. We learn something new every day. We provide our employees with opportunities to learn, grow, and develop their skill set, and we grow with our employees as we learn from their personal experiences, each one in a unique and inspiring journey. My next slide. So seeking new opportunities and experiences, I joined the mine, working with innovative projects like the driver safety system, collision awareness system, and our autonomous haul system. These are all projects designed to keep our workers safer. In 2023, I was promoted to manager of mine mobile learning, supporting over 1,200 plus heavy equipment operators and providing support to 100 plus leaders and staff. So we deliver training. My team is accountable for delivering training on all makes and models of haul trucks, fuel trucks, dozers, graders, excavators, shovels, just to name a few. And our programs, we follow the 70-20-10 model, and that's basically applied into, sorry, go back to the next slide, sorry, the previous slide. Sorry, our 70-20-10 model is our training model and how people learn and retain information. So when we're building our training packages, we take this into consideration that 10% of learning is formal learning, and that's onboarding courses and things that we learn to like get into the gate at Suncor. 20% is their mentorship, so learning through others. And then 70% is on the job training. So actually them being in the seat and learning on the job as they go. A couple of these pictures are just an example of this. The haul trucks on a haul road next to some light vehicles, just looking at the size, as Riley had mentioned earlier, the size of a house sometimes. And then there's a shovel and truck as well. So some of the equipment that we train on. So in our mine as well, I mentioned we are so autonomous. We provide training to anyone in our autonomous mine. Operators, maintainers, leaders, staff, contractors, anybody who needs to go into our autonomous mine. So our autonomous is a fleet of self-driving haul trucks for transporting materials, oil sands, and mining operations. Suncor currently has deployed the world's largest fleet of autonomous trucks at any single site. It's pretty exciting to be working here in this space. These trucks operate without human drivers using technologies like GPS, wireless communication, and sensors for navigation, routing and planning, and collision avoidance. The system enhances safety, reliability, and efficiency to enabling predictable operations and reducing incidents. In closing, success is more about the journey and the destination. If someone told me in 2007 that I would become a manager at Suncor, I would never have believed them. Coming from a small town of approximately 250 people, being a shy introvert and not wanting to take big risks, making the move was the absolute best decision of my life. I'm so glad I took the chance. The journey has its ups and downs, but a lot more ups than downs for sure. Thankfully, but the whole experience has helped shape who I am today. It gave me the confidence, the power, and the ability to believe that anything is possible. Being a leader in the role, I see potential in many individuals, and being a part of their learning and growth development is exciting. Suncor has provided endless opportunities for growth and development, and I am proud to be part of a team and a company where no challenge is too big.
Thank you, Charlene. That was a wonderful presentation. A question that we have here is, what kind of internships are there?
We have at Suncor we have a lot of like apprenticeships, apprentices in heavy equipment technicians. We also have students. We have a lot of times we'll have student activities and summer students. What else do we have? Goodness. I know there's a focus on apprentices and getting some more apprentices in our organization as well now. Yes, and we do, like I said, we do have a lot of students and co-op programs as well in heavy equipment technicians, heavy equipment operators.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I'll pass it back to Vanessa.
Thank you. All right, next, last but not least, we have Susan Gray, who is the Director of Sustainability of Cenovus Energy. So as Director of Sustainability, Susan's responsible for leading the company's sustainability efforts and supporting the integration of environmental, social, and governance considerations called ESG into the company's strategy, business plans, and decisions. So without further ado, I will pass the floor to Susan.
Thank you, Vanessa. Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. My name is Susan, and I lead the sustainability team here at Cenovus. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that means in a moment, but I wanted to start out with a little bit about my company, Cenovus Energy. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So similar to what you heard from Riley and Charlene, I work for a large Canadian integrated energy company. I am based in Calgary, and our company is also headquartered here. And like Chris talked about, we make the energy that people use every day. Fuel for cars, heating for homes, and building blocks for many of the products that all of us use without even realizing there is a connection to energy. At Cenovus, we do this by producing oil and natural gas and then refining it so that it can be turned into those usable products. Our assets are located, you can see on the map here, in Canada, the US, and Asia. And we're also an integrated company, meaning that we have upstream or producing assets and downstream or refining assets. And because we're an integrated company, we handle almost all parts of the value chain, from finding the resources to refining and then even marketing them for sale for final products. And as with the others here today, we focus on doing this safely, responsibly, and efficiently. You can move to the next slide, please. So that was a very simple overview of the company. I have included here a QR code. If you are interested in learning more, you can scan the code and it will take you to our website that has a wealth of information on our operations, our financial results, and the like. If you can move to the next slide, please. So I have had several exciting and rewarding roles in my time at Cenovus. I have been more on the corporate side, and I have a finance background, a little bit different than what the others you've heard from so far today. I joined the company right after completing a finance degree at the University of Calgary. With the degree in finance, I had always thought about investment banking, negotiating and financing deals. And that's really what my corporate development role was when I, fairly early on in my career. The difference was that it was doing deals and negotiating contracts and things for one company rather than doing it for a number of external clients. It was great exposure to corporate transaction, and given that I was the only junior person on the team, I really was able to learn a lot from my more senior team members. Through that role, I was exposed to and became interested in investor relations. It wasn't something that I was familiar with really in advance of doing that role in corporate development, but it really is about sharing information about the business and our strategy to help investors understand who we are as an organization, what our priorities are, the activities that we're undertaking. And it was a great opportunity to learn a little bit about everything within the business. After that, I moved from investor relations into treasury. And said simply, treasury is really about managing the company's money, both on a day-to-day basis as well as for large strategic transactions. And I was fortunate to be able to work on quite a few during my time in treasury. It allowed me to apply my experience with both market transactions and stakeholder relationships from my prior two roles. So there was definitely a thread of continuity from each of these roles. And in this role in treasury, rather than largely investors, I was primarily engaging with very specific types of investors, people who own the bonds rather than the shares more often, as well as our bankers and our lenders and credit rating agencies who were doing an assessment of the quality of us as an investment. And that brings me to sustainability, my current role. And so people often use the term ESG, which Vanessa referred to already, and sustainability interchangeably. But what do they really mean? So within the ESG acronym, E is environmental, and really that's the impact on the planet. S, social, impact on people, and that can be staff, customers, communities. And then governance, G, is really how a company is managed. And then when we talk about sustainability, it really references our overall approach and the how we do these things. The ESG component of that really references the metrics that we're using to track our performance, our sustainability performance. And so it's really so what does that mean for this role? It's really about balancing doing the right thing with economic considerations so that we can make smart decisions and then as smart business decisions. And then, as I mentioned, share that performance and track that performance to keep staff, investors, and communities informed on how we're doing. If you move to the next slide. So when I joined Cenovus, it was the first time I'd had a job that didn't have an end point. And that was a little bit daunting, to be honest. Every role I'd had prior to that was a summer job or a part-time job. And to be honest, I wasn't quite sure if energy was the place for me. But here I am, many, many years later, and have had, as I just showed you, a wealth of really great experiences from a career perspective. In addition to that, I've also had the opportunity and exposure to some really great things that I wouldn't have guessed would have been part of my career path. And I've included a few of those here just as examples. And so the first, visiting our sites to see how our operations function and how our teams are innovating and working to minimize our impact on the environment. The photo on the left is a group of us from our environment regulatory team, our corporate development team, and some of our executives visiting one of our oil sands assets to learn just exactly how we do business, how our restoration efforts work. And it was a really, really great day. The other one is participating or presenting in our employee resource groups to share experiences and learn from the experiences of others. The photo in the middle is me participating as part of a panel discussion, also on career development with our Women at Cenovus network. And then finally, being recognized with peers for living the company's values and delivering value to the company. The photo on the right is our inaugural annual President's Awards ceremony, which is a celebration that honors just that, companies who are demonstrating values and delivering value. And so this is just a snapshot of some of the perks and experiences that can come with being part of a large company like Cenovus. And if you move to the next slide, please. So to close things out, I just wanted to highlight a few of the other finance-related roles in energy that we didn't talk about today, because when I was thinking about my future career path, I didn't know that these jobs existed or even really what they are. I won't get into each of them, and I've kind of put a little bit of a descriptor on this slide for you. But really the point is that there's a lot of different opportunities within a large organization and within energy where you can apply finance-related skill sets. And so, as I just showed you as well, in addition, having a large organization sort of presents a wealth of opportunities where any one of these roles that you're working on can expose you to another role that piques your interest, or can expose you to new experiences that you might not otherwise have had the opportunity to try. That's it for me today.
Thank you so much, Susan. So I have a question here for you. What are 2 positives and 2 negatives associated with this career?
Oh my goodness. So if I think about sustainability specifically, one of the things that's really exciting about it is, my team, I kind of often refer to us as the bridge for different parts of the organization, we bridge the operations to the corporate, we bridge the internal to the external. And so we get to see a lot of what really exciting work is happening around the organization, and we get to share about that work. And it's stuff that, I'm passionate about. It's stuff that people really care about. It touches hearts and minds. And so that's kind of, I'd say, 2 of the really positive things. We get to work with lots of different people around the organization and learn about that, and then share that forward. From a negative perspective, the one that comes to mind is within the sustainability space, the rules are always changing, the opinions are always changing, terminology is always changing. And when I come from a finance background, everything is fairly prescriptive. You know what the rules are, you know what you're supposed to report, all the way to play the game. Whereas in sustainability, it's pretty dynamic. And so depending on your perspective, that can be a great thing or it can be a challenge. And so I'll flag that as one of the challenges with this kind of a role.
Thank you so much, Susan. We have a little bit more time here, so I think we have time for a few more questions. So please feel free to pose those in the Q&A. You can either pose it for one person in particular or for the whole group. Give folks a moment. Oh, there we go. So what led to making you want to do this field of study? And that's a whole group question. So
I can answer that one. I wanted to be in oil and gas, or in this field in particular, because of where we live in Canada and how sustainable it is to extract the oil. And I always believed it as being part of the solution, not a part of the problem. And there's so much that we can continue to do to make it better and be a part of it, that I'm extremely proud of where I work. And I knew I wanted to, again, be outside, something that was different every day. And that led me to this career path.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
If I think about my answer to that question, I was always interested. I think it was Chris who gave the example of liking math and wanting to do something in that kind of a space. And finance really appealed to me. And then choosing this role or this company is really about being able to be part of an organization that I can be proud of, that does good things, that is driving change. And then same thing with the sustainability component of that. It's really being able to have an impact.
Sure, and I'm happy to jump in now. And I guess there's a couple of different things. Number one, just in general, working with water. I mean, water is personal, and I'm just really passionate about it. I've spent my career across the world helping the world deal with its water problems, and I came back to Alberta, and I thought, well, Alberta's got lots of fresh water, and we don't have to think about that. But we do. In southern Alberta, we've got a lack of water, so we have to deal with that and a lack of water. In northern Alberta, we've got lots of water, but the oil sands use lots of water, and the technology that we use in solving it. And as a part of my career, the intensity of water, how much water we've used, has dropped dramatically. So I've been able to make a difference there and just work with a whole bunch of really different people, work with researchers, work with operations people, touching all these, interested and engaging folks. And then producing something that we all need today, that we're all using today. Those are some of the reasons that I, like the industry that I'm in and love the career as an engineer as well.
Thank you so much for sharing, Chris. Oh, Charlene, I see you're off mute.
Sorry, I was just going to say, speak there. Thanks. Thank you for the question. For me, from my choice of being where I am, as well as just in training as well, I always enjoyed training, learning, developing, and growing people. And in this role, you get to work with a very diverse group of people in operations, from maintenance, our tailings operations, process engineers, civil. There's so many opportunities here to meet and grow people, and it's just learning from them as well is very exciting. So giving opportunities for me to learn from them, which I've learned a lot over time.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing, Charlene. I have another question here, and again, whole group questions. That seems to be the theme here, but what are sustainable ways that you're producing oil?
I can start there with our operations. So there's a metric that we use for oil sands called, for SAGD in particular, steam assisted gravity drainage, which is the amount of steam you use to produce a barrel of oil. And so the lower your steam oil ratio, the lower your water usage, the lower your footprint, the lower your facility, or the smaller facility size you need, because really a SAGD operation is a water handling plant more than it is an oil producing plant. We always joke that the oil is the output, but really it's Chris could probably talk to this too. A water treatment plant. And so the other part of that is the amount of recycling in Canada, as part of our regulations, the amount of recycling that we're required to do. The type of water that we're sourcing is not fit for human or agricultural uses. So there's a number of different factors that go into how we are being sustainable in terms of the amount of water, the amount of disturbance, the size of our footprint, how we would restore after the fact once we are complete on a well pad or something like that. So that sort of goes through the full process of how we manage our operations.
Thanks, Susan.
And I can jump in and give a couple of different examples. I think as Canadians, we can be proud. I mean, when it comes to mining, Canadian oil sands mining is a world leader in a lot of the environmental practices. I mean, when we come to the lakes that you hear talked about, to the tailings ponds, there's first, second, third, and fourth generation. We are widely recognized as one of the few constructing fourth generation, really thinking what we're doing ahead of time, executing it, and then moving on. And so we've had experts from around the world come in and compare and take a look at us compared to others, and we are really world leaders there. I mean, the other thing that we're working on is capturing the CO2 coming out of our operations, putting it into pipelining and putting it underground. So increasing the sustainability of working in that way. And as with the in situ side, where there's a steam to oil ratio, on the mining side, there's also the amount of water we pull out of the river, how much we use, and how much we return. And I mean, my job every day is to work on improving that and reducing that. And we're really seeing these, dramatic and significant improvements in the amount of water that we're using. And just a couple examples, we could go on, but let's see what other questions there are, if there's other answers.
Okay, move on to another question here. So some of you spoke to your education pathways, but not all of you did. So what field of study did you need to pursue in order to get your job, if you didn't already speak to that?
Because I didn't speak specifically to mine. I said I'm an engineer. So, I mean, my career has been varied and it's taken me around the world. And most careers blend different pieces of, different work. And if we, Susan spoke about some of the different roles that she's had. Well, I've got a Bachelor of Sciences in Engineering. I then went on to get a Master's of Business, but I also studied in Shanghai and Mexico, understanding how we fit into the global environment, understanding, what's going on in Asia, understanding on what's going on in Mexico. And so most people's careers, you're able to do a bunch of different things. And so I would encourage you, you get a foundation in engineering and then build on it. You just use all kinds of different skill sets. The skills that I learned in business, I applied to how we think about problems and how we innovate. In looking and in going to study in China, I learned how they think differently about things, and understanding and working in Mexico, how do they work? And so, because this is a part of my career, I had an early career, where I am now, and my career will progress. And so you want to have that broad-based education allowing you to pick up different experiences. You want every day to be exciting, to say, hey, I enjoy what I'm doing. It's a job, but it's also something that's a lot of fun. You want to, have that passion for what you do. And we're fortunate in the areas that we do. And, listening to all the other speakers, that these are interesting careers we have. And it takes a bit of education, but then just lots of experience and being with companies that are going to help you progress and help you take care and curate you and work with you and continue to train you in positions that Charlene spoke about, right? So we learn before school and we learn on the job as well.
Awesome. I love that very thoughtful answer. Thanks, Chris.
I've got a couple of questions. Otherwise, if there aren't questions coming in, may I ask a couple of questions?
Yeah, you can ask a couple questions. We do have a few more, but I don't want to.
Go ahead. If you've got questions, go with those.
No worries. I'll let Tyrese ask them though, because I don't want to hog all of the fun here.
Yeah, I see a very interesting question that caught my attention. One was, as an engineer, how does it work? What are some ways that you do your job?
Wow, fun question. Early in my career, I got to get my hands dirty. I wanted to just get out there and see things being built. And I actually, people did most of the work, but occasionally I'd pick up a tool, I would crawl through something, I would look at it, and I just love getting dirty. I designed things. I took a look at a concept. I knew I needed to build a water treatment plant, but I would look at what the kind of water I needed, what the kind of water I had, and how do I put all these things together? It's chemistry, it's physics, it's all these pieces you stick together. Then it's literally drawing skills. How do I put this into a drawing? Then it's finance. How is it paid for? So all those different kinds of parts of the work that you do. And now I work in the areas of research. So working, what are the things that we don't know? And how do we figure that out? A lot of the processes that we work in happen at very, very high temperatures, and there's chemistry happening at really high temperatures. That's hard to understand. We've got multiple professors working on filling in science and knowledge gaps to allow us to improve our performance. And so working with all those different groups and pulling them together, as an engineer, you can just do so many different things. And I think we could ask the same question of the geologists or the finance experts here as well.
Yes, please.
Can you repeat the question one more time? What is like a day in my life like, or what do I?
Like, what do you guys typically do?
Okay, what we typically do is we're like the eyes of the mine, or we're the eyes of the subsurface. So we're using all of our schooling, our understanding of different processes. So I know what a river in real life looks like under the ground. I can tell that that was a river, or that was an ocean, or that was an estuary based on the type of rock and the different structures within that rock. So our day-to-day is modeling that subsurface and then validating whatever we thought was going to be there. It's an interesting science compared to like most you get made fun of because it's not black and white. But that's what makes it interesting, is every time you see something new, you learn something more. It's all not visible to the eye. So day to day, we go out and we confirm what we saw actually matches what we predicted. That's a big part of my day.
Mine is a bit of a combination of what's happening internally and what's happening externally. And so if I think about an example currently of external, yesterday the federal government announced their budget. And so working with our government affairs team to understand the details that are in that budget that relate to Canada's climate competitiveness strategy and what that means for us as an organization, for everything from how we think about our targets, our sustainability targets, how we think about what sort of carbon pricing we're modeling within our corporate long-range planning piece, how we're thinking about emission. There's an emissions cap proposed. What's happening with that? There is some legislation around disclosure and what the risks around some of the things that we can or cannot say around environmental performance claims. And so, that's sort of something that's happening externally that we're responding to and reacting to. And we would sometimes have conversations with investors on that, or we would work internally to manage what that means for how we plan. And then internal things, we're kind of in the heart of our board cycle. So we had some board meetings last week. And so we were preparing updates for our board on what was happening in that space. And again, sort of some of the disclosure elements around embedding sustainability metrics into our corporate scorecard and what our proposal was for that for the coming calendar year. So there's things that happen within the quarterly cycle and the cadence of work internally, and then we're responsive to what's happening in the marketplace.
Oh, thank you. We have one more question we'll take here. In terms of building different projects, what are some ways to gain experience to help become more knowledgeable and creative?
That's it's an interesting question, how to become more knowledgeable and creative. You can learn math, you can learn physics, you can learn chemistry, but creativity is a lot tougher. And I think it's looking at the world around you and just trying to think about all of the different pieces that come together. I think a lot of what we do is pulling lots of information together, thinking about it, and then using it. And that's a form of creativity, right? And so I think, and no matter what you're doing in school, at the most basic level, you just add 2 + 2 is 4. But if you begin to pull together the different pieces, if you're working in social studies, if you're working in, pull those together and think about the implication of that on the world, that's, being creative. Perhaps others can speak to that further.
Yeah, what I would add to that, Chris, is to be curious and do what you're doing. I think the fact that you're listening to this session today shows that you're interested, you're asking questions, you're trying to learn more. And so, yeah, that's exactly what I think, building off what Chris said, is that's how you start to connect some of the dots and how things might work together, or how the impact of one thing might affect something else. Sorry, Riley, I think I jumped in front of you if you wanted to go as well.
Riley, yeah.
Mine was very similar, that you need to not be afraid to ask questions, not be afraid to suggest something outside of the norm or outside of what other people are doing. And that's how we come up with different ideas and different ways of doing things. And you also gain confidence that way by just saying yes and trying new things.
Also, building on that, is if you get opportunities to spend time with some of these folks like you're doing today, these are great ways to build that knowledge and understand like what they do and what things that you need to do. Like Riley said, ask questions. That's key. And you never know what can come of the questions. Sometimes people shy away from asking questions because they're not sure if it's going to be think it's going to be a good question or not. But no question, there are no stupid questions. All questions are welcome. And I think that's really a good opportunity that opens the doorways to good conversation and good career learning paths.
Thank you so much, Charlene. So in the name of time, even though I would love to let Chris ask his questions, I'm very curious what those were. So maybe someday I'll hear them. But in the name of time, thank you so much to our lovely speakers for sharing their experiences. Thank you so much to everyone who is tuning in. We're going to be sharing a poll and asking you to share some of your thoughts through the poll. And then I'm going to pass it over to Monica to lead the next session.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I know there should be a poll on your screen, so we'll just give it a few minutes for folks to complete the poll. And if you've already completed it, I think you can still complete it again. So it's there on the screen. See some answers coming in. Okay. So as the poll is up, I'm just going to quickly go over a couple housekeeping notes. So this session will be in English, but there's French interpretation available. If you click the globe at the bottom of your screen, there's a menu option to click and select French. And we also have closed captions or a transcript available with the captions button. There's a little box that says CC. And I know we're nearing the end of our day together, but if you're really curious about the agenda of the day or what's coming next, there should be an agenda in the chat. And then there's also a Q&A function. So if you have any questions that come up during the session, you're welcome to ask your questions in the Q&A feature. We should have some time at the end of the session to answer those questions, but we also have some staff from the Students' Commission that are diligently responding by text into the Q&A feature, so you'll get some responses there. And then we are also live streaming this on YouTube. If you missed something earlier today, you'll be able to actually go back and you can see the previous session. And then the last reminder I have for us today before we get started is just a quick reminder about our 4 pillars: respect, listen, understand, and communicate. These 4 pillars will guide our conversation today, and we ask that you keep these pillars in mind as we welcome our speakers today and as we listen to their stories, as we seek to understand their experiences, and as we might communicate with each other in the Q&A or as we discuss over the panel today with our speakers. So I'm just looking to see if all of our speakers are here. I think we might. Oh, I think they're all here. Okay, so let's get started. I'm going to invite our speakers to turn on their cameras, and in this next session, we'll get to hear directly from 3 young people who are gaining hands-on experience through their current work placements. And each of them will get to share their own journey, what inspired them to get involved, what they've learned along the way, and some of the key skills that have helped them succeed in their roles. So this conversation today is really all about seeing work and employment through the eyes of youth, the challenges, the discoveries, and the moments that make work experiences meaningful. So with us today, we have Aaliyah. Hello, Aaliyah. We have Yusuf. I think Yusuf is turning on his camera there. And then we have Marcus.
And nice to meet you. I just need access to turn on my video, so if a host can give me that, that'd be great.
Let's see if Florence should be able to help
There
with
we
that.
go.
There we go. Hello. Okay, it's great to see your faces. So, okay, let's get started with quick introductions. So I invite each of you to introduce your name, maybe your age, where you're located in the country, and just maybe the employer that you work for. Let's maybe start with Aaliyah. Would you like to go first?
Yeah, so hello, my name is Aaliyah Grant. My pronouns are she, her. I am from Carcross-Tagish First Nation, a part of the Ishkatong clan of my nation. I'm located in the Yukon Territory, living in Whitehorse at the moment. I am 22 years old, working for the Territorial Youth Collective, which is housed under By Empowering Youth. And I am happy to be here. I'll pass it off to Marcus.
Thank you for that. My name is Marcus Kenzie. I'm the current marketing and ticketing specialist for Curling Canada, working on their events team. I'm currently living in Toronto and excited to share my experiences with you, and I'll pass it off to Yusuf.
Hey everyone, my name is Yusuf. I am 22 years old. I use he, him pronouns, and I work for the company Red Fox, which is a nonprofit based in Vancouver.
Thanks so much. It's so great to have the 3 of you here with us today. And let's get into it. Let's hear a little bit more about what each of you do. So maybe Yusuf, you're on my screen in front of me. Do you want to start us off and just tell us a little bit about your organization? Tell us about Red Fox and what it's like there.
Yeah, Red Fox is a nonprofit organization. They're focused on delivering active play sessions to children of all backgrounds in Vancouver. And some of the things we offer are active play sessions, which include sports, but we also have our own equipment like pogos, stilts, diablos. And sometimes we have special events. We can just go to the public, like any park or anywhere really that would have us, and we can just teach the youth, and sometimes even adults show up. And it's pretty fun just seeing them using equipment or like trying out pogos maybe for the first time. Yeah.
Okay, I have one question just right off the bat. What is a Diablo?
Oh yes, a Diablo is one of the things we teach. I have one right here actually. Oh my back. It's basically like a big yo-yo. You can see it right there. It's got sticks, and that's how it looks like.
Very cool. I don't know if we'll have time for you to do a demo today, but maybe at some point we'll get to see you demonstrate your skills. Okay, let's hear a little bit. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I'd love to.
Thanks, Yusuf. Okay, let's turn things over. Maybe Marcus, do you want to share a little bit about your organization and what you do there?
Yeah, of course. So I currently work with Curling Canada, and essentially we're the national governing body of all curling in Canada. So think of like your other NSOs, which are like Hockey Canada, Basketball Canada, Curling Canada kind of falls in the same bucket as that. And we oversee everything with the sport. So that includes grassroots development, major events. So if you've ever heard of events like the Scotties Tournament of Hearts, Montana's Brier, Olympic Trials. Those are all of our events. And kind of my role within the organization is I work in ticketing and marketing. So essentially for these events, I manage all the marketing and kind of day-to-day ticket administration. So working with different ticketing providers like Ticketmaster to kind of arrange these events, set them up, and ensure we can get some bums in the seats. And then there's also the marketing side of things where I work with our local agency where we can, work on commercials, radio ads, getting assets in the right place. So kind of being the middleman, making sure people hear about the events and know that they're coming. So yeah, excited to kind of share more as we kind of dive in more.
Thanks so much, Marcus. I know I did a Learn to Curl program like a couple years ago, and I realized
There we go.
but I would rather watch a game than play it. So maybe I gotta hit you up for some tickets. Okay, Aaliyah, what about you? Do you want to tell us about Territorial Youth Collective and what you do there?
Yeah, sure. So, we are a collective of youth serving organizations, governments, and other partners and as well as community members, that all work together in a collective impact matter. I can explain collective impact matter later if we have time. But so we engage youth, and we define it as anyone 12 to 30 years old. And we work on something called the Territorial Youth Strategy. It's one of our biggest documents. It's the heart of our work. And we go to rural communities across the Yukon to do sessions. That includes like going to a few communities in northern BC and NWT that are accessing Yukon services. My job there is a collective outreach coordinator. So I do outreach to our partners, community members, youth. I've helped run events and do a ton of little things. But some days I can be almost anything they need me to be. And I think that's just like a little overview of what I do. It would take like the whole hour if I explained.
Thanks so much, Aaliyah. I think we'll get to hear a little bit more because it's definitely really interesting work that you do. But I do want to make sure we have time for everybody. So let's maybe keep things moving and let's go a little deeper and hear about what a typical workday looks like for Yusuf.
All right. Well, a typical workday at Red Fox. Me and my team, we like to start off. We like to arrive about half an hour before program starts for our check-in. And so usually when we check in, we're like if it's at schools, it's usually between usually we go to schools once a week. Like each school, we can go to it once a week for our active play session, and that usually happens right after classes end. So we like to arrive about half an hour before everyone's class ends. And for our check-in, we stand in a circle, and every person gets a chance to talk about their energy level, their goal for the program, like if they want to learn new names or teach children a certain equipment. And then we end off with a dynamic stretch. So a moving stretch, you could do something like that, just to get us going. After that, we unpack our equipment and set it up on the ground, and we just wait for the children to arrive. We mark down their names on our attendance sheet, and while everything is getting set up, we play everyone's it tag while we just, finish like getting the attendance and setting everything up. And after that, we just start our active play session. So usually we have two areas, one for the sports. So usually they play soccer or basketball, and I'm usually the facilitator and responsible for that. So I'll play soccer with the children, make sure there's no like fights. But we also have active play session where we have our, like I said before, our pogos, stilts, flower sticks, and diablos. After active play, we take a short snack break. We bring fruits like bananas and strawberries for every program, and we offer it to the children and even coordinators who could use it. And after snack time, we play group games like Across Canada or Four Corners. And when it's time to go home, most of our staff work on reorganizing the facility we were in and just packing up our stuff, while one or two can help with reuniting the children with their parents or their guardian who's picking them up. And once everything has been cleaned, once all the children have been picked up, we do our checkout. We go over everyone's highlight of the day, their low light, their personal rating, and did they accomplish their goal, and a static stretch. And after that, we just say our goodbyes and everyone heads home.
That's amazing. That sounds like a really fun day. And to be honest, if you've been staring at this screen all day today, we could probably all use a little bit of a static stretch. I don't know. I don't know about you. So feel free if you need to move around as you're listening to us, maybe do some of those stretches that Yusuf was talking about. And but yeah, okay. So Aaliyah, you were talking about you mentioned like some days you're anything that they need you to be at the Territorial Youth Collective. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that and what a typical workday looks like for you?
Yeah, so pretty much at my work, every day can just look different as a coordinator. So we do simple things like we try to go to every single community throughout the year to ask youth what needs work right now. Through the territorial youth strategy, we take the youth voices and create a bunch of documents. This goes from priority documents to the strategy to reports. And this helps us tell youth and our partners what youth are asking for and what is needed in the community. And we also report back to youth being like, this is the work being done. So that also means a bunch of meetings with partners to learn about what they're doing and how we can support them, as well as our whole mission is pretty much collective impact, which is basically increasing collaboration and reducing gaps in our services. So sometimes we go out to the bush, sometimes we go to gathering, and we just build relationships to help achieve a system level change for youth. So we also go to government, we do a lot of funding asks, as well as this includes data collection. This is through Indigenous methodology in the Yukon, as well as I sometimes do social media, and sometimes I am washing dishes in the back. So our day-to-day looks very different. And a lot of our goals is we have been in sweat lodges in the Yukon, and we have been in the bush. We've had coworkers really helping with moose and harvesting a moose. So our day-to-day is very different. And if I told everything, it would probably take a while, but it is a very interesting and diverse job throughout our work.
Yeah, that's really incredible to hear about. And, so Yusuf, you were talking about engaging some kids, younger kids, and a lot of really, really structured environments, really structured days, every day kind of looking the same. And then Aaliyah, you're talking about engaging youth and how every day looks different. So I love that can be it's just such a different experience than what we've already heard from Yusuf. And yeah, I'd love to hear more about some of your travels, but let's keep things going and we'll come back to you. But let's hear from Marcus. What does a typical day look like for you?
Yeah, kind of very similar. There is no kind of typical day with kind of arranging curling events. If you don't work in events, you don't realize how much work goes into actually putting an event together and how much work is done in the back end. So, to paint the picture, usually a year before the event actually happens is when we go on sale. So we go on sale with like packages, which is like your season ticket memberships is kind of like an equivalent to look at it. And then in the summer, we do a lot of planning, local marketing initiatives. How can we activate within kind of this slower period? Because curling isn't really top of mind when it's 30 degrees and sunny outside. So you kind of have to be very strategic in planning it. And then as we reach closer to the event, that's kind of when our big marketing pushes and efforts kind of start. But looking into like what my average day looks like, I work fully remote. So I am in my basement working almost 24/7. A lot of it is meetings with different stakeholders, different partners, just about kind of marketing, ticketing, meeting with local committees to give updates on where we're at with the events. A lot of meetings about promotions, creating promotions, how can we leverage different partners to kind of gain more ticket sales or make it a more enjoyable experience for fans. So there's kind of a lot that goes into it and doesn't really kind of give me like an average day, but a lot of meetings and usually about 5 times a year I get to do a bit of travel across Canada for my job. So basically, at the events that we have that I organize, essentially it is my job to travel into the markets when the events are going on, make sure everything's running well with the box office, make sure everything's running well with any promotions, any marketing that I had done. So just ensuring that the event runs smoothly. So I've been to some interesting places. I've been to like Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and being from Toronto, it's a big difference. So definitely very fortunate that that's a part of my job. But um, yeah, that's kind of a usual day synopsis for me.
Yeah, that's incredible. I think it's really cool to be able to travel for work and then also work from home. I do enjoy that experience too. But yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. And why don't you keep us going? And actually, do you want to share a little bit about your journey? How did you end up here? How did you find this work opportunity and what led you to choose it?
Yeah, of course. So, I went to school at York University. I took a business degree there, and through my first and second years, I kind of set myself. I was like, I'm going to work in accounting because that's kind of what my family wanted me to do. My grandpa was an accountant, so he's like, you know, what, you should be an accountant. But through doing that work, I kind of saw that it wasn't for me. And I always had a great passion for sports. I was really involved in coaching. I played competitive sports growing up, so I thought, you know, it would be cool to work on the business side of kind of sports. So I really didn't know where to start, but I basically just sent out some messages to some local sports organizations. I kind of didn't want to go for like the large professional sports teams like your Leafs, Raptors, because the work that you'll be doing there is kind of not as big picture. So I ended up contacting this local rugby team, the Toronto Arrows, which they were just kind of getting started. They're a professional team, and they responded. So I started kind of just volunteering my time, helping them out, kind of proving myself to the organization, being the first one there, last one to leave, and kind of proving that I was all in on this opportunity. And through that, they offered me a position on their business side of things because I kind of mentioned that that was an interest that I had. And through working with them for about 1.5 years, I gained a lot of experience that kind of put me ahead of a lot of others that were my age. Because I was kind of at the forefront of managing a ticketing department of a professional sports team when I was about 21. So it was really good to kind of get all that. And a large thing that kind of attributed to the success was just like meeting people, getting those connections, and just keeping those connections as much as you can. Unfortunately, the rugby team did fold. And then I heard about an opportunity with Curling Canada that was kind of right up my wheelhouse. So I knew some people that kind of knew some people at Curling Canada, got in touch with them, and then landed an interview. And here I am now working in curling. If you told me I was going to be working in curling a couple of years ago, I'd be like, you're crazy. But there's something so great about all sports, and they all have something in common. So that's kind of a little bit about my journey, kind of not the traditional journey, but the end product was great.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. It's so interesting. I think we've seen a bit of a theme of that today, where sometimes you think you're going one direction, but you actually end up somewhere else, and the journey's not a straight line. So I appreciate you sharing that. And it's really cool to hear about how volunteering actually was a big step into this career path for you. And you followed your passion for sports and kind of ended up on the business side of things. Really interesting. So let's hear a little bit more from Yusuf. Did you want to share a bit about your journey and how you ended up at where you are now?
Absolutely. So for me, before I even knew about Red Fox, I was enrolled in a dental hygiene program. And for anyone who doesn't know, dental hygiene in Vancouver, you need 10 prerequisite college courses. So I was working on that. And so I had just finished my final college prerequisite exam, and I was very happy that it's all over. But then I had to wait for the next like dental hygiene cohort to start. And at that time, I was just looking through emails. I was signed up to like Work BC, and I got an email from Red Fox, basically. And after reading what it was about, I became interested in joining. And after passing a short interview, I was officially an intern. And I got to learn the ropes, just so like teaching the equipment, the rules at Red Fox, and everything else from Joe. He is a longtime member, and I got to meet amazing new people. And before I knew it, I was a part of the team. So I was no longer an intern. I was actually taking up shifts. And every day with Red Fox from then on seemed like a dream. And it was one of those things where it was like, I couldn't believe myself because I was always coming to early to work. I was eager for the day. And eventually I just realized while I was waiting for the cohort to open up, I have been blessed with an amazing job because every day felt more like a trip rather than a miserable shift. And it's at that point where I decided that I'm just where I want to be.
Yeah, that's really powerful what you're sharing, Yusuf. I think sometimes, we find ourselves somewhere and it's not where we expected it to be, and it becomes our passion and it becomes something we love. So I'm really happy that you found that for yourself. And Aaliyah, what about you? Do you want to tell us about your journey and how you ended up working where you are?
Yeah, to kind of start off, I am a high school dropout. I dropped out when I was in my grade 10 year. And I didn't go back into education till 2 years later. I did actually end up getting my high school diploma at the age of 19, so 2 years late in my community. But I actually helped create the alternative program in my community and graduated from that program, which is something that most people are like, excuse me? And as soon as I pretty much graduated from my community, I moved to Whitehorse for work and got a job at our local Yukon University as a junior researcher. It was only a summer program, and I learned about Indigenous methodologies, which you can kind of see ties into my job now. And at the time, the job was starting to end. My manager started encouraging me to apply to this job because he saw a little bit of stress on me and was like, this is a good job. Later I found out that he actually used to work for the collective when it was in its a lot earlier stages, so about like 8 years ago. And I did not think I was qualified. When I read the job description, I saw like so many different things. And I was like, I'm not qualified. I also have ADHD. I have a learning disability, and this seems like a very big job. And he pushed me to apply, and I got it without any upper education, which I was very shocked. And I almost didn't even take the job. I was interviewing for a different job at the time. And yeah, I kind of just slowly got pushed, and it turned out a lot of the skills I had through even helping co-create an alternative education program, and even just skills in past jobs. I've been working since I was around like 11 years old. Um, a lot of those skills I built over the years, and in my education and lived experience actually led me to this job. I got the interview very easily, and I got a call back pretty much in a day, which was very nice. And I was 19 years old getting the job, and they thought I was also 23. I am tall. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Thank you for being a bit vulnerable and sharing your story too. It's a lot of, can be, a little nerve-wracking sharing personal information. So I appreciate that. And, it's really interesting to hear about, and I think important to hear about that everybody's journey looks so different, and education is one path to employment, but it's not the only path, and you gain experiences through so many different ways, and those experiences are also valuable. And I'm so glad that you found this job opportunity, and you were able to see these strengths and skills in yourself. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about skills, just while we're on that topic? Like, in your current role, what are maybe one or two skills that you feel like have been most important in your role so far?
Um, just off of the bat, building relationships. Building relationships is one of the biggest things. And even with relationships, it's also meeting them where they're at, which technically is like adaptability, flexibility, with youth and with partners and with community members. Especially in the Yukon, there has been a severe amount of death counts, and there's mental illness, and then there's the opioid crisis. Especially in the Yukon, is highly viable. You can see so many stats on it. So it's like it's literally having that relationship building of, we are not going to force you to partake in this. We will sit down and let you do artwork. We will meet you where you're at, and just understanding where they're coming from and accommodating those needs is one of the biggest roles in our work, is understanding. And it's also having that open perspective and prioritizing those relationships, as youth are our future, and understanding it from a cultural aspect, and also just in a human way, is being very humane and understanding everybody has feelings, and some people can't just meet you where you're at. And sometimes it's just as simple as meeting them where they're at. We have had a whole session planned out, had everything laid out, and we've had youth come in and they're not interested. And we're like, okay, we're gonna pack all that stuff up, leave the fidget toys out, having snacks, and let's just have a discussion on how you guys are doing. Would you guys like to quickly walk outside? And it's one of the biggest things that we've seen work in our jobs. And it's the biggest way we have ever had viable relationships and sustainable relationships in our communities. And it's what's always worked. It's always just coming back to that human way. And we are still able, with even throwing that type of stuff away, to even collect data, because we're just like, okay, you just want to talk? We'll take notes later. We'll take our notes, we'll have a discussion, we'll have a debrief, and just having those simple like skills on being adaptable, being flexible, and knowing how to build those relationships goes a long way. In our type of field, we're kind of like in that like social work, community service field. And if you're looking for that, those are some of the biggest things, especially for engagement types of work. We've even done some workshops for government, just being like, how do we engage youth? And we're like, okay. And we've seen it work across the Yukon.
Yeah,
Hope I answered your question well.
that was a great answer. No, those are some really insightful comments. And I think the skills that you're naming, and just prioritizing, I love what you said about like the human element in your relationships. And, you know, you might have an agenda, you might have a to-do list, but you see people first and kind of meet them where they're at. And really
Yeah, and it's also like respect thing of we are the outsiders. Even when I've done sessions in my community, at that moment, I'm the outsider. And it's just understanding as an outsider, I need to meet you where you're at, or this relationship won't work. It's the give a little, but give a little, get a little type of situation. And it's worked wonderfully in almost every single community we've ever been to. Not saying every community went perfect, but it's worked very well.
Thanks so much for sharing that, Aaliyah. I think there's lots to learn from what you've shared. Yusuf, did you want to jump in and share about some skills that you found to be really important to your role?
Absolutely. So for me personally, I'd say number one always was and always will be communication. You have to be able to communicate with children. You have to be able to use simple words and be able to come off as approachable and helpful when they need help. You also need to know how to talk to fellow coworkers. So just letting them know if you're stuck in traffic or if you won't be able to come to program because something came up. Just don't just leave them in the dark. So another great example is when asked, like if we're at a special event and someone asked us, oh, what do you do for Red Fox? So just being able to explain what Red Fox is, how our mission is an important one, and it just helps our organization thrive and expand, giving opportunities to more youth across British Columbia and someday hopefully across Canada. So that's the first skill. And the second skill, personally, I find useful is problem solving. So being able to account for things like changes in weather could mean the soccer field is unusable. Someone could arrive to work with a very low energy level, something happened, or not even show up. And equipment, and this has happened before, could get damaged or go missing right before another shift. So just being able to handle sudden changes of plans is an essential skill to have, especially since we are catering to children who rely on consistency and structure. So yeah, strong problem solving also shows leadership under pressure, ensuring programs still run smoothly while maintaining a positive and safe environment for everyone involved.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that. I really appreciate what you said about communication at the beginning and just, communicating at work, but even before you get to work. Like you mentioned, communicating with your colleagues if you're going to be late or, just keeping that communication flowing is just such an important part of probably any job, right? Any work experience. And I don't know, Marcus, if you disagree or if you agree, but maybe you want to chime in and share some skills in your work that you find are really important.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll start with the boring one first. I would say organization's a very important skills if you're working in anything like events related. You need to be very organized because there's a bunch of deadlines, bunch of things you need to consider. I have always like 2 or 3 calendars going with like different things on them. Whenever I hear something I need to do, something to keep in mind, I always jot it down because there's so many things that are happening and you're going to forget. So it's very important to be organized. The day before, you should be planning out your next day. Obviously, stuff is going to come up during the day, but it kind of gives you time to kind of tackle that. But being organized is very important. And I feel like something else that's very important is just doing everything with smiles. Like sometimes you're not going to be doing tasks where you're the most pleased about. They could be boring or monotonous, but just doing everything with a smile, keeping a positive attitude is very important, and the people around you will kind of notice that. And lastly, I think something that's very important is just having like a hunger to learn, always wanting to learn more from the people around you, and just kind of taking everything as a learning opportunity. Something I kind of did within my organization is I said, like, I want to learn from you guys. What is one skill or something that you can teach me? Because we have people in various kind of areas of Curling Canada, like event management, youth initiatives, comms, sponsorship. So I said, what can you teach me? And, event managers taught me about kind of staying organized, creating different diagrams to kind of plan stuff out. And in return, I also taught them some skills that I had about, how do we leverage AI to kind of speed up our jobs. And I think something that's very valuable is the people around you, and you don't realize how much they know. So just being eager and open to learn from them, you learn so much.
Yeah, that's really great. Thanks for sharing that, Marcus. We do actually have, there's a question in the chat that maybe you can speak to a little bit further, where somebody is asking, how did you, as kind of a young person, get these opportunities for these jobs? And I know you started speaking to this earlier, kind of your journey and volunteering and kind of networking, finding this opportunity and kind of getting a really cool opportunity at a pretty young age is quite an achievement. And so I think someone was just asking you to share more about that. And maybe if you have any advice for young people who are looking for opportunities like this.
Yeah, I would say 100%. Like the best way to get involved in a career path that you're interested in would be to volunteer. People are always looking for help, and a lot of people are just looking for a paid position. But taking a volunteer position isn't bad necessarily if you kind of see a vision and see a path on where you can go. Like I volunteered for the rugby team. I was doing field setup, which wasn't exactly what I wanted to be doing in sports, but I thought that, this is like not as big of a professional sports team as the Leafs. There's kind of an entryway into, working in marketing and ticketing, or working anything in the business side of things that I can do. So definitely volunteering is kind of a big one. Also, the connections that you meet are so valuable. And, when you're speaking with them, make sure you have a smile on your face. Remember their names. Those little things can make a big difference, and it will make them want to help you out in any way that can if you have a positive impact on them. So connections are so valuable. And I would say another big thing is just any opportunity you have, take it. Even if it's not related to, let's say, your career, um, look to explore it because you never know what's going to come out of it. I do a lot of work with the Coaches Association of Canada on some projects about gender-based violence, and through that, many opportunities have come out where they could help me in my professional career. And I did not think that from just doing that. And then just little random things. I've been in like videos with the Toronto Maple Leafs, kind of talking about some of their programs. That was like, it was actually featured at a Leaf game, which is pretty cool. But taking any opportunity that comes to you is very important.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing, Marcus. Aaliyah, I'm curious if you've had similar experiences, or if you've had volunteering experiences, or if maybe hobbies or other experiences have helped you get to where you are.
Yeah, so my experiences are a little bit different. The Yukon isn't like very huge for like the volunteer work sector. And it's just because it is a little bit more rural, and with economy and stuff, everything is very expensive, especially in our communities. So one of the biggest things was connections for us, and that's where the relationship building usually came in. So kind of like how I did it was I've had previous jobs and also a lot of connections with like old managers, as well as like teachers that really tried helping me out in that type of stuff, and utilizing those. It was also like, as someone that like has a tough time with writing and wasn't that like school forward and stuff, I love saying this because it's the best way I've ever been able to describe it, was because I can't really write and I'm not that academic forward, was at least I can talk my way into anything and out of anything. And that's pretty much having that communication skill. It was just, here is my life, here is my lived experiences. How the fuck do I, oh, pardon my language, how do I write a resume? And those little things actually push me forward. And it was also like asking, even at jobs for interviews, hey, can I actually have interview questions? I'd like to feel prepared in this moment. Um, and it was just those little things of don't be afraid to ask. Like I have asked, like, how did you even like get into this field? Like just meeting someone at a college when I was working at the university, how did you? How did this process go? And it really pushed a lot of things forward. I'm an introverted person. Like this type of stuff gives me a bit of anxiety, but it's those like one-on-one conversations with on the side with my manager, on the side with someone I know that worked a program I was at, and even just like a lunch conversation that led to me being able to have their email. And it was those little things that are very big in the Yukon. We're very word of mouth for work and for opportunities and stuff. You can plaster a poster on an event in like 100 places, and you might have 5 people show up from that poster, and then have 200 people show up just from word of mouth. And that's a very big thing, especially if you're in more of like a rural community or a smaller community. It's a very big thing of having those communication skills. And it's led me to my work. And I'm very happy to have like a good like managers and directors and bosses throughout the years. And it has helped. And just even having that mentorship from other workers. And I do apologize for my language there. Total slip up.
It shows you're human, Aaliyah. I love it. Yeah, that's actually really, really insightful what you're sharing. And I love the contrast, what we're hearing, just it's different, right? Across the country, the amount of resources or opportunities to volunteer or engage in hobbies, it is different. But a common thread that I'm starting to hear is just finding, whatever opportunities there are, whether it's to talk to someone and ask them how they got their job, or whether it's to go and volunteer to be in a video for a sports team, whatever it is, taking those risks. I'm hearing a little bit of a theme here that, Marcus, Aaliyah, and we'll hear from Yusuf in a second, but you've been taking risks and kind of putting yourself out there, even if you feel like you're an introvert or it's not your comfort zone. You've been pushing yourselves a little bit, and that's really cool to hear. But yeah, Yusuf, did you want to share a little bit about, I think answering this person's question a little bit, like how, as a young person, did you get these opportunities, and how did you get here? And if you have any advice for folks who might be working their way here.
Um, Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, maybe what advice would you give to other youth who are considering maybe a similar work experience?
Um, I'd say you have to know what you're getting into. These children, they're in their most important developmental years. They need to be able to rely on you for help and trust. You have to be able to communicate efficiently with them while also being assertive when there are rules involved. You have to be able to like de-escalate conflicts and handle accidents. It might be awkward and uncomfortable, but I mean, that's okay. Getting out of your comfort zone is a crucial part of life. But I'd also like to add on that something that helped me personally, or like kind of like a trump card, I'd say, was when I first started out with Red Fox. Is I used to be a keen soccer player. Like I'm not really good, but I do love playing soccer. Like I'm usually like one of the last few people to leave the soccer field, even like at high school or just like random events. And I was really happy to learn that quite a few children at the program also enjoy soccer. And I think that helped me personally build a stronger connection to the kids, which made it really easier to like tell them when soccer time is up and they had to like go for snack time, or if we're going to do something else. There wasn't really any negative energy. It wasn't like I'm coming in like a party pooper. It was rather like acceptance of the situation, and it just became easier to like facilitate and do my role and like help them even if they're like going to try other equipment because I already built that connection.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that. I think it connects maybe to that question about, hobbies and maybe hobbies, volunteer experiences, if they've helped you succeed. It sounds like your soccer skills have been put to good use. Would you say there's any other experiences, volunteer experiences, or hobbies that have contributed to your success?
Um, not really. I mean, I did have a volunteering opportunity a few years ago at the ISF of BC. It was called My Circle, and it was just a great opportunity to like meet people my age who are newcomers to Canada. That was actually one of my first like social gatherings outside of like school or family, and I think that really helped me like build connections and establish communication early on.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I appreciate you sharing. I hadn't heard about that program before. Okay, I'm just taking a look at the time. So we have about 15 minutes left together. Maybe 12 minutes. So we have a bit of time for the poll. There are some questions in the Q&A, and if you haven't had a chance, so if you're listening to us right now, if you hadn't had a chance to type out your question, feel free to put that into the chat. But I have one here. There is a question. So someone's asking, and this is for any of you, the three of you, whoever feels like answering. Do you have any advice to help improve communication with others? Because that's come up quite a lot. Communication is a skill. And this person is saying they're introverted too, and they'd love some tips. Like how do you improve that skill of communication?
Yeah, I can take that question on. When I was younger, I was very introverted. So throughout elementary school, middle school, start of high school, I was very introverted and quiet. People would always call me like a man of few words. And I found just through kind of life and experiences, I kind of got out of my shell. A big thing for me that kind of got me out of my shell was just putting myself in extracurriculars. So I was big into playing sports. That was kind of the main extracurricular that I was interested in. But obviously, that applies to kind of other things. If it's art, music, anywhere where you can kind of get that social interaction in a space where you feel comfortable and, through kind of doing so, you won't even realize it, but over time you start to kind of get out of your shell and like that really helps you with your communication. I think being introverted, a lot of people kind of see it as like a negative quality, but it's actually a very good quality to have. And a lot of us are introverts inside, but you can always develop those communication skills. So I feel like really just kind of integrating yourself in those extracurriculars where there's that social interaction, whether it's like the business club or music club, whatever you can do, it'll kind of help you.
I would never have guessed that you were an introvert, Marcus. It's so I guess whatever you did is working, just putting yourself out there and just practicing that skill of talking to people, and practice makes perfect, or fake it till you make it. Aaliyah, Yusuf, did you have anything to add to that? You can also pass, but just if you had some advice for folks to help improve communication, maybe for someone who is introverted.
Yeah, I'm still like in that like introvert like type of state, like always. Like my friends are like, you don't really do much outside of work. And mostly mine came from like kind of like that mentorship aspect of getting those skills. It's like I started like from like minor meetings without even realizing they were meetings, talking about like my experiences and like how systems should change. I was a child that had fell through a lot of systems. I fell through the education system. I had a late diagnosis on my ADHD and that type of stuff. And it started from like small conversations with people that worked in those roles. And they started asking me questions. And I was just like, oh wow, like I can actually like confidently ask questions and answer these questions. And it was those little things of slowly learning those skills in a way of not pushing myself too hard. I pushed myself to have that conversation, but also sometimes it's literally just being, I started taking breaks afterwards. That was just like a quick go outside and be like, okay, that was like a little bit hard for me, but let's take a break and do it again. And it was those little things of even doing like facilitation. I didn't go to course till actually today and yesterday. Just came back from my course for this. And it was just shadowing and knowing my learning style. Learning style is a big thing. If you don't know much about it, I'm a visual learner. So I need to see someone do it and I need someone to show me visually. And that's how I learned. That was a big thing of understanding what worked for me to actually build those skills. So it was watching my coworker do a facilitation and slowly getting comfortable with it and doing the prep for it even. I actually will be honest, I have notes on my computer screen right now just so I can visually see what I'm trying to say and speak. And it's one of those skills where you have to like pick and choose. Like just forcing yourself into a situation like Marcus did not work for me. It made me shut down even more. And so I did the little baby steps. I started doing notes and I started doing these little visual cues and also making sure like when I've done facilitation and workshops, having my coworker there. So when if I felt overwhelmed, I still had someone that could also take over and just utilizing those little supports throughout your experiences and lived experiences. And I think it's a very useful like little tips on you can go big, you can also go small like me. And I do like that we do kind of have that little bit of contrast.
Yeah, thanks so much, Aaliyah. I think what you're sharing about a support system and just, figuring out what you need to feel comfortable and whether it's notes or whether it's, a person that you can lean on. Yeah, I think that's really, really good advice. Yusuf, did you want to add anything? You can pass, you can answer.
Yeah, I'd like to add something quickly. So for me, actually, I'm not sure if anyone actually knows this, but when I was younger, when I was first starting school, I was extremely extroverted. Like I was the class clown. I'd make everyone laugh. I'd go around doing goofy things, and like I wasn't really shy of anything. And I guess that kind of changed when, so me and my family, we moved a lot, like throughout Egypt, the US, Canada. I think I've been to like 9 schools throughout my like whole education path. And obviously it was harder every time to like make new friends when I'm like the first person, like the first newcomer, like in grade 4, and everyone else has already established their connections and I'm just new. And then it happens again the year after, and then the year after. And then there was a point in time where I was like, at this point, is it even worth it to like make friends? Because in the back of my head, I'm like, there's a 50% chance I'm just gonna move the next year. So, and that kind of stuck with me for a while until I think when I came to Canada, I joined the ISS of BC. Joined, I don't think joined is the right word actually. My mom forced me to go. I didn't want to go at first, but I swear to you, after that first day of just like meeting other people, like meeting friends, it changed me. And ever since then, like without her even like telling me, I used to go there myself. And it was like a great opportunity to just like talk. They also had like we played games, there was some snacks, we got to like meet new people, and it was just a really amazing time for me. And ever since then I've been like looking forward to like certain gatherings. I still think I'm a bit introverted, but like it's definitely became much easier.
Yeah, I thank you so much for sharing that, Yusuf, and telling us a little bit more about your story. I think it goes to show that sometimes, there's things we can control, but there's sometimes things we can't control, and those things impact us. And you are a great example of just rolling with it and dealing with what comes and kind of navigating through that. And that's really, really cool to hear. So thank you. Okay, I know we have about like 4 or 5 minutes until we want to pull up that poll. So I think we will have some more time after this session to do some more Q&A if there are still burning questions that folks want to answer. But I did want to share, I know we had a few photos that folks today, our 3 speakers today, came prepared to show. So I'm just going to share my screen here. And you should be able to see this. Okay, so first up, I was hoping maybe Aaliyah, did you want to share a little bit about what we're looking at here? There's 3 photos to help show a bit more about your work.
Yeah, so the first photo on the left of my screen there, I am actually doing a presentation. It was a little training that we get invited almost every year to do through one of our partners, the Yukon Child and Youth Advocate Office. And they do something called CREA training, and that's a impact assessment, child rights impact assessment, sorry, training. And so it talks about youth rights and stuff. And we bring in our territorial youth strategy and some of the work we do. And we've actually gotten wonderful feedback from the people who take that training. It's usually government workers and First Nation governments. And yeah, that's actually in that photo is actually at our local bingo hall that everybody calls the Elks Lodge. Very First Nation of us. And then the middle photo there, I'm on the traditional territory of the people of Haines Junction. Haines Junction is one of our small communities. And I'm wearing my typical jacket that all 3 photos I'm wearing is my favorite jacket. And it was actually right after a career fair that we attended there. And on the third is our work also does a little bit of advocacy work. So we were participating in MIW2S Plus walk for missing and murdered Indigenous women. And we were participating, we got invited, and we actually took the whole day participating in events like that. We've also went to some like minor like peaceful protests and that type of stuff in our work in the view of child's rights. So yeah, that's a little bit of pictures of me around and my beautiful jacket.
Thanks so much, Aaliyah. It's really incredible just to get a visual for those who are visual. I know there's a few of us to help bring your work to life. So I appreciate that. And then next up, Marcus, did you want to just chime in and tell us a little bit about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, happy to show you. It's funny because like whenever I speak with my friends, I tell them, "Oh yeah, I work in curling." They think about like these little rinks and like maybe like 10 people in the stands, but they're actually pretty large scale events. So you can see over on the left, that is the Montana's Brier. It's basically our men's Canadian championship. One of the first Brier that I worked on, and it was in Regina, Saskatchewan. So that's a little snapshot of kind of what the arena looks like, because I feel like it's hard to imagine what it actually looks like by me just yapping about. So, and on the right, that's the Scotties Tournament of Hearts. This one was in Calgary at the Winsport Event Center, and that's basically our women's Canadian championship. So pretty large scale events. All of them are broadcasted on TSN. So sometimes when you're scrolling through your TV, if you see Scotty's Tournament of Hearts, Briar, you'll think of this experience, and it's pretty cool to see.
That's awesome. Have you ever made yourself like gotten on the camera where they show you in the stands to wave?
Oh yeah. So basically, when the cameras are shooting, they usually shoot north to south. So if you're in the little tunnel at the back, sometimes you're within camera view. So I've been on TSN a couple times just in the background. We've also done like medal presentations. So whenever that happens, we're on TSN visibly. So you might see me on TV if you tune in.
That's really cool. I'll keep a lookout for you. All right, and last but not least, we have Yusuf. Did you want to tell us what we're looking at here?
Absolutely. So for both of these pictures, actually, they are special events. They are not one of our signature like school meetings. So the first picture, it was at a public park, and it's me and a participant. She just showed up to the event, and she was interested in the stilts, and so there I am showing her like, the rules, how like she has to hold it behind her hands, and how to get on, and she has to like also lean forward when she's taking her first steps. And the second picture is another special event for Dia de Muertos. It was actually really recently, and so the how do I say this? The person with a smiley face who's the tallest, he's actually my mentor. He's the one who showed me how to like use the equipment, and so just seeing him there, and also the two standing next to him, those are one of our CGen youth. So they're not quite interns. They started a little earlier on. So I think they're in middle school right now, and we're just giving them a volunteer opportunity. And if they're interested, they can down the line actually work with Red Fox. But just seeing like the older cohorts and then the younger cohorts, and then there's me all in one picture, it's really amazing because what I'm doing now, like the things I'm teaching, they're going to be doing it soon. And I'm actually one of them, like personally, like I don't want to digress, but like I bought my own Diablo and I'm starting to go crazy with it. I'm doing like vertical tricks and stuff, and he's really interested. He saw me do it once and he's like, "Oh, you got to teach me." And so sometimes when we go to special events together, sometimes kind of embarrassing, but like I'll catch myself slacking off and like just teaching him this stuff instead of like working with my coworkers doing what needs to be done. But yeah, it's pretty fun.
And that's the Diablo there that you're holding, kind of like
Yes.
the yo-yo. Very cool. Unfortunately, I don't think we have time for a full demo from from Yusuf today. But yeah, we're already one minute past the hour. So I think I'm just gonna pause here and thank the speakers. I know there's some hopes to see to talk with you more, to ask you more questions, and to see some demos. But we'll see if there's another opportunity for that. So I think I'll ask Flo to share the poll and invite everybody here, if you enjoyed this session, just to share your thoughts. You can complete that poll. And right after this session, we will have some more opportunity to ask questions, and we'll have Dave and Roy facilitating that part of the session. So thank you so much, Yusuf, Aaliyah, Marcus. You're welcome to stick around, and I think maybe we'll grab a quick break for each of you since you've had a good hour of talking. So thank you so much.
Wow. Oh, that's what I get for trying to talk cold. How's it going, Roy?
Good, good. How are you, Dave?
I'm great, thank you. What a great day. So many amazing presenters and speakers. So this is the Q&A portion of the day. So this is, oh yeah, the poll. So please feel free to answer the poll. There's 6 questions, so you can scroll all the way to the end. All right, so yeah, any questions that you had throughout the day, we'll try to answer. And if we don't know the answer, hopefully we can point you to somewhere where you can find the answer. Brian, this meeting is Take Our Kids to Work Day. So we had a day full of guest speakers and presentations around different career fields and career options. And this portion of the day is going to be kind of the Q&A portion. So any questions that you have left over or maybe that didn't get answered, we're going to be here to try to answer. Ooh. Roy, this might be one for you here. What type of volunteer opportunities do you offer, and where can you get volunteer opportunities?
Yeah, so I would say volunteer opportunities, like, are we talking directly with the Students' Commission?
I don't know. That kind of seems to
Or is
be
that-
what the question's about.
I can answer both because I feel like both are kind of tied with, I guess, my knowledge with the area. So if, I think if we're talking broadly, I think connecting with teachers at school is a really good way to hear about different opportunities that come up. I know as youth, it's difficult to always be in the loop about all the different opportunities that are at your disposal. I think with the Students' Commission, I originally got connected through the schooling system and through teachers who kind of led me there. And in terms of the opportunities they offer, I would say, like, once you do get connected, like attending an event like this, like following us on socials, it's a great way to see when more opportunities like this pop up. We're always trying to include youth voice and get youth involved with what we're doing. So yeah, it's kind of comes up, it's different every year depending on what we're working on. But yeah, I would say just stay in touch and see what we're cooking up.
It's a great answer, Roy. I couldn't have said it better myself. How long has Take Our Kids to Work Day been a thing? Caleb, that is a great question. And I'm thinking oh, there we go. See, I have like a great team behind the scenes helping answer questions. 31 years, Caleb. So for 31 years, Take Our Kids to Work Day has been a thing. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take this one here too. Should I click answer live? There we go. In terms of robotics engineering, what are some volunteer opportunities needed to help me gain skills for this job? I think we can kind of pull back and we'll look at this question from a high level. And I think one of the best things to do in terms of gaining skills through volunteering for any kind of career is to find something related to it and see what kind of volunteering opportunities exist for it. So in terms of robotics engineering, I heard the advice from one of our previous speakers about looking for a robotics club or joining, a robotics club. But you could probably, if there isn't a robotics club in your area or you don't have one close, you can probably find groups online.
I can take this question. There's one that says, I don't really know about which job I'll go in, and I feel like an odd one out because everyone else has planned them out. Is not starting to plan them now bad? I honestly think maybe this isn't the most articulate way to say it. I think the idea of knowing what you want to do super early is super overrated. I think that there's so much fun and growth that can come from kind of testing things out or taking classes and see if you like certain things, like I'm 20 now, and I remember whenever I was starting off high school, I was like, okay, I'm going to be a lawyer. And then I kind of halfway through that, I was like, no, I want to go into computer science. And then I was like, no, I want to go into teaching, which are all kind of very different. And even now I'm kind of like still on a journey where like I'm doing schooling to go into teaching, but I'm also like, you know what, like this program I'm working on at my university, like there's other paths I could take. Like, yes, I could go into teaching, but I'm not stuck in that. Like if I decide that I don't want to do teaching anymore, there's something called transferable skills, which is basically, even if let's say you work at like a Toys R Us, there's skills you gain from being at this Toys R Us that could be used everywhere. Because like even like if you're applying for a job like as a CEO of a company or something, the skills you would have learned from like people skills or from interacting with people are still things that could apply to that. So it's never too late to really change what you want to do. And it's also, there's not a set time where you need to know what you want to be. You know what I mean? You can kind of figure it out along the way.
Wow, Roy, great answer. Spoken like a true career counselor in the making. Maybe there's another option for you.
There you go. Always evolving.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit older than you, and I still don't know what I want to do when I grow up. I think, just piggybacking on your answer too, just, take a broad range of things and don't limit your options. I limited some of my options coming out of high school just because I didn't always have the grades to do what I wanted. So, having to go and upgrade at high school is still an option and it's something that can help out. But, I think if you're not sure, then just keep all your doors open. Okay. Okay. Well, should we do this one, Roy? We can tag team it. What would you recommend as a first job?
I guess I can start. I feel like a lot of the people I know for their first job, they there's I've a lot of people go into like a serving job or work at like kind of like a retail store, and I've always said that those are really good ways to kind of um fight kind of that anxiety you might get when you're first starting a job. Like I know for me, my first job was at like a retail store. And I think for me coming into that work environment, I was very, very anxious. I was scared. I didn't have a lot of experience working with other people, working with people who maybe aren't always super happy or, pleasant. I think that it's a really good crash course in, again, getting transferable skills that will be helpful for your whole career. Like you'll always have to be not, I guess for some jobs you might not, but for most jobs you'll be having to work with different types of people. And I think that serving and retail are both really good, like really good first jobs to kind of introduce you to that world.
Yeah, great advice, Roy. I also think it's important, like, not to shortchange yourself on maybe some of the work experiences you've had. I mean, mowing lawns for the neighbor, shoveling snow, babysitting, childcare. Those are all really valuable jobs as well that have a host of experiences that you can take and use it to pad your resume stats. Do you want to pick the next one, Roy?
Yes, I am reading them right now.
Okay.
Okay. Sophia asked, what would you do if your dream career wouldn't pay? Sorry, I just lost the question. Wouldn't pay that much as a main focus at the start. Honestly, I think it depends. I think it's important to recognize, everyone's coming from different places. Like you might it's very easy to always be kind of the voice saying like, oh, just go for your aspirations, like do what you really, really want to do. But for some people that's not an option. So if you are in a position where you're having to kind of wrestle with like having enough money or building a career that can support yourself or doing like following your dreams, I think there are ways to kind of infuse the two. Like there's ways to, just because if you don't go for your dream job right away, like there's ways to still kind of keep that dream going or find other ways to stay connected with it. But honestly, my advice would be to not go for a job just for the money and to go for a job that you do feel you will get enjoyment out of. Because I think that even if with one job you make more money, if you enjoy this one this much more, you kind of pay a bit with your mental health. So I do think it's important to have some aspects of the job you go with be enjoyable to you or something you feel fulfillment in, you know? I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that.
No, I think that's great advice. I mean, I think keeping the money and the pay in mind is still important. Not too many people want to work for free. Uh, and I've always appreciated the axiom of, we work to live, we don't live to work. But a part of that of living life is, having some money, having disposable funds to do the things that you want to be able to do. But also understanding that you're not going to start off right at the highest pay grade in an organization, right? Or in a workplace. There is something to be said about, starting from the bottom and working your way up. And I think being realistic and doing some research on what what the pay is for the career that you're looking at, will serve you well in the future. Great questions. Okay, let's take this one now. What are some first jobs you would recommend for someone who likes problem solving and hands-on work experiences? From Emmanuel. Emmanuel, I think honestly, any job that you have is going to give you some skills in problem solving. And as far as hands-on work experience, I mean, I my advice would definitely be to, look for trades, but there's hands-on work experiences in most places that I've worked in. There'll be opportunities, if you're working in a kitchen, maybe you'll have to fix something. There's opportunities even if you're working, on home, at home, online on a computer, that you may have to tinker and fix some of your components and fix things yourselves. So I think really it's taking those first opportunities that are offered or that you find and finding those skills that you want to gain from them.
Another question says, what are some skills you think can help in making, developing, and finding different opportunities easier? I think that, again, getting involved in your community or in your school is a great way to, you mentioned making opportunities, like even just like creating clubs or like if there's something, it doesn't even have to be something like worky, like even if there's like people around you at your school or in your community who like all like a TV show or all like a sport together, like creating a community from that, and that can be an opportunity to learn about networking and building groups and team building. I think in terms of opportunities, if you're looking for ways right now you can build skills, I think that kind of that community aspect and that networking aspect is something you can practice early on and getting used to kind of putting yourself out there and making connections.
Yeah, that's awesome answers, Roy. I agree 100%. Okay, the next question. Do you have any program that can help gain job experience? And funny enough, we do have a program at the Students' Commission called the Art of Work. And what the Art of Work does is connects employers and youth who are looking for employment experiences together. And it's a paid employment experience. We call it a quality employment opportunity. And so if you're interested in gaining that, either first job experience or maybe expanding on your skills and your work experience, we welcome people to reach out to us in regards to participating in the Art of Work program. And not sure if I can paste the email address somewhere or if someone could paste the the email address to Art of Work. Hey, thank you, Monica. So you'll see that there is an email address in the chat. And if you're an employer who's looking to hire young people, or if you're a youth looking for an employment experience, please feel free to email that email address and someone will respond. Ooh. Okay, there's two at the bottom there, Roy. Do you want to take one first or you want me to?
I was
Okay.
debating which one, but I would
I
start with
know, me
this one
too.
'cause I think you might have better advice for the other one. But so someone asked, the career I want is something I could start doing now. They want to write and illustrate a Japanese graphic novel called manga, but I need money to do so for art supplies, etc. How can I make money for it right now? I'm already planning on snow shoveling when it snows, but might need something else. Honestly, I do know a lot of people who are trying to or have broken into art or wanting to create art, and I think that even like tools like Patreon can be a great way to kind of make money off the actual process of creating your work. Like I know some artists that are also working on like novels or art projects or comic books, and what they'll do is they'll kind of post some of their progress on like a site like Patreon, or I think it's called buy me a cup of coffee or something of that variation, where basically like people can pay to kind of see your progress as you create the art, and that can be a way to kind of sustain yourself as you go along, and also build an audience that whenever you release your art, you kind of have people who are already kind of in tune with that. So I definitely look into those options if you're looking for kind of a career in art.
Yeah, that's awesome, Roy. Yeah, great. I love Patreon. I sometimes just go through it to see what people are putting on it rather than like follow a link from a page. Just log on to Patreon and see who's doing what and what's cool right now. Um, okay, there's two here. Let's start with what would be your best tip for interviews? Okay. My best tip for an interview is to be authentic, be yourself. Um, it can be very nerve-wracking to be in an interview, and the person doing the interview hopefully would recognize that there is nerves attached to that. But being yourself and just uh, letting that vulnerability shine through and that authenticity, I think goes a long way, and people will be able to connect with that really easy.
I definitely agree. I think authenticity is very important. I think you also think sometimes people try and act a certain way in interviews to come off perfect, or like have all the right answers, or they'll look up like what the best answer is or what the best questions to ask are, when I think sometimes just being yourself is the best way to stand out, because even if you are a little bit nervous or you don't have the most like best wording or know everything, sometimes that will stand out. And if you just have a really good personality and you just seem really real, that might beat out someone who just has a lot of work experience but didn't really have wasn't authentic in the way they showed it off.
Great. Okay. And then I'm not sure my CV is good. How can I know? And so CV is another name for a resume. Um, I think one way that you can go about checking if your CV is good is having someone else review it. I don't know how many times I've printed off resumes and then given it to someone to read, and they're like, "Here's an error, there's an error, there's an error." I'm like, "Oh, would have been nice to maybe get someone to proofread this before I printed it off." So I think that's one thing that could be really helpful. And then one of our team members also said, you can use AI to help improve your resume and optimize it for AI sorting bots. Because we know that a lot of the job market now, resumes are being sorted by AI before it even gets to human eyes. So if you can utilize AI to make your resume optimal for the AI sorting, you're probably going to be a step ahead.
No, I agree. I also think with resumes, sometimes a good piece of advice I was given is to make a resume that you would want to read. Like I remember when my first resume was like 4 pages long. It was like a Google Docs template with like no colors or anything. And someone was like, "Would you want to read something that was 4 pages long and had no character to it?" Like sometimes less is more. Like if you can fit it all into one page, it's so much easier and it'll actually like draw attention. But no, I agree.
Or not? Okay. How about this one, Roy? I know how to make a website and coding languages, but I was wondering, should I stop learning other languages because of the rise of AI? Because there's a fear that AI would do everything. And I think based on some of the conversations that occurred today, I wouldn't stop learning the other languages. AI, as Stony put it earlier, AI is like a bulldozer, or it's like a piece of equipment. Um, we used to not be able to move dirt around in the ways we do until we had bulldozers. But there still needs to be people around. So I think it's still very worthwhile to know the coding languages. Um, because you may end up being the one that's teaching it to AI, or you may have to check that AI isn't making the coding mistakes. And I see somebody is also going to answer that question. Roy, anything to add to that?
No, I totally agree. I think there's like AI will, in my opinion, without using too much of my own opinion here, I think AI will never like have that human element that we all have. So if you have this passion or this drive to learn these different languages and build a career off that, that's something that AI will never have. AI just has in theory the information, but they don't have that kind of passion and attention to it that you would have. So I would pursue it for sure. Someone asked, do you know any good options for a reference? I think for references, I think always picking someone where it kind of makes sense for what you're applying for. Like, let's say, like if you're, let's say in 10 years, you're applying for a position with a like computer science company, like maybe your reference of like a family you babysat for on your first resume is maybe not the right reference for that. Having it be someone who can kind of advocate for you um for the job you're getting, like whether that could be like a teacher who knows you really well and can talk about your work ethic and how you are always on time. That could be like your boss who can talk about different skills, actual technological skills you have in different jobs. I think just kind of thinking about like, because in theory your reference is there for the person you're applying, the employer you're applying to call up to see like, oh, like what's this person like who would give an answer that you think would give you the best shot.
Great advice, Roy. And feel free to be, you can reach far for who those references are. They can be coaches, they can be, people you babysat with, your neighbors, teachers. Yeah, you may have to really, drag that net to catch who would be a suitable reference. But and if you can't think of anyone or don't have any references, it might be an indicator that maybe you need to reach out and do some volunteering, or find somewhere that you could volunteer with that could provide a reference for you. Oh, I like this one. I mean, I like them all, but what did you want to be when you were my age, around 14? And how does that compare to what you are doing now?
Do you want to go first or do you want me to go first?
I can go first. When I was in grade 9, I wanted to be work with animals. I wanted to be a zookeeper. And so all my work ed experiences in high school were all in pet shops or at the zoo or the biology museum. And then I ended up working with youth. Hmm.
What's that supposed to mean? That's funny. I mentioned it earlier, but I really wanted to go into law. Like, I don't know what it was. I think it was because I remember when I was growing up, I was a little bit feisty, and I remember people would say like, "Oh, you love arguing." I'm like, well, maybe I do. Maybe I want to go into that for a career. But no, and then now I have two jobs. So I do this. I work with the Students Commission, and then I'm still working in a retail job as well. So, but my plan now is to go into teaching. But no, I definitely had law aspirations of law.
Mm. Oh. Looking back, is there anything you wish you had done differently in your career or education? It's hard. It's hard because, there are definitely things that I wish I would have maybe focused on. At times, I wish I would have done a professional degree in university so that kind of what I took in university applied directly to what my career path was. But I don't really regret it. Um, yeah, that's a great question, Roy.
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything I necessarily regret. Like there's sometimes I wonder like, oh, like I wish I'd done this. Like I think one big one is in high school I wish I'd gotten more involved with like clubs and stuff. Like I think that I look back and like I see what maybe my siblings or like people I work with do. I'm like, oh, that looks really fun. Like maybe I shouldn't. I feel like I was very like study focused and I was very I all my time was dedicated to my classes, and now that I'm kind of far removed from high school and in the big grand scheme of things, like the marks I got or the studying I did doesn't feel that relevant. Whereas I feel like if I'd done like plays or joined a sport, like maybe that's something that would have stuck with me a little bit more. But no, other than that, I don't really think so.
Yeah, and I look back too, and I think about how important like the networking was throughout my career and in my education. I think for me, the most important part of both of those things was who I met, not necessarily how I met them or what I was doing at the time. Um, I look back at one of my first offices and one of my first jobs, and the three people that were working in that office are all now executive directors of different organizations in Saskatoon, where I work. So you just never know where people's life path is going to take them. And I think, leaving a good taste in people's mouths by being kind, being compassionate, being honest, and then definitely the four pillars, respect, listen, understand, and communicate, um, really have served me well in my career path.
Someone asked, when did you decide to do what you do now? I'll answer this from the lens of when did I decide I want to go into teaching? I know I'm not technically in that yet, but we're on the way. I think for me, honestly, it was being someone growing up. So I'm from Prince Edward Island, and growing up in that education system, as someone who struggled with anxiety, like there was definitely things that I felt like at times where I wasn't, and other people around me weren't kind of given an equal chance with education and weren't kind of given an education that worked for them. I feel like for me, it kind of inspired me to want to go into teaching because I was like, I would love to be a teacher that can give someone the education maybe wasn't, or maybe the education I would have wanted. I don't know, Dave, if you wanted to answer that.
Whew. Um, I think I decided that I wanted to pursue this career path when I started getting accolades for the work that I was doing. So the more positive messages I got about working with young people, and the more positive messages I got from young people that I was working with, the more it like kind of embedded that desire to continue on the path. So I think because I was naturally good at what I did, it was just a natural fit to continue doing it. Okay, Roy, I'm going to lob you a softball now. How do you define a successful life or a good life?
To me, I think a successful life or a good life is one that you feel happy with. Like, I think that when you're thinking about success, I think it's easy sometimes to think about, well, what do other people think about what I'm doing? You know what I mean? And so that's why we see people who maybe feel pressured to do one job because it makes a lot of money and not another, even if they really care about it. And I think for me, like, if you get a job and you live a life that you feel really good about and you feel happy about, that is success. That is something that even the richest person in the world, if they're not happy, that's something they would trade that life. So I think a successful life is one that you're happy about.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think success is measured in happiness and those moments of joy and even just calmness and like having chill in my life, I think is a great part of success. The moments where can just sit and take it in and reflect on what has gone before. Taking those moments, I think, is part of a good life. Okay, what would you recommend to someone looking for an internship or volunteer opportunity?
Again, honestly, putting yourself out there and networking, like, I think it can feel scary and can feel kind of embarrassing. Like, I know, like, LinkedIn is kind of daunting, but even just like reaching out to professionals, or even whether you're connected to them or not, just kind of because you have to think about it. It's kind of scary and nerve-wracking for everybody. So there's not a lot of people who are really putting themselves out there in that way. So if you kind of just like take a risk and try and connect with a professional, or try to insert yourself into a room, I think that can go a long way.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is very daunting. It can be very intimidating and scary to put yourself out there, but people aren't going to notice you if you don't. And so I think it is, it's amazing what eye contact and, a handshake or, a warm smile will do when you're looking for that internship or volunteer opportunity. Okay, and Arian's last question. I don't know if I'm prepared to answer the most challenging moment in my career and how I overcame it, but I'll think on that one. Okay, so maybe for the last question then, Roy, let's take this one. And don't apologize for asking too many questions. I think one of the themes that definitely resonated for me today was be curious, ask questions, explore where you are curious. So what's the single most important lesson you've learned in your life so far?
That is a tricky question, but that is a really good question. Honestly, I think the most important lesson I've learned is maybe to like maybe to be very aware of your impact on people. I think that kind of tying back to what had been asked earlier about like a successful life, I think that learning that you can help yourself through helping other people and being making an impact on other people, I think that's a really big lesson I learned. And yeah, I don't know, it's kind of a hard question, but I think that's what I'll say for now. I feel like Dave probably has a bit more of an articulate
Oh,
answer for
I don't know, Roy. I mean, it is hard to just separate into one lesson because I think all of the lessons reinforce each other, and also sometimes I learn lessons that will refute other lessons that I may think that I've learned. But I think in general, being kind goes a long way. And I very, very rarely, and I'm actually hard pressed to think of a situation where adding kindness in has made the situation worse. I think almost exclusively, any situation I've been in where you sprinkle in some kindness or add some kindness, it improves the situation. Should we do that last one?
Let's do it.
Okay, last question. What would you define as a successful career?
Yeah, again, honestly, I think kind of tying back to like this idea of a successful life, I think again a successful career is one that you feel fulfillment in, and bonus points if you're kind of making some kind of impact on the world, whether that be in a big way or a little way. Like if your career is something that is making the world a better place and is making you happy, then I think it's very successful.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I think that success is defined by yourself, and it might have an element, Emmanuel, as to like leaving a mark on the people and place. Like that could definitely be part of how you determine success. But there's lots of different ways to leave that mark, and you might not always be aware of the mark that you've left or the seed that you've planted. So yeah, I think measuring success, a successful career, is really defined on by yourself as an individual. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the Q&A period. Some great questions, and thank you for sticking around as well if you've been here for a long time or maybe you're just joining. But really appreciated the involvement, and the questions were great. So I think am I turning it back over to you, Flo, or?
Yes, thank you. I'm just gonna remove your spotlight for a second.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dave and Roy. This was great. Great way to wind down from this great day of information and to take the time to answer some of the questions that were left unanswered. So thank you so much to both of you for your great input. That was very awesome. Okay, well, we are coming to an end to this 2025 Take Our Kids to Work Day on Career Live. So Sharief, I'm gonna let you have the last word.
Thank you, Flo, and thank you so much to everyone who's been with us today at any point. At one point, there was lots of people here. We were in the, what were you, hundreds, that like close to that, like, yeah, I'm sure there's been so many different folks, and I think based on the poll results, there's been folks from every part of the country, which is great. So really excited to have you all be here. I don't know, has there been someone here since the very beginning? If you wanted to just put that in the chat or in the Q&A. I'm like, there's some names that I see that have been here, it seems like for the whole time. Emmanuel, you've been Luke. Wow. That is Sophia. Wow, you were early. Theod, yes, great. This is thank you for sticking with it for the whole day. We're coming up on 10 hours together, and that's just really, really, really impressive. So, as the folks who have stuck through it for the whole day, I think you saw, I know that there was some, yes, 8 till 5:41 p.m. and now it's 5:42, so you can add a minute. Yes, Dylan, it's been 10 hours. It's been 10 hours. You have been here for 10 hours. Um, and that's great, Liam. That is such a great thing to see here. Thank you for sharing that. So grateful to see that that we often wonder if this program is making a difference. And when we hear comments from you, Liam, and Dylan and Ariane as well, this is really, really exciting for us, because for us, this isn't just about bringing a parent to work. Actually, you folks who are here have had the chance to get exposed to like so many more career options than those who went in person with someone. So you've gotten a full range of career options today compared to if you just went to one workplace. So think of that. And yes, Ariane, I think all of our eyes are hurting right now. That is perfectly normal when you've been on a Zoom for 10 hours. And the reason we do it for 10 hours is because we want everybody in the country to get this connection. So the folks in Atlantic Canada who are, when we started, it's 9 a.m. for them or 9:30 for them. And then the folks in BC who right now the school day isn't even over yet for the folks in BC. So that's why we do this for so long. But I'm so grateful that a bunch of you were able to stay with us for the whole day. That means so much to us. And I'm so glad you could get this opportunity. So you saw earlier that we shared a link to the Art of Work at studentscommission.ca, and we have a youth employment program where we actually, as Dave shared, where we actually have we're trying to kind of identify young people who might want to get a real work experience and get paid for it as well. So if you're interested in that, you can email artofwork@studentscommission.ca. We can put that back in the chat. And if working doesn't work out for you right now, you can also email that inbox because we have other kind of what we describe as like pre-employment programs where you can build skills, get experience, get volunteer experience, get service experience that can help you build the experience you need for your resume down the road. So if you're interested, feel free to email artofwork@studentscommission.ca. So yeah, so I just wanted to kind of oh, that's great. Sorry, I have to say I have loved the questions today and the answers. Like I had a race for how quickly I could answer some of the questions. And it was just great to see so many questions. Flo, do we know, because I had to come in and out of the webinar to do some media engagement. How many questions did we get asked today? Like, do we have that
Yes,
somewhere?
I have it. I'm just gonna do a little addition right now.
No,
Seven.
it's more than 300. It's more
We
than 300.
we answered 790, but we
Wow.
also had
Okay.
like an extra, so 1,000 questions total. Over 1,000
Wow.
questions.
So we had 1,000 questions total. And I have to tell you, compared to previous years, we have not had such deep and substantive questions before. So everybody was super engaged and interested this whole day. And Emmanuel, thank you. I'm so grateful to learn that you had a good experience and you're going to apply it in your daily life and you've learned a lot with your future. Arslan is at still getting questions. We're still getting questions, Flo. Will there be a content creator or a candidate working in AI tech? I think that you have just given us, there's so many ideas from your chat that we have to put into action for next year. And I know that this is for grade nines, but we've also learned that other students are coming in as well. So if you're interested in still being a part of this in the future and learning about more career options, what we heard today is that you want engineering. There's also eye doctor. Eye doctor got brought up a lot today, and I was like, is this a joke that I'm not on the inside for? But eye doctor, sure. We'll try to get some eye doctors on here next year. Medicine. I don't know if I mentioned engineering. I
Yeah,
actually have did I? Did I
you
mention?
you did mention engineering.
Okay.
Um,
Sorry, my eyes are glazing over too. But I texted my cousin who's an engineer and said, hey, would your company be interested in coming to take our kids to work next year? And she's like, yeah. And she emailed me right away. So we're already putting your voice into action. That's what we're all about as an organization. You want writers, you want publishers, you want business owners. We're gonna try our best to bring as many of those folks in. AI was obviously a big topic, and I think we got some exposure to that with some of our partners at NGen. I just loved the NGen presentation. All the presentations were really good. They were all different and showcased things in very different ways. So, I wanted to just close by inviting you to continue being part of what we're trying to do here. And we're really, really focused on trying to lift up the future, as you know, and make sure that you folks get the experience you need to be able to thrive, not only in our economy, but also in our society. And this is what today is all about. It's connecting you to all these different potentials, figuring out, what steps you might want to take to go down whatever path you want to go. And I just wanted to share, that it's called work. It's not called easy, which means that any good job will challenge you. It will make you step out of your comfort zone. It'll allow for you to have good connections and good relationships. You might have conflict sometimes in those relationships and connections, but conflict isn't necessarily a bad thing. We can disagree without being disagreeable. And making sure that, you're doing something that like fills your head, heart, feet, and spirit is really what this is all about. So many of you asked questions about how will I know what my journey is and where I'm going to go. You know, when I was in grade 9, I did not necessarily have any clue that I would start my career as a canoe tripping leader. In fact, there's a whole other story for my first canoe trip that I could chat about in another session. I did not think of myself as a canoe tripping leader. I did not see myself leading an organization focused on Take Our Kids to Work. I did not expect that when I did Take Our Kids to Work, I would be here talking to future grade 9 students about Take Our Kids to Work. So, you know, finding something that engages your brain, your heart, your spirit, and you can do something really meaningful and concrete with what you do. And that can happen in all sorts of ways. That is really the message of Take Our Kids to Work. There are so many paths out there, and you know, if you're willing to put in some hard work and you're willing to push yourself out of your comfort zone, good things can happen in a really, really good way. So I think we will close on that note and maybe give those who've been here for 10 hours, 11 minutes back in their day. A huge thank you to all of the presenters and speakers, and to the Students Commission facilitators and staff members from across the country who have helped make today so engaging. Our producer, Flo Bergeron, who's done an incredible job pulling all of this together. We're so thrilled as well to have the support of different partners and sponsors, including International Experience Canada, CIBC Melon, WorkSafe New Brunswick, the Pathways Alliance, our good friends at NGen, and of course our presenting sponsor, RBC, who have made this all very possible for all of us to have this experience today. So huge thank you to all of them. But I want to really close here by saying a huge thank you to all of the students who tuned in today and started your career exploration journey with us. We can't wait to see where you go. And I'm looking forward to maybe in 20 years or so meeting some of you when you're in my job helping lead Take Our Kids to Work. So, and Dylan says, thank you for these 10 hours. You are welcome, Dylan. You're all welcome. So wishing you all a good evening and looking forward to being connected. Oh, thank you, Ariane. We should be the one thanking you for this amazing session. Well, thank you. No, you are the reason we do our work. The young people of this country are the reason we do this work, and we're just so privileged to be able to spend the day with you. So wishing you all a good evening, and make sure your eyes don't glaze over anymore. Take care.